Dorothy. Together, we'd like to welcome you today to the first MadTech Ed Symposium on broadening access and participation in STEM education through technology.
And if you're curious what MadTech Ed stands for, we are an affinity group started by yours truly to engage science policy community in discussions about MOOCs and disruptive technologies in education.
MadTech Ed.
MadTech Ed, yes, and how they can be leveraged to produce a maximal educational impact.
For all students.
For all students, regardless of background, socioeconomic status, gender, and ability level. Thank you.
Today we will discuss in particular how in the midst of the current STEM educational crisis, where we note significant and persistent achievement gaps between groups of students, technology can be used to improve educational outcomes in STEM education for all learners.
Today, panelists from K through 12 schools, community colleges, four-year universities, the education industry, nonprofit organization, and the government will come together to discuss best practices in four areas of educational technology: MOOCs and online education, portable and mobile technologies and computing, gamification, and maker culture, and to consider strategies to improve STEM education through the use of these technologies. We hope this is only a start of the discussion, and that you'll be stimulated to think beyond traditional educational boundaries and to continue the conversation about broadening access and participation to STEM education beyond these walls.
You'll note inside your packet a few items to help foster this conversation. Please note you can ask questions of our panelists at any time by writing your question on a note card and handing it to one of us. You can also send questions to @MadTechEd on Twitter. You can live tweet using hashtag BPSTEMEdTech and email us at madteched@gmail.com. At lunchtime, you'll get to see many of the technologies in person during a hands-on working educational technology demonstration. And of course, we hope that you'll stay for the full day and into the early evening for our networking reception at 6 p.m. With all of that said, let the discussion begin.
Okay, so I'm going to introduce our keynote speaker. In the 8 years I've known Megan Smith, there's one thing I've learned about her. It's just that when you think you've learned all there is to know about the amazing things Megan has done, there's yet one more to learn. Currently, Megan is on the leadership team at Google X, the advanced products team at Google that takes new technology and to development, projects that may or may not include driverless cars and balloons that spread the internet. And she's working on several projects there. Before that, she led the business acquisition and development team and was instrumental in acquiring Keyhole, which became Google Earth, and Where2Tech, which became Google Maps, among other global engineering projects. Before joining Google, Megan was the CEO of Planet Out, a premier LGBT media site at the time. Megan is a mechanical engineer by education profession. She got her master's and her bachelor's at MIT and did her thesis work at the famed MIT Media Lab. These accomplishments are impressive in and of themselves, but she also brings many other aspects of her experiences that directly relate to today's topic. She's on the board of MIT, and she's the advisor at edX, one of the MOOCs that we will be discussing today probably, that recently formed last year. She co-created and hosts at Google X the Solve for X. It's a forum to encourage and amplify tech-based moonshot thinking and collaboration. And I suggest you check it out. There's some really great ideas pertinent to today's conversation. Megan also helped start and advises the Malala Fund, an organization dedicated to finding innovative solutions to empower girls around the world in disadvantaged communities to educate themselves. Her bio says she's an entrepreneur, a tech evangelist, an engineer, a catalyst, and a connector. She is all of that, of course, and excellent at all of them. But these last two, catalyst and connector, is what I want to emphasize. For I have direct experience with these two qualities. She is one of those rare people who not only has a lot of amazing ideas, but also knows people well and has an uncanny knack for connecting people and ideas in such a way that catalyzes new and spectacular solutions to today's challenges. So with that, I'd like to introduce you to my friend and the keynote speaker, Megan Smith.
Thanks, Trey. A quick switch. I've got some slides and some images that I want to show you guys. So let me get this to show up. Okay. So it's great to be here, and thank you for AAAS and to Trey and Dorothy for putting this together. We have an awesome program. I love that there's a maker session. We're talking about MOOCs online. We've got portable digital and lots of other topics. What I wanted to do is kind of note as we start that we have this weird problem of supply and demand, where there's probably 80 to 100,000 jobs open every year in our country in STEM areas, whether it's in our company in Google and all the Silicon Valley companies, more of the pharmaceutical areas, or bio, robotics, etc. And for some reason, it's not pulling people in. And so, I wonder what's going on. And I think it's an open question for all of us to really consider: why are people not coming to these jobs that are there and are exciting jobs? They're fun jobs, they're entrepreneurial jobs. And some of the things that we think are there is readiness. Americans are not coming because, for whatever reason, in our schools, we're not teaching them how exciting these jobs are and preparing them and motivating them in some way. That's happening. And then for people in other countries, we're blocking them from coming. We're limiting our H-1B visas and there's for the super talent to come and join our companies and create more value and innovation and solve problems in the world and actually create more jobs by being here. And so those are two big issues. And so our approach is somehow not working. So I want us to dive into that, and I think about a lot of today is about trying to debug and figure that out. I'm not an education expert. I'm a mechanical engineer and entrepreneur type. And so I can't speak to specific things in education, but I can talk about what I think are I've gotten to work on extraordinary projects and the things that have motivated the people that I've gotten to work with. So I wanted to flip around and show you, kind of cruise through some images of things that I think have changed and things that are the same, and areas that we might consider as we move forward. And I wanted to start with this image, because this is, I think, really indicative of something that's really changed. This is an image that one of our engineers hooked up to the Google data centers, and it shows you search traffic. Each dot represents a large number of searches happening, and so the colors, red is English, you see Spanish coming down through Latin America, Portuguese in the lighter yellow-green. And so this, this happens to be Google search, but you could think of it in an internet way, whether it was Facebook or Twitter or whatever. People are online. People are networked. This has never happened before at this level. So it means we can really think differently about how we approach these problems, and that we're really actually available to each other in ways that was never true in history, to solve problems together and to collaborate in extraordinary ways. And so I wanted to flip a couple images as we start of things that show that. And sometimes I call it adjacency. Things have become adjacent or next to each other digitally that were never adjacent before. So for example, this is a wonderful group of entrepreneurial youth in Herat, Afghanistan, about 80 miles from the Iran border. They just finished computer science undergrad degrees, and they're here founding 6 new companies. This is a startup incubator, the same as we have in Silicon Valley or Silicon Alley or in London. Here in DC, there's a new OpenGov hub. It's where sort of the techies gather. And so here in Herat, this wasn't there before. But now, these folks are part of that developer culture that is emerging around the world. This is the computer scientists who are cross-wiring to each other. When we run our annual event called Google I/O for all the programmers who use Google's APIs and write apps for Android and YouTube and things, we have not only the people who physically gather in San Francisco, but we have over 1 million people on live stream for the keynote who are in sort of parties, techie parties all around the world. Sometimes I think of it a little bit like the TEDx movement. The amazing TED conference, Ideas Worth Sharing, has a TEDx movement where people like this are meeting now twice a day, all throughout the year. This extraordinary momentum of people getting together. So this is the developer culture, and there's 18 million developers in the world or more who are coding. And so these guys are part of that world, and so we're connected to them. And so I got the chance to go visit them, but also now I'm digitally adjacent to them. I could talk to them at any point. I know them. This is an idea of adjacency of content. So, and what people know in their minds. Everybody knows Wikipedia, right? So this is a mapping idea, similar idea. One of the engineers in the Bangalore office in Google, knowing that only about 30 to 40% of the world has actual map metadata, so knowing the names of streets and all the data. So much of the world is not mapped. And often, have you ever had the experience where you're going to a country in an emerging world, and you look on the maps and there's a line, yes? But there's a million people there who live there, and there's like 2 lines, and you're like, where's the data? So what this is a tool where the people who live here just draw themselves onto the map on top of the satellite imagery, label it. And so this is what the people in Lahore, Pakistan did across 6 months. So I think as we think about these daunting challenges of evolving education, how are we collaborating with the collective talent of the world, of the country, of the teachers, of the industry, of the youth, of the students, to do these things, to cause amazing things to happen? This is the activity that's happened on that tool across the world. People are putting themselves literally on the map. This is an interesting adjacency that I wouldn't have thought of. I got to work on the beginning of Google Book Search. And the engineers had this idea, here were all these web pages you could search against, but you couldn't search against the corpus of books, and there's so much knowledge in books. So the idea was to scan them and make them searchable in, sort of a card catalog digital way. One of the things that I would have never guessed coming out of years later is this tool, which is an ngrams.googlelabs.com, or I think it's google.com/ngrams if you want to get to it. This is a New York Times article where now the text, every word that was ever written, is adjacent. So that means scholars can go and search against trends and things that happen, not only trends on the web, but trends in books. So this is actually, someone did a search on the word women from 1800 to 2008 in English books. And so you can see that the use of the word women doesn't really start until the modern women's rights movement starts in books at scale. So thinking about, wow, text, language, words are adjacent. Here's another one that became adjacent. The Landsat satellites have watched our planet since the 80s. And so there's terabytes of amazing satellite data that we could use for helping ourselves with issues with the planet, water issues, forestry issues, planning, etc., climate change. This is an image from a small area in Brazil from 1975 up till 1981. You see the logging roads coming in. And so there's a project at the Google Earth team where they've taken the data from all the data sets that we could get a hold of that were paid for by taxpayers' dollars all around the world, and make them live data sets so that amazing scientists from Amazon in Brazil or Carnegie here in the US can now run algorithms against these data sets and figure out what is happening with our planet in various places. So thinking about adjacency in that way, data being adjacent. Here's another adjacency. Forever we've worked on trying to end violent extremism. This was an idea that the Google Ideas team had, which was to find people, amazingly talented people who unfortunately had gone the wrong direction as youth. So they gathered 50 former violent extremists, people, former Al-Qaeda, former LA gang, former white supremacists, former people from all continents, and 20 survivors, a woman who lost her legs in the London bombing, other people like that, and had a conference. And now that group of people is called the SAVE Conference, Summit Against Violent Extremism. And so these people now have met, and now they're digitally connected, and they have, a lot of prison time from these people. These people have been through, a lot of difficult experiences, did some terrible things in their life, and then came full circle and are now working to solve problems. Now we can actually work with the people who've been there to help our youth not go in those directions. So an interesting way to think differently about a resource of the former violent extremists as a resource for us to use to help our youth not go in these directions in all continents. Violence against women and respect for women. This was from Eve Ensler, a famous playwright who created the V-Day movement. A Billion Rising was a program they did on Valentine's Day last year. Millions of people rising up and working on this issue together. So sort of that collective action, that adjacency of point of view and trying to change something together. One of the things I want to note, we're still sort of doing this quick snapshot stuff, and then I'm going to jump into some education stuff, is that we're networked like crazy, except where we're not. And so this is as the globe spins around, you see that there's parts of the world, there's Europe and here's Africa. Europe it's not a time of day that Africa's not online. It's actually a lack of the plumbing layer of the network for that region. So you have 900 million talented people who are not in our conversation. I found this image. It's a 2005 image. I was shocked by this. You see on the right-hand side, the cable is that pink color because it's planned. You can't imagine a continent not having an undersea data cable. On the left-hand side, you see that many of these cables just ignore these people in these countries. So just astonishing lack of getting the infrastructure in there and focusing on the network so the talent of that region can rise and communicate and participate. The good news is that it's changing. The innovation in the mobile phone sector, and something we're going to talk more about with mobile today, you just see the explosion of mobile through all of the emerging market regions. So, 60, 70, 80% mobile penetration in most deregulated markets. But the issue still lives very much right here, where you see sort of this satellite image. Most of these places are still not, they're text and voice and not data. Good news is this is what Africa looks like now from a plumbing layer, and this is even an old slide. So there's now undersea cables and people are cross-wiring. Trey mentioned that we're doing this Project Loon, which is to fly balloons. I won't talk in detail that, but there's a video up on the web. We're flying balloons up here at the stratosphere level. It's an early test above airplanes, above the weather. And the idea is to network the ISPs and mobile companies together and provide access to far rural areas. So the balloons talk to each other and they talk down, and they provide 3G-like connectivity. And there's a small test right now over Christchurch with 30 balloons and 50 downlinks, and people enjoying the internet for proper pricing for the first time in those regions. And you see things emerging. This is Kenya, M-Pesa. The best mobile phone payments markets in the world are actually South Korea, Japan, and Kenya. Just fabulous innovation coming out of here. Really interesting for countries that struggle with corruption. People are using the web for transparency. This is truckers reporting bribes and delays along the truck routes. So you could figure out where the hotspots are, and people could actually come and police their own communities for the first time using these technologies. Ushahidi, one of the best social innovations up there with Twitter and Facebook. People don't always know Ushahidi because it's used during crisis response. So if you haven't been in a Haiti earthquake or a Pakistan flood or other things, you may not have seen this tool, but it's a way that the mapping allows people to quickly message. For example, in Haiti, people were under rubble texting to others, and people were posting it back on the Ushahidi crisis instances, and then people could go rescue people underground. It's an amazing new tool that was invented in Nairobi. And you see things, this is also in Nairobi, new media companies emerging, just like, in New York City. This is the Homeboys. They do lots of digital media, DJ training, hip-hop artists, radio stations, etc. One of the other trends that's interesting is Joe Machero, who runs Google in East Africa, told me that some of the London ad agencies are outsourcing their creative to places all over the world, especially into Kenya. And so if you go to London and you're being presented by an agency, 3 or 4 of the 5 or 6 things you're being presented as creative options might have actually come from another country and from people in the emerging world. One of the greatest changes is to see how significant the NGO community is being impacted. So here you have this guy named Rai Barkat, who was a UNC student who founded Carolina for Kibera, North Carolina, UNC, together with Tabitha, a registered nurse in the Kibera slum in Nairobi, and Saleem over here running a youth soccer program. So instead of people here coming up with ideas and kind of in a missionary way bringing them to these places, Rai's idea was to go live in a 10 by 10 shack as a student and see who was around. And he noticed these fabulous entrepreneurs, and he was able to get UNC underneath and behind them. Same way we work in Silicon Valley, angel investing, and then venture and on up to scale fabulous things. Because nothing ever happens without who and what. So these are the who and what they want to do, and then people come up underneath them. And the network is allowing the entrepreneurs in location to rise, which is exciting. So I'll start to flip to education, and I wanted to start with the most extreme because Trey mentioned we work on the Malala Fund, and there's so many kids in the world who never get to have a teacher and never get to have a school. It's an estimated 50 to 100 million kids. This is a really exciting, simple project that Dr. Marianne Wolf here pictured at Tufts, and Nicholas Negroponte of the MIT Media Lab, who founded the One Laptop per Child program. They've taken these simple Android tablets and loaded them up with all the best apps that we all give to our preschool kids and to our kindergartners and elementary school kids. And they just went to this 2 villages, actually, where nobody could read within miles. And they just gave the tablets to the kids. And then these 2 guys come every 2 weeks and switch the SIM cards. And they didn't tell them anything other than they showed one adult how to use the solar charger. And the kids within a week used 50 apps on their own. And they are starting to teach themselves to read. The big question, the research question is, for these kids who are on the most extreme edge, could they teach themselves? And then as the network comes, could they join us? I love to put them on this slide together with the kids on the bottom right, because these are the kids who won the Google Science Fair last year. Brittany's from Florida. 2 boys here are from Swaziland, the middle school kids. And this year we had thousands of kids enter from 120 countries, and winners from many countries in the end. And I feel like these kids will be these kids in short order if we just connect them and let them do their thing. Okay, so flipping to education. These are these incredible computer science high school teachers that we were able to bring together. First, we brought them together physically, 40 teachers working on collaborative curriculum, and now they're using Course Builder, which is a tool we have. There's 1,000-something teachers. So how do we help our master teachers help us? You know, it's who and what. And it's an interesting thing in K-12, because at the university level, the faculty gets to decide what you're going to learn. But at the K-12 level, other people are deciding. And I think we need to figure out how we're going to get our master teachers. I love the stat in Waiting for Superman that says 85% of our teachers are good, and 15% of those are astonishing. So we have a large amount of incredibly talented people to work with, but we have an industry that we don't let it disrupt from within. We don't let the teachers disrupt us. We have to figure out how we're going to do that, and I think using technologies to integrate and get these teachers connected is going to help us a lot. This is Khan Academy. It's an old image, but I wanted to use it because of the density. You know, here's one teacher who just started teaching. You know, we've all seen Khan. It's an amazing accomplishment. And it's sort of, to me, there's moments in our industry where you're rolling a rock uphill and you're slowly making progress, and someone just shows up and it's like chemistry activation energy. There's just a little energy and you're rolling down the slope. You know, you're going somewhere. And it doesn't mean that Sal Khan should teach everything, you know, like he's doing. Maybe he should, maybe he shouldn't. I'm so glad he started, because he kind of gave us a kick in the pants to say, let's go. Let's just get started. And now everybody's out there doing their thing. I grabbed a quick screenshot from Daphne Kohler's TED Talk, because I really encourage people to watch this talk. That she's the founder of Coursera. And so her main this section is about personalized learning and moving and flipping the classroom. So instead of having to go to class and sit still and be lectured at, you need the content. But could we move the content to homework time? And you could watch a video, and it could be personalized. And so instead of half of the kids hearing the lecture, you know, in the regular bell-shaped curve, why should it be that way, especially in elementary and high school, where we want them to learn everything? Couldn't we shift it so that more kids learn, and maybe we could intervene with 2 kids? It's really hard to intervene for half the class, really easy to intervene for a couple kids. And so could you flip that? And so people are going to be talking about that more later today. This is FIRST Robotics. It's the Nationals, St. Louis. It might as well be football Friday Night Lights. It's amazing. And, you know, 10% of the incoming MIT class did FIRST Robotics. So one of the main things I think about for STEM is, how are we going to leverage all this technology to get the content in the lecture out of the classroom and into other times? And how are we going to get the hands-on design thinking, robots class, and debate and theater and performance and all this stuff into the classroom so that it's much more fun? I bet if we think back about why all of us do technology, you can remember the moment, wherever it was, elementary school, middle school, where you did a project. It was project-based learning, and you loved it, and you realized, not only is this fun, and science is not the history of science that I sit here and learn what other people do, it's what I do. And not only what you do, but it's also what I do. People learn that they do it. Kids learn that they do it. We need to get it into class. I'm lucky because Trey's daughter, when she's not here in DC for a year, is in the same class as our older son. And this is from their third grade class, and I love their teacher here. Her name's Laura Burgess. She has as her goal, in effort, there's joy. So she knows she has to teach the course. She has to teach third grade. They have to know about, in this case, plants and science fair and what they're doing here. This is project time. But that's her goal. And I think if we think about this as teachers and educators, we want the kids to love learning and love effort and love being involved in their world. They no longer have science class. They call it project time. It changes the design center of what the teachers think. It means we're actively doing projects. And so project time, I think, needs to enter into all of the schools. This is an image from our younger son's second grade class. They were using these cool Superflex superheroes to learn social engagement. So if you think about the 21st century, it's less about the content, because you're going to be able to get the content and learn it. It's about learning to learn. And it's about all this other stuff: collaboration, inclusion, difference, appreciation, academic passion, working with each other. It's going to be the 50th anniversary of the I Have a Dream speech next Wednesday. And I think it's amazing to reflect on what Martin said. He said that he had a dream that the children, his 4 children, would not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. And I think that if you think about 21st century skills, they're about the content of your character. They're about, are you able to work with other people? Are you passionate? Are you engaged? Are you able to learn? And that's what we actually need to be driving for, and not filling their heads with all the content and urgently, giving them so much homework. But let's teach them to love this. So they got lots of time. They're going to live 100 years, these kids, or more. So they can get the content as they go if we teach them how to do it and how to work together and how to be engaged. Other critical thing I would say is around inclusion. We've taught for a long time in a way that only seems to get a certain group of kids excited. And that's not a good idea, because we need everybody excited. This is a wonderful article about Maria Claway, who's president of Harvey Mudd. They put their best faculty onto the problem of computer science being at 15% women, and they solved the problem in 5 years. They have 43% women in the class, and they have 44% women in computer science. And not only that, but they have more people in computer science. It's attractive, and they have more people minoring in it. And they did it by putting top people on it and then asking the users, why weren't you doing it? And the girls, in this case, who were they asking, said, it's not interesting, boring. I'm not going to be good at it. And they said, I don't want to work with those people. So stereotypes. And so what they did was they addressed all 3. The first one was the kids didn't really understand why this stuff had impact on the world. They would say, I want to go work on international relations. I want to do this. I need to help the world. I want to work on poverty. And they could say, do you know that the invention of the mobile phone has had the largest impact on poverty? Let's start talking about how we write apps and do things. And, so instead of walking into the puzzle, here's the sort routine, they walk in and say, we need to get drug delivery for HIV to all of these people. How could we use a sort routine to get the medicine? So give some applications, explain why, and pull more kids in to the puzzle, and then you get to the puzzle. Second thing they did was their colors are blue and gold, so they made Blue Track. That was for kids who had lots of experience, because if you get to college now, some kids have 5 to 10 years of experience in computer science, self-taught, and some kids don't. So the gold track was the kids who had none. It made all the difference. So all of a sudden, I'm not going to be good at it, went away, because you could go into the track that you belonged in. They also coached kids who were showing off to become helpful. So they changed the culture. So the show-off kid actually gained a lot, because now when they go to work, they're not going to be considered arrogant and a jerk. They're going to be helpful, and they're going to rise in management. So it helped everybody. And then the last thing they did on the sort of stereotypes was they knew that they were up against a lot of challenges. And so they just got kids into the industry fast. They got them internships. They took them to the Grace Hopper Conference, where 4,000 women in computer science meet every fall. They taught them Python so they got a summer job so they could feel the industry. Because they're up against stereotypes. I'll show you this, which is Gina Davis's research, the famous actress. Children's television is 3-to-1, men and boys to girls on screen, and 80% of the jobs held in children's television were held by male characters. There were almost no characters that played any kind of STEM role on television. So we're up against a huge amount of perspective that the boys think the boys do this, the girls think the girls don't do this work. It's insidious. This is a catalog. We're selling dressers here. Everybody gets butterflies, everybody gets books, but the boy gets the microscope. That's not even accurate, actually, because like biology is pretty balanced and bioengineering is pretty balanced now. But look at what we do to our kids. Even in history, this is, I've been working on visibility of lost histories. These are women in computer science. Most people on this screen, you have no idea who they are, including the founder of computer science, Ada Lovelace, in 1843, first person to write the idea of programming something. So we need to go back and fix the textbooks and tell the kids that maybe women were a minority, but they were always there. Maybe underrepresented minorities were a small percentage, but they were always there. I just heard about Katherine Johnson, astonishing 90-year-old woman, was born in 1918, African-American scientist, mathematician, graduated from high school at 14, college at 18, and went on to calculate the trajectories for Alan Shepard's flight, John Glenn's flight, and the Apollo mission. Why don't we know about her? She's amazing. And in fact, John Glenn, before he went, because they had started using computers, he said, I want to make sure Catherine's checked it before I go. So we need to know about them. We need to know that there was a corps of women astronauts who were not allowed to fly, but they were equal. And so we need to do that work. And we're starting to. I shout out to Cheryl and her great work, to the Makers.com series, which is surfacing these incredible stories. We've been doing a lot of work at Google, even at Google I/O, where I said 1 million people watching, really getting the women who are making our products up front so that people can see them, getting minorities who are doing this. We created a sub-series with the Makers Group. That's the PBS show about women makers at Google. And I think other companies are starting to do that. Okay, so quick last peek. This is the kind of environment I work in. This is Google X. So this is what I'm talking about, project time. This is project time all day. That's what we do, and we work on the coolest things. This is what Silicon Valley is. This is what, sort of this tech world is. It's so fun. Desks look like this. And we're a little more hardware. That's Google X is slightly different from core Google, which is a little more core computer science. And my friend Astor, who runs lots of Google X, he likens it to Willy Wonka. Shouldn't it feel like the Willy Wonka factory? What if school was like that? Our particular mission is to invent and launch moonshot technologies, moonshot being, 10x, that could make the world a radically better place. What if kids got to do that from elementary school? We sometimes think about moonshots as a huge problem. We're thinking tech, so a huge problem in the world. Some kind of breakthrough technology that might make some radical solution possible, like the self-driving car. We have huge number of accidents, safety issues. We waste a lot of gas. Billions of people waste so much time driving, and now we have a texting epidemic. So how could we use the recent sensors and mapping and these technologies that are available in robotics to actually have the car drive itself? That's moonshot thinking. And maybe you can't get there right away. Maybe you need to have a Mercury mission, then Gemini, then Apollo. But you can begin. And so it's about ideas, about prototypes. This is Isabel, who's one of the lead designers for Google Glass, for the crazy early prototype we had. By the way, in terms of prototypes, the first prototype they built, they did it in not a month, but in an hour and a half. Just rip it apart, put it together. Why couldn't school be like that? Why couldn't we rip apart stuff and do design thinking? Then we do projects and then we start businesses. We think 10x better, not 10%. And we have a little saying that I got from improv, which is, when we're working on something, let's say yes and, 2/3 of the time, how can I help you move that forward? What can I do to add? And 1/3 critique, 1/3 yes but. And last, this is Self-Rex that Trey mentioned we started. It's a place where we just wanted people to celebrate moonshot thinking, people in progress. Often we're looking historically at who already made it, but let's celebrate people who are taking a crazy risk, hear their proposals and help them. So try to move the world forward in moonshot radical proposals. And last, I guess I'd end on, I think it's so important to help kids find their passion. What's their X? My friend Alex Deegan, who works at USAID, said, instead of asking kids their major in class, in school, in college, why couldn't you ask them, what's your problem? What are you solving? What are you researching? What are you trying to figure out in the world? And so finding that, I was lucky to take acoustics from Professor Bose, he was an amazing teacher, and he always said, you guys are high performers, but you got to find your passion. If you find your passion, you'll be unstoppable. And so that's what I encourage us to do, is use these technologies. I call it Model A, Model T days. This stuff's really early. The MOOCs, they need a lot more work. All of the stuff needs work, but it's going to take all of us. And so let's be 2/3 yes and, 1/3 yes but, and let's go make this happen for everybody. Thank you. Okay, Travis said we're going to do some questions.
If you have any questions, could you write them down and pass them to the side? And who's David? Where are you? Oh, you have. You give them to Dorothy here. Also, did we have any on Twitter, Brian?
We don't have any on Twitter. Additionally, if you want, you can actually come up.
Yeah, if you want to come up to the mic, you can also.
Hello, I'm Androbness. Thank you very much for that. Not to be a cynic, because I love all of your ideas, but I also come from the classroom. And how do you implement this? What's your passion and getting kids to pure problem-based learning and all sorts of stuff in the current culture of testing on math and reading?
Right, I totally agree with you. It's a nightmare, right? And it's a mistake. It's interesting, one of our engineers just came back from Vietnam, Anil, and he has a great blog up. And he found that they're teaching computer science from 2nd grade in a lot of the classes. And he went into an 11th grade class, and the kids were programming, working on a problem. And he went back with the problem. He asked one of the other Google engineers, he said, what level of interview question do you think this is? And he's like, oh, level 1. Half the kids in the 11th grade were getting the problem. And so, other people are doing this. We just need to do it. We need to do two things, I think. One is the people who know best are the teachers. And we need to put ourselves into a position to listen to the teachers and help them help us solve the problem, like every industry. Because they have the solutions are there. It's almost like instead of more research and work, we need to be journalists and go and find the best teachers and help them. I met the governor of Delaware recently, and he has some kind of very interesting program around learning circles for teachers to help them work together. And I thought some of those directions, it reminded me a little bit of the circles with microloans, within lending circles for impoverished people who are doing loans and collaborating together. I thought that was good. But I think your point is like completely the issue. And it is amazing to me we're just so stuck in the way we're doing things. I think it's between 15 and 30% of the top university graduates tried to do Teach for America last year. Between Spelman, I think, was at 30%. I think Dartmouth and Princeton were at 15 or 18%. Harvard was 20-something. Maybe there's some other way to get some of that energy and to help the master teachers. I don't know what the solution is, but I know we need to think 2/3 yes and go get the teachers to do it. We're looking at Google. We do a thing called Google Geist, where we actually survey ourselves every year and see what's going well and what's not. And I'd love to see someone do Teacher Geist and High School Geist. What's the pulse? What's working, what's not working? What does the community think, and what does the community want to do? Exactly. Other questions?
Hi, thank you very much for your comments. In terms of textbooks, having more information about the minority groups, how do you get that, that wedge into the textbook companies that are making all of that, who are producing the information that the kids are absorbing?
I think we should measure it maybe, or demand it or something. It's been incredible to me to begin. The reason why I started this, I was in 10 Downing Street. We do a thing called Silicon Valley Goes to the UK. And a bunch of us entrepreneurs go over and work with the entrepreneurs over there and do fun things. And we were lucky because there was an apathon called for by the Prime Minister, and all these kids had done, and they got to come to 10 Downing. And there was a portrait, and somebody said, and this is Lady Love. Of course you know Lady Lovelace. And I'm like, of course I don't. And it was Ada Lovelace, who is the founder of my industry. I have no idea who she was. She worked with Charles Babbage, who did the first mechanical computer. And so we need to go get these stories. At Google, one of the things we're doing together, I created a thing with some friends called Women Tech Makers. We're just trying to find these stories and surface them. The first digital programmers in the U.S. were actually the first. During World War II, there were women who were called computers. They were doing ballistics trajectories at University of Pennsylvania, 100 women. The ENIAC programmers went and got 6 of them, and said, you guys need to come help us figure out how to program this ENIAC. They gave them the wiring diagrams and said, figure this out. And they did. They wrote the first sort routines. They went on to hire Grace Hopper, who invented the first compiler and the idea of computer languages and higher level languages. These people are completely unknown to us, to our youth. That's a problem for the boys and the girls as they're not working together. So I think part of it is going on a discovery and then thinking in moonshot thinking, like, how are we going to get this there, whether it's lobbying for the textbook folks or getting the teachers to have more voice, or working with Hollywood to make Argo-like films about these heroes, which I hope to do. I don't know if we can do it, but if they're listening, we want to do it.
Father of 2 young girls, my daughters have microscopes.
Great.
They have microscopes.
Nice. Any other questions? This one.
So you're talking about moonshot technologies, like, you imagine the Saturn rocket going up to the moon after so many technological innovations. Can you single out a particular educational technology that you think would be worth putting, all that effort into, like 10 man years, 100 man years, 1,000 man years, that will really change everything? Is there a particular technology that you think would really deserve all this focus and attention?
Yep, the web.
Okay.
I would give the kids the web.
Everything on the web.
Well, because the web has everything and each other. It has to, like, what's so interesting about the web is it's the content and us. So, in fact, there's a really cool, extraordinary things will happen. Like, because you have all different kinds of contribution. There's, even in the lightweight version of like the astonishing innovation of simple Wikipedia, which most of us surf Wikipedia, some of us edit a little, and some people do crazy amounts. There's a really fun story from the founding of the Oxford English Dictionary called The Professor and the Madman, where I guess somebody who was in a psychiatric prison actually wrote like 3 letters, like tons of words. So they crowdsourced it the same way. And so when we use humanity, we do extraordinary things. And so if you gave the kids the web, they would start finding things, their teachers would start, where they do have teachers, which is the best case, they would have coaches. And that's amazing. Where they don't have teachers, they would get digital teachers. They would have each other. It's an amazing to think about. There's an MIT freshman coming in this year from Mongolia, and people know edX, which is an open standard for MOOCs and online learning, and so MITx and HarvardX, and those are making their own classes. These guys had a small group of friends in Mongolia who took 6002X, which is electronics and circuits class. And interestingly, MIT for many years has been doing open courseware, just putting the course materials online, but not in a teach-taught environment like a MOOC, but just online. These kids wanted to continue, and so after 6002, they wanted to take 6003, but it wasn't MOOCed. So they made 6003Z. And what that meant was they were just taking the online courseware and they just made up their own class and they figured out how to do it together. And so what if that just started happening? Because it will. The kids will start interacting in ways that will blow us all away. The teachers will start interacting in ways that will blow us all away. So I really believe networking the network, plumbing the network of us to the content will really make a massive difference for everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I work on technology and learning here at AAAS. To me, one of the biggest impediments is child protection and safety and privacy. Mm-hmm. So when you say give kids the web, well, that isn't that hard to do, but making sure a kid's talking to another kid and not some grown-up pretending to be a kid, and the things that they're sharing are not going to compromise their safety or anything. Where do you come down on that? Because that's certainly a pretty big hurdle.
Yeah, it's a really important thing. I think there's 2 things to do. One is to have very particular websites and things that you greenlight. For example, there was a site, I think it's still there, called ePals, which is an amazing community of classrooms. It was classrooms networked, so you knew it was classrooms. And so it allowed all that community to interact really well. So that would be a really good kind of a solution for that. And in YouTube, the team that does YouTube EDU has a set of, there's sort of open YouTube, and then there's a set of stuff that's been looked at by people and sort of blessed, and it's green labeled for use in education. So you could think through very cleverly how to do that. And Craigslist was good early on just having simple buttons next to the page that said, this is in the wrong place, this is inappropriate, this is, this person's doing something commercial, whatever, and let the community help you police. And then with the kids, go even an extra couple layers into safe search and those kinds of technologies. I think that's critical. The second thing I would do is there's an amazing, one of the best teachers in our country is a woman named Esther Wojcicki in Pali High School in Palo Alto, California. She is a journalism teacher, and she teaches like 500 kids, and they have all these publications. She's completely flipped her classroom. She calls it No Sage on the Stage. The kids do their thing, and she coaches. She has a proposal for a media literacy course, 6-month class. Think of it as freshman English. That's really reading and writing for the web. So we would ask all kids who've turned 13, so that they, under COPA, they would be able to register to have a blog or a Twitter account, to actually learn how to use this medium in school, all of our kids. So I think that also both what I'd call more fencing and policing type ideas, like particular places that are safe to go, but then also educating the kids about the world, the physical world and the digital world. We need to educate them about both and the great things and the dangers of both. And so by the time they're in high school, we should be working very closely with them about where they should and shouldn't be, and helping them become powerful and owners of that, using something really smart like a class that every kid could have. And I think that not only is this about the web stuff, but also in STEM. I think right now there's 60 million kids in school, and there's about 1 to 2 or 3 million getting these special STEM hands-on things. We need to get it into class, and we need to get this kind of media literacy class into class so that all the kids have access to it. Thanks. Any other questions? Are we good? Well, thank you. Oh, one more. Yeah,
I just have one more question.
Sure.
Is there a sub-branch in the Google X for education that's working on just moonshots in education?
We're not, across our whole company, there's a huge amount of work going on in education, kind of being smart about what we're good at, which is more platforms and things, and then having master teachers build things. So I'd say most of the real innovation in education is happening on YouTube, in the geo area, some of the apps for EDU where people are using platforms so they can do shared collaborative docs. So, one of the things that I think is really going to change this century is, instead of kids being called, don't look at that paper, don't copy, it's going to be look at that paper, copy each other, work together. And so you're starting to see collaborative cloud-based technologies like apps and other things that other companies have that are out there that are really accelerating things. And then search itself, just to find great resources. That's where I think most of the education innovation, there's a couple specific groups who do a lot of STEM outreach. We, like other companies, trying to get, the Hollywood industry to have better stereotypes about our world, especially in these kids programs. We're working collaboratively with some great people at a thing called code.org, which is trying to get computer science like Vietnam into all of our schools. Because computer science is actually more like a math kind of thing. It's not a field in a way. We need all kids to be able to be digitally literate and know how to code and make blogs and do these things. And so we want to see that all throughout their classroom as makers. And we're going to talk about maker stuff later. So yeah. Thank you.
I'd like to invite our first panel to come up.
So we're going to start the MOOC and online education in about 2 minutes. We're going to set up the slides. Ed Dieterle is our moderator, and he can introduce the other panelists. So should I just...
Well, good morning. My name is Ed Dieterle, and I'm a Senior Program Officer for Research at the Linda Gates Foundation. Today's panel is MOOCs in online education, and I'm privileged to be sitting with 3 researchers and scholars that focus on different areas of the education enterprise, the K-12 sector, community colleges and higher ed, as well as training. We're going to begin the panel with each of our panelists giving a few remarks for about 5 minutes, and then working with the AAAS fellows, we've drafted a few questions that we'd like the panelists to respond to. At that point, we'll open up to the larger audience with the note card questions as well as Twitter responses. Our 3 speakers are Jessica Mislevy, a research social scientist from SRI International Center for Technology and Learning. Second, we have Shana Smith-Jaggers, an assistant director of community college research at Columbia University. And last, we have Nick Martin, president of Tech Change. Our first speaker this morning is Jessica Mislevy. Jessica?
Good morning. As Ed mentioned, my name is Jessica Mislevy, and I'm with the Center for Technology and Learning at SRI International. SRI International is a nonprofit research institute, and I work in the education group looking specifically at the use of technology in the classroom and in other settings. And much of my recent work has been focused on fully online learning and blended learning. And today I'm going to be talking about a report that is actually being released today as we speak called Supporting K-12 Students in Online Learning, a review of online Algebra 1 courses. I'm the co-PI for this project, and I'm working with Marianne Bakia as the PI. Some background about this work is that recent estimates show as many as 3 million K-12 students are experiencing online learning in the school year. However, our concern is that the adoption of online courses has outpaced the research on how to implement online learning most effectively. Students, teachers, schools, districts, and even states are implementing these online courses. And there's not a lot of objective information about what conditions these courses are most effective, how to support students in these courses. And specifically, there's some concerns about whether these courses work well for students who have been at risk or historically disadvantaged in online course settings. Those could be students that are English language learners, have low academic performance previously. And we're really interested to understand more about how we can support students in online courses. In response to these concerns, we received funding from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to study fully online Algebra 1 courses that are offered at large scale in the 2012-13 school year. By fully online courses, I'm talking about more traditional online courses, not kind of in the MOOC realm here, but those are courses in which the vast majority of instruction and interaction between teachers and students occurs in an online environment. And we selected Algebra 1 because of its importance as a gateway course in completion of more advanced STEM courses and in college readiness and completion as well. And we actually worked with 6 different course providers that are listed here. You see Apex Learning, Class.com, Edgenuity, Florida Virtual School, K-12, and Michigan Virtual School, a mix of these courses that are offered at the national or at least state level. And our approach for this study was really to get away from the business as usual to increase the generalizability of findings. What I mean by that is that instead of doing a case study or comparing the performance of students in an online course to the performance of their peers in a face-to-face course, we stuck within the online environment, looked across multiple products, multiple populations, and multiple settings to really identify those more generalizable trends that help support students. The ultimate goal for our research has been to link the features of online courses, specifically Algebra 1 courses, to student outcomes. To do that, we had to figure out, well, what are important dimensions that might matter in online courses and in quality on Algebra 1 instruction. So we began with a literature review just to identify the design and implementation features that might matter. We followed that with in-depth interviews that we conducted with the course developers and course providers, and also reviewed their websites to understand what design and implementation principles they use. And then we also conducted an independent review of their courseware to see whether or not those features have been enacted. In addition, we are collecting student demographic and achievement data and also usage logs from the courseware to understand what students are doing in those online environments. How are they watching the video lectures? How many times are they taking quizzes? How quickly are they moving through the material? And really, we are combining all of these sources to be able to link the features of online courses to see what helps support student success. What I'll be talking about in depth a little more today is really these first three components. The data sets with student demographics, outcomes, and courseware usage are literally coming in as we speak. But the culmination of these first three activities is this report called Supporting K-12 Students in Online Learning. And so, as I mentioned, when I say coming soon to SRI.com, it's being posted as we speak and should be available later today. And this report really describes the landscape of online Algebra 1 across these widely implemented online courses. In addition to kind of synthesizing the trends in what we saw across the 6 providers, we include detailed profiles for each of the 6 individual courses, such that a consumer, like a parent or a student or a district interested in purchasing an online course, could go learn more about each course in depth and identify one that may work best for their population. And then lastly, we offer recommendations for the next generation of courseware and implementation models, hopefully feeding back into the development of these courses for these providers and then also the people who use them. And so I thought I'd just quickly highlight some of the key findings from the first stage of our research. It's been a really interesting time to study online Algebra 1, particularly as people who develop course materials are transitioning to the Common Core. There are still a lot of questions out there about what it means to be aligned to the Common Core state standards in Algebra 1, moving beyond just topic coverage of the state standards, but are they following some of the guidelines and recommendations in terms of coherence, rigor, and focus of the standards as well. And so we actually do suggest one way that this can be investigated using course alignment data provided by the course developers. We also found from our review that there is potential to offer more in-system supports for at-risk students. For example, incorporating some of the social psychological gap interventions that can help students improve their confidence and resilience about academic learning. These, in the online medium, there are easy opportunities to build those into the course itself, and that's not something that we've seen done in these online courses as we have seen successful in classroom settings. And then there are also opportunities to improve the accessibility of these courses for all learners. So far, the courses that we reviewed were really in the early stages of implementing some of the universal design for learning principles. And so we really see ways to give more students opportunities to access the material, interact with the material, and report what they know through different modes. And lastly, we really see that there are opportunities to better leverage the system data that's being collected. A lot of times in the process of this research, we found that much of the information we were interested in about what students are doing in the online course system is not captured at all, or not stored in a usable format, or not stored in a way that could be used to feed back into the information students are given. So for example, a way to make the online courses a little bit more adaptive, like a cognitive tutor, to understand what a student seems to be getting and understanding and where they might need some additional support or remediation. And I'll just touch on our next steps for this research. As I mentioned, we're kind of about halfway through this process, and we are collecting quantitative data sets now to actually explore the associations between what students are doing in the online course. Are they using a feature? How frequently are they using a feature? And how does that relate to their success in the course, whether they complete it and with a passing grade? And here, you know, what we'll be doing is using a combination of statistical methods, educational data mining, and learner analytic techniques techniques, and then also meta-analytic techniques to kind of aggregate our findings across these different courses that we're looking at so that we're not focused on just one product and one context. And so we do anticipate a December release of these findings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jessica. Our next panelist is Shanna Smith-Jaggers.
Hello, good morning. I'm Shauna Smith-Jaggers from the Community College Research Center at Teachers College, Columbia University. And the research that I'm going to talk about today was also funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Jessica mentioned earlier that one of the concerns that we have is that the pace of online learning adoption is sort of running ahead of what we know about online learning and what works for students in online courses. And so we've done quite a bit of research in the community college context about online learning, and the study that I wanted to focus on today is something that both the Virginia Community College System, which has 23 community colleges, and the Washington State Community College System, which has 34 community colleges, they were both concerned that when they looked at course outcomes, students seemed to be doing more poorly in online courses than they were in face-to-face courses, but they weren't sure if this was a real thing. Like they thought, well, it might be that the students who are taking our online courses are really just different kinds of students. So we're not sure how to interpret, this thing that we're seeing. So they wanted us to do some more sort of in-depth and sophisticated analysis of their data, which is what I'm going to talk about here. So my first slide just kind of gives you an overview of what we found in the two states, looking across the over 50 colleges, tens of thousands of students, and the hundreds of thousands of courses that all of their students took over about 5-year period. So what we found is that students who are taking online courses in community colleges were more advantaged than students who took an entirely face-to-face curriculum. As you might expect, students who take online courses are different, and they do tend to be older. They're more likely to have dependents. They're more likely to work full-time. These are all things that make a lot of sense. But they also are more likely to be white, to have higher incomes, and to be academically prepared. About 2/3 of community college students are not academically prepared when they come to college. They have to take developmental education courses. So the students who take online courses are much more likely to be academically prepared and also to be fluent in English. The other thing that we found is that after controlling for differences between students who take online and face-to-face courses, I should also mention that most community college students take, if they take online courses, take maybe 1 or 2 a semester. There are very few of them that are taking an entirely online curriculum. But when they do take online courses, they are more likely to withdraw from those courses than they are to withdraw from face-to-face courses. So these are students who have already paid to take the course. They're not going to get a refund, but they withdraw because they feel like they're not going to finish the course successfully. Among those that do finish the course, they also tend to have lower course grades than they would when they take face-to-face courses. Then we wanted to see, well, how does that differ between different types of students? There might be some students who do really well in online courses and other students who struggle a little bit more. So we wanted to sort of see if that gap between the online and face-to-face outcomes was similar across different types of students or if it varied. So what we found is that students who already had a stronger academic background, they did have a little dip when they took online courses, but it was a small dip. Whereas those who had less preparation in their academic background, when they took online courses, they tended to have a larger dip in how well they performed. We also found that performance gaps that already exist in face-to-face courses, so say, for example, the gap between men and women in courses and the gap between white students and ethnic minority students in face-to-face courses, those tend to get wider when students move into online coursework. So to illustrate that last point, I just want to bring up this slide. This is descriptive data from Washington State. The patterns that you see here remain fairly consistent or get even a little bit worse when we add controls for student characteristics. So what we have here are, on the left-hand side, we have the percentage of students who withdraw from a course after they've already paid full tuition. And this is the percentage of students who withdraw from face-to-face courses, and this is the percentage who withdraw from courses that they take online. So you can see that the withdrawal rates tend to be higher in online courses, but you can also see that that varies by ethnicity. So the light blue line at the very top there is Black students. The red line is Hispanic students. And then down at the bottom we have Asian, white, and other students. So you can see that the slope of the line is a little bit steeper for Black students. So the spread in online withdrawal rates is about a 2-point spread in face-to-face courses, and it widens to about almost a 4-point spread in online courses. And then for the students who stay in the course to the end, we have the grade among completers on a 4-point GPA scale. So you can see in face-to-face courses, there's a little bit of a spread between the different ethnicities in terms of how well they do in face-to-face courses, but that spread becomes much wider in online courses. And then the last thing that I wanted to talk about was in STEM fields, because that's what the interest of most of you who are here today. So we were able to look at some fields that had large enrollments. Engineering is not on this list because it has very small enrollments in community colleges, and very, very few of those enrollments are online, so there wasn't really a lot that we could do there. But if you look at the subjects, all subjects, whether they're STEM subjects or any other kind of subject, humanities, social sciences, and so on, overall, there's about a 4-point gap in persistence rates between online and face-to-face courses. So if you take an online course, you're about 4 percentage points less likely to complete it, and that's kind of what we saw on the previous slide. And if you do finish the course, you get about a 1/4 of a grade point worse of a grade if you take the course online than if you take it face-to-face. So then we wanted to just sort of break that out by different fields. So in computer science, it's not really quite as bad. If you're a computer science major, if you take a course online, your chance of persisting in the course is only about 2 percentage points less, and your grade might be less than a 1/4 point difference between the two kinds of courses. Natural sciences, it's not too much different. Mathematics, though, is where we saw the biggest dip. Mathematics and actually also English courses, where students were much less likely to do as well in online courses they were in face-to-face courses in those particular subjects. So that's just a real quick overview of the findings, and we've also done a lot of qualitative research asking students how they feel about online courses, what they like about them and what they don't like about them, and we can talk about some of that later on in the discussion if you like. Thank you.
Our next panelist is Nick Martin.
Yes, that's fine. Either way.
All right. Thank you so much, Ed. I'm just curious, maybe I'll start with a question. How many of you have actually taken an online course? Good number. Okay, great. So I started out as a modern poetry major and then worried that degree was a little too practical. Got a second degree in peace education and human rights. And so today I'm going to tell you a little bit about a story about the organization that I founded called Tech Change, and I hope will be a complement to the previous speakers in that we are delivering and designing online courses. We're coming at it from the practice standpoint, and we're also focused on a very specific niche of the market. We're focused on training international development, humanitarian aid workers, so adult learners. But I'll try where I can to tie as much as possible back to STEM. So several years ago, I found myself back in D.C. Without a job, and decided to team up with a group of fellow nerds who were also passionate about the field of international development and learning, and we decided to take as many online courses as we could. We took everything. I signed up for University of Phoenix. My colleagues signed up for Full Sail. I was enrolled in a nursing program, and the goal was really to understand where was the innovation, what was working, what wasn't, what was the level of the pedagogy, and were there courses in the field that we were passionate about? Were there ways for development workers, people doing and addressing global social challenges, were there ways for them to learn about these critical issues? And ways for them to apply the latest technologies, many of which Megan mentioned in her talk, to address these global social challenges. So we came up with a concept for an organization called Tech Change, to do training and education to address these social challenges focused around technology. And in the last 3 years, we've designed and delivered about 40 online courses for several thousand participants from over 100 countries. And we also, in that effort, decided to build our own learning management system, one that put the aspect of mobile learning first, so that people could learn on the go in low bandwidth environments, so that people could have issues of language addressed. So over the last few years, we have seen quite a few, let's see here. We've worked hard to build our platform, focus on game mechanics and social exchange. I think today what I'd really like to do, Ed, is talk about why people are not staying in these courses. What are the retention issues that we need to address? I think for us, a big piece of that is social learning. The flexibility that learning affords people can also drive people away. And so, and I think video production is a big challenge as well. Video production in a lot of these courses just is not what it needs to be, and so I hope we can talk about that as well. So I think I'll stop there and then answer questions as we go.
Well, great. I have a couple questions for the panel, and then we'll reach out to the larger audience and also those who are online to see if we can't drill deeply more into this concept, MOOC, and also online education. So our opening speaker, Megan Smith, cited Daphne Coller's work and Coursera and the notion of MOOCs. Khan Academy, which is funded also by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation as well as Google and others, has about 6 million unique users globally each month. Jessica Mislevy cited about 3 million students in the K-12 sector participate in online education each year. But I'm really struggling with trying to understand the similarities and differences between MOOCs and online education. I was wondering if the panel could begin, for the benefit of the audience, by discussing the similarities and differences between online education and MOOCs.
Okay, just want to make sure that was on. Everybody can hear me okay? Well, I mean, I think the key to the MOOC is what the meaning of the acronym is, which is Massive Open Online Education. And so the notion of the MOOC is that many, many, many people ought to be able to enroll in this course or participate in this material and sort of use it in their own way, which is, I think, different from your typical online course. Particularly in community colleges, they tend to cap course enrollments at usually around 25 or 35 students. In regional universities, the courses will often be larger, maybe 80 students, but there's still a relatively small student-faculty ratio, and so the instructor is still able to actually connect with individual students if they so desire. Whereas in a MOOC, that is probably an impossibility if you have 200,000 students who are participating in the course. And then people also talk about flipped MOOCs or using MOOC content, but within the context of, say, a regular course where you might access the content at home, then you come into a face-to-face class and talk about it or have some kind of project surrounding it, which is, I think, very different from the notion of what a MOOC writ large or sort of traditional MOOC is.
Yeah, I would say a MOOC is one aspect of online learning, and there are many different types. And I know we do self-paced learning. We do a lot of work with animation, and encourage some of you in the break to see some of our demos. But MOOC is one type, and if you look historically, the first MOOC was not Sebastian Thrun. It was actually a group, George Siemens and a group out of Canada, who had developed kind of a networked connection of blogs based on the theory of connectivism, this notion that knowledge exists in nodes and it just needs to be linked and connected in order to be learned. And so I think what interests me about MOOCs is that they seem to be stuck in a very kind of one-dimensional, one-directional teacher-to-student modality and a series of video lectures accompanied by a discussion board. And in that sense, if we're thinking about learning pedagogy and learning theories, it's a very behaviorist or behaviorism notion of education. Learning is everything that can be proved, and what I'd like to see is more MOOCs that really focus on centering the learning around the learner, constructivist notion of education, where teacher or expert is not so much a teacher but more a facilitator. And I think that's very hard to do at scale. And so I think again, as Megan mentioned, this field is so young, we just don't know where it can go, the potential that it can achieve. But at the same time, if we're just stuck in this one-directional expert sage on a stage imparting wisdom to thousands of people, does that limit us in terms of really realizing that full potential for learners at the social level?
I think one thing that struck me, as Shana pointed out, each of the letters in the MOOC acronym is still kind of up for debate. What does it really mean to be massive? Is that 10,000 or a million? What does it mean to be open? Does that mean anyone can register? Does that mean it has to be free? The debate continues to go on. One thing that struck me as I was thinking about whether a MOOC and online education were synonyms or how they related to one another was that, to me, MOOCs immediately jumped out as a type of online learning or as a type of distance learning more broadly. But then I got kind of hung up on this idea of thinking about the differences between online learning and online education, and the kind of the formal policies and processes and purposes that have the context surrounding the word education versus learning. And I think one thing, I don't know the extent to which it's really been realized in MOOCs, is that there is potential for a lot of informal learning and a lot of social networking, which I don't know that that's fully found its place yet or where it fits in online education. I think there's a lot of potential and overlap, but still kind of things to be figured out about where MOOCs fit in online learning, and even more so in online education specifically, if you think about those formal connotations of the term.
So one last point on this question that I was hoping you guys could puzzle through with me. The notion that the similarities and differences are associated with size and openness, I wonder if you could talk about the earning of credit. So whereas in online education, especially the studies discussed by Shana and also Jessica, I imagine that at the end of the course, I receive credit, whether it's K-12 credit or higher education credit, but that's not always the case for MOOCs. Is that correct? And what do you see as the trends going forward?
Well, it's not the case. Most MOOCs now are not offered for credit, although some universities are saying if you bring us evidence that you've completed the MOOC, we will award you credit, but that's a little bit more of a low-risk approach. It's basically if you want to do this thing for free in your own time and then ask us for credit, then sure, we're going to award it. A higher risk approach, particularly for community college students, is to say, okay, this semester you need to take college level algebra. The MOOC is available. That's how you're going to take the course, because you can't fit into any of the face-to-face courses. Because community college students in general are at risk. Most of them are at risk of not finishing college. Most of them are at risk of dropping out next semester. So if they have a bad experience in a course and they don't do well in it, it's usually not going to be good for their educational future. So I think community colleges in particular, and also regional universities who have many of the same students, are sort of concerned about this risk. If we offer these courses for credit, then students will sign up for them for credit, and if they don't do well, it's a more high-risk proposition than sort of allowing them to do it on their own if they want to for free.
I'll just add that I know that those of you that follow this space know that Georgia Tech and Udacity are collaborating on a MOOC in computer science, a degree that you can take for $6,000. You can get a degree in computer science, and they're trying to move that forward. I know the state of California is working hard on legislation to make accreditation a higher priority. People can get credit for MOOCs. I think we are in for a long and difficult struggle on this front, because universities everywhere are struggling to figure out what this means for their core model, what it means for their revenue, what is the business case, and at the heart of this is the question, is this good learning? And I don't know that we've quite answered that yet in a way that's sufficient. So I know in our own efforts, we've had a tremendously difficult time partnering with universities, and I think that has a lot to do with, a lot of them are very connected to things like Blackboard. They're very adverse to change, and so even if there's a really ambitious, innovative professor or team in a university, the obstacles to get them to actually accredit online learning can be tremendous.
I'll just kind of follow on that point, that I think there's still a lot of concerns or distrust maybe about the quality of the pedagogical approach in MOOCs and the content coverage. And so I think until there maybe are certain standards to compare the MOOCs against, it will be hard to say these MOOCs that teach this subject with this population are accredited and you can get credit within a K-12 setting or in a college setting for them. I think there's just a lot more review and kind of formal procedures that would need to be established before people would feel comfortable granting credit. In some of the few situations that I've kind of heard about in which colleges may accept credit, students would have to, in some of these cases, have to take a test or something else to kind of prove that they've attained the knowledge that they were supposed to in the MOOC, which sounds, is almost like, to me, similar to those other contexts where a student might be able to test out of a course. So, instead of being a MOOC-specific situation, it's kind of one of those situations where if you're able to demonstrate that knowledge attainment, you can earn credit and pass out of a course.
Well, thank you. I think we'd all agree that no learning innovation works equally well for all students unless it's a really bad learning innovation and doesn't work for anyone. So if we think about MOOCs and online education, I wonder if, if there are particular developmental levels, disciplines, or skills that align themselves well with MOOCs and online education and others that poorly align. In other words, to give a case in point, cognitive tutors, which have been a mainstay of education technology for the past couple of decades, have really made incredible headway in math education. But when trying to apply some of the cognitive tutor principles to other disciplines, the results are less flattering, if not outright missing or absent. I wonder, in your own work with online education and MOOCs, if you could say a little bit more about the kinds of subjects and the kinds of students for whom these technologies, at least as they exist today, tend to fit well with, and those that they don't fit as well with.
Well, we've done some qualitative work where we talk to students who've taken online courses at community colleges. And many of the students who take these courses are students who need at least one online course a semester in order to maintain a full-time schedule. So many of them like to take an online course because it allows them the flexibility that they need to take more courses than they could otherwise. I don't think we ran into anybody who wanted to take all their courses online for a variety of reasons, which we could get into later. But the students who I think benefited from the online approach the most were those who were working and who had children and who had sort of very complicated lives. But these are the same, I mentioned earlier that different types of students have narrower or wider gaps when they go into online courses. And the students who have the narrowest gaps are older students. Students who are older than 25, and also women. Women don't have as much of a drop in their outcomes when they go into online courses. So this suggests to me a couple of things. A lot of students who come into community college are not very confident about their ability to be college students. They don't quite know what the right way is to approach learning or being a college student. And because online courses require so much, currently, the way that they're designed, require so much autonomy from students, some students are great at sort of, running with that and saying, this is awesome, I get to approach this the way that I want to do it, I get to do it at the times that I want to do it. And other students are much less confident about their ability to do that, and they're a little lost, they're a little confused, they feel isolated, they don't feel confident reaching out to their teacher. Even if they do reach out to the professor, many of them have sort of a 48-hour turnaround guideline. So, if I reach out to my instructor, I may not hear back for 2 days. So online learning as it's currently designed, I think is best for those students who are self-directed, who are older, who are confident learners, who are very motivated, and they know what they want. It is not very appropriate for students who are not self-confident, who are not autonomous learners. And I think that the problem is that online courses are not not sort of, they're assuming that students are coming in with that confidence and that autonomy. They're not building in mechanisms to help students build those skills and those competencies.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. I would say that most online courses really self-select for people who are highly motivated, self-directed learners, and that is true for all age levels. When we started out offering courses, we thought we would probably end up with mostly grad students or just out of grad school. And what we found is that the average age for our students is about 33, 34. So people who've been out in the workforce for about 10 years, they're distributed around the world, but they can't afford or don't have the ability to go back to grad schools. Online learning affords them that flexibility. But another thing I would add to the mix here, particularly in talking about STEM, is it also self-selects for attention spans. It's very hard to sit at a computer when you have like 25 tabs open and stay focused on your course. And part of the challenge with a lot of the online courses, particularly the MOOCs, is that the video lecture series is 4 20-minute videos of someone sitting there talking at a table, and it's so boring. And so I think in the YouTube era, where we are constantly getting content in 3 to 5 minute bursts, I think online learning has to compete with that. We have to understand the cognition aspects of how people learn and what we're up against, because the social media world is doing it much better than the online learning world right now. It doesn't mean we can't, but that certainly is the case.
I will hands down agree with the importance of students being self-directed learners in online courses, or that there's the assumption that students are self-directed learners as they come to online courses. And for a lot of students, that's really not the kind of educational experience that they've had. If you've been in a traditional classroom, you're used to the teacher saying, this is what we're doing now, you're not working on it, you need to focus back on this, now we're doing this next. And so to kind of be dumped in this online environment, it's kind of a big shift and a change for students, and they have to develop these skills of being self-directed. And as some of my panelists have mentioned, there are opportunities to build that into the course itself, and that's not something that we've seen so far in most of our reviews of online learning technologies. I'll also add to the mix too, there are assumptions about technology skills. Yep. And kind of a resilience to persevere through these technology glitches and issues, which will inevitably come up in online learning and technologies. And talking about the fact that some students don't even know simple things like to try refreshing their browser when the course isn't loading properly, and they'll just kind of give up and fall off task and lose their path. That's something that is important. And then, there's been some mention of MOOCs heavily rely on these video lectures. A lot of the online Algebra 1 courses that we've studied rely very heavily on text. You have to be able to sit there, and it's almost, in some of these cases, similar to an online textbook. There's definitely a trend in the field to move away from that. There is more incorporation of videos, and even more recently, these online manipulatives that give students, virtual manipulatives, a chance to kind of play, to explore the relationships as you drag and drop something here. How does that change the slope? Things like that. And so, I think moving, traditional implementation of these courses does work well for certain kinds of learners who are very self-motivated, who do have that long attention span, who are stronger academically. But there are opportunities to make these courses more accessible, as I mentioned, in following some of the universal design for learning guidelines, so that content is not always presented only in text form or always presented only in video form. You might have the opportunity to be exposed to that same content in multiple modes, and same for reporting your own understanding and knowledge of that information.
So one thing I'd like to add too is I think we've really talked about the notion of autonomy and people's sense of competence and persistence, but something else that is also really important is students' sense of personal connection and being supported and cared for by somebody. Many community college students are not sure that they are college material, and to have somebody that knows who they are and says, yes, I believe that you can do this, is a huge sort of motivational support for many of these students. And so online classes, as they're currently, sort of 25, 30 students in community colleges, there are some instructors who are able to do that online and some who aren't so good at it. They don't quite know. They know how to do it in the classroom. They're not sure how to do that kind of support and care online. But then if you were to multiply the class to 200,000 students, I think that would be particularly problematic for these students, because they may see the teacher and feel like they know the teacher by seeing the lectures, but they know that the teacher doesn't know them. Nobody knows who I am, and nobody really cares about how well I'm doing in this course.
So I have just one last question that I'd like to present to the panel, and then I'd like to open up to the larger audience. This is a Science and Technology Policy Fellowship Group, and we're also in Washington, D.C. So I wonder if the panelists could each think about 2 to 3 policy and practice recommendations they would share with the audience based on the work that they've done and their knowledge of the field.
Well, I guess one thing that comes to mind is this notion of to move away from the one-size-fits-all kind of model of online learning, and to understand that certain approaches and certain supports and policies may work better for certain students or in certain subject areas than others, and really building in kind of this adaptability and flexibility of the courses. For example, ways to personalize the learning for different students, and advocating on-site support that goes along with the support that students are getting through the online courseware or through the online teacher. You know, one thing that stood out in our research is that all of these providers of online Algebra 1 courses are recommending that K-12 students have an on-site mentor that is co-located with them physically to provide additional support that complements the support and interaction that they're getting from the courseware and from their online teacher. So, you know, I think I would encourage people to think not only about the policies and practices in the online environment, but to think about those in-place supports that can help complement the students and really support their success.
I guess my main orientation towards how this relates to policy is that we shouldn't be outpacing the research. So in California, for example, the legislature wanted to pass legislation that would have allowed students to take courses from any online course provider and have colleges accept that credit. And the notion that we should allow community college students and regional public university students to spend regular tuition money on a course that we don't know how well students are going to do in that course as a way to try to avoid bottlenecks in course enrollment, I think is not, you know, a very useful approach. We sort of first need to understand how effective particular courses are before we start rolling them out and making students pay money for them and having that be part of their regular sort of education. So that's, I also completely agree with what Jessica said, but I would just say let's be a little bit more measured in our approach.
Yeah, maybe to start with, building off of what Shauna just said, but a shift for me would be very important, a shift from a competency or from hours in the day, number of hours in the classroom model to a competency-based model. Western Governors University is one that does this, where students can test when they get to the university, and if they pass out of 3 or 4 different levels, they get credit for that. And so I think we're so stuck on this, a graduate degree or a K-12 degree is this many hours in a classroom, and I think we can think more expansively about what it means. How do we demonstrate that the student knows something and then give them credit for it without just making them sit and look and watch something or be part of something for a certain number of hours. So that's one. I hope we can talk more about this in the Q&A, but the potential for data on how we learn at scale is profound for MOOCs. And I think as my panelists here have mentioned, we're just beginning to see this. We're just beginning to try and understand what are the problems students are struggling with, what demographics can potentially be reached through this type of approach. all sorts of things like this. And my stepdad works here at AAAS. He works on science education. He studies why 8th graders get the same test wrong in a standardized test. And I think if we can do that at scale, at the community college level, in a way that we've never been able to do before, that's very exciting. And I'd love to see more policies at the state, local, federal level encouraging that kind of data collection. And then finally, just to again, piggyback off of what you said earlier, Jessica, more courses need to build in objectives around building community and figuring out how to get the social piece right at scale. I think that's something we're really concerned with. I think a lot of students, again, drop out because they're not connected. They don't feel connected to their other learners. So how do we encourage that? We just finished up a course on mHealth, mobile phones for public health, with about 150 doctors, government officials, academics. And in that course, we worked very hard to create links between and among students. So a doctor in Argentina is working with a healthcare worker in Uganda around a data collection solution. And so there, it's not just about teaching technology skills for us, it's about building those relationships so that they can go out and do better work and understand some of the strategies and some of the challenges that they're up against. So that would be my last request.
If I can add kind of one more related to the idea of data collection for students in online courses and online learning experiences. One thing that's been kind of a surprise to the research team as we study these online Algebra 1 courses, when we move into the second phase of our work, which is collecting the student demographics, achievement, and usage logs, it's very difficult to get a handle of who is participating in these online courses. A lot of large-scale commercial providers are essentially selling licenses to schools and districts to implement courses, and other than having some sort of student login to be able to access their platform, they know nothing about the students who are taking their courses. They don't know their demographics, they don't know anything about their prior history or achievement. They're essentially a login in some sort of system. And then you work with schools, and in some cases, their records are kept well about whether or not a student is taking that course online. But in other cases, there's no way in these student information systems to determine whether that course was taken online or face-to-face with a teacher. So as you know, we're trying to get a handle on what's going on in the online learning space. We're trying to figure out what kinds of courses work for what kinds of people and what kinds of conditions. We need to capture more information about who is in them, so we can even begin to formally investigate those types of questions. And you know, I can only speculate that if the problem is this difficult with traditional online Algebra 1 courses that we're studying, when you open the world up to MOOCs and you're talking about hundreds and thousands of people in these courses across the world, they're probably in many instances not very much known about who these people are. And if there's a way we could really capture some of that information and be able to leverage it, that is another recommendation I would make.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we all agree is what is great about online learning is the potential to be able to capture all this information and leverage it. And what we're seeing right now in online courses in community colleges is that, just as Jessica said in K-12, that's not happening. There are a few instructors who teach online courses who have figured out how to crack the system and get some information out of it that they can use to help their students. There's one of the online courses that we observed that seems to be most effective was a woman who taught a chemistry course, and she used the software Mastering Chemistry, and she had was pulling information out of the software about how well her students were doing on various tasks and using that to support them. But most of the faculty have no idea how to do that. It may not even be possible with the software that they're using. There's certainly no easy way for that information to be fed back to them. And even when it is, you know, the Carnegie Mellon's Open Learning Initiative, the statistics course, has a great dashboard for faculty, but they have to figure out how to use it and what it means, which is not completely transparent to them, how to transform that into information that they can use to support individual students. So that's a big area that we really need to be focusing on.
You know, one other thing too that I think we can do as a field or demand as consumers of online learning technologies is to try to take a step back from looking at individual products, which takes a lot of time and resources and energy to say, does this one particular course, this one particular product work for students? That's great to know, but you know, if with new MOOCs and new courses and new providers of online learning coming on board all the time, there's just not the time and energy and capabilities to understand, you know, and investigate every single course. What we did with our approach to looking across courses to try to identify these more generalizable principles is to say, okay, of this landscape of online learning, what are the essential features that help support student success? Let's not say, does this product support student success? Let's not have a horse race comparing product A to product B to product C. But within these contexts, what are the features of these courses, like having a virtual coach or incorporating virtual manipulatives or using discussion boards where students are required to participate? What is it about those features that help support student success? So that if a new product comes on the market tomorrow, you can go, oh great, they incorporate all these things that we know work, and you'll have a leg up and a better understanding of whether that product is likely to be effective and work for your students and your population, even if a whole in-depth case study has not been conducted on that individual product. Can we get to a higher level of features beyond just individual products?
Thank you. Trey?
Okay, so I have two questions from the audience. So I'm going to ask one, get the answers, and then I'll ask the second one. So the first question is, are you, this is probably to all the panelists, so are you actively measuring if students are having fun in their overall enjoyment level, or their overall enjoyment levels in their courses, in addition to measuring pure content mastery? Is that something that you're looking at? So maybe start with Jessica and Shana.
In the context of the specific Algebra 1 study that we're looking at, I don't know that we don't have an instrument that I would call measuring fun, but we are looking at courseware usage data in hopes to at least tap into engagement with the course. Are they clicking through pages, or are they actively interacting with the tools on the page? If they are given a virtual manipulative, are they actually using it, or are they skipping to the next page? So, you know, I think for us, the focus in this particular study is more on students' engagement with the courseware. Are they actively engaged or just kind of passively clicking through things way too fast? I know some of the other work we've done in online learning spaces has had the opportunity to kind of talk to students directly, either through interviews or surveys. So, you know, I would say that's not as much a focus in our current study, and we're really kind of getting through are the features helpful for students? And then I think a next level is really what inspires them and keeps them motivated and engaged to make sure they are having that fun learning experience as well.
So in our large quantitative study, we used student transcripts. So we only had the information that's in a transcript database, which unfortunately doesn't include fun or engagement, which I think is really important. I mean, I think it's a great question. In our qualitative interviews with students, I mean, I think in general, most community college students don't think most of their courses are fun. They think most of their courses are hoops that they have to jump through in order to take the few courses that are actually relevant to what they want to do with their lives. Part of the reason why they don't think they're fun is because you know, they are set up for the most part as being lecture courses, and to be about things that, you know, may or may not be contextualized to the things that the student themselves are interested in. But I think that what we see in online courses is that tendency seems to be exacerbated in online courses, because it's even more difficult to sort of change the culture of teaching and learning when you have this sort of interface between you and the students than if you have the students in the room in front of you. And as I said, some teachers have kind of figured out how to do it, but they're an extreme minority. Most of the online instructors were kind of confused and frustrated by their inability to connect to students.
We take fun really seriously at Tech Change. So we've built out a gamification point-based system for progress through a course. We do a lot with visual maps. Again, coming back to my point earlier, I can't stress this enough. Design, aesthetics, user experience, so important for online learning, and I think that's where a lot of these platforms have missed the boat, and for us that's one of the main reasons why we built our own learning management system, was to really encourage participation, make things fun. I think that's even more important for K-12 learning, and so again, there are some professors that have done this well in massive open online courses within the mediums that they have available to them. There's a great course by University of Pennsylvania on gamification. It's a very popular MOOC, taught by a guy named Kevin Warbach, and he has all kinds of games going on as he's giving his lecture, video lecture, and he like moves the items around in his bookshelf, and people have to figure out which things have moved. So, I think there are little things that are happening in this space that are really exciting. I think the field is also wide open to do a lot more.
And, I will mention that although capturing data on the fun students are having in the online environment is not a direct focus of the Algebra 1 study I'm working on, making sure students are motivated and engaged and having fun in the courses is on the radar of the developers of online courses. And so one thing that we've had an opportunity to do as a part of this study is talk to those curriculum designers and the builders of these platforms to understand what are they doing to engage students and encourage them to participate. And there's some really interesting cutting-edge approaches. For example, one of the courses uses a virtual space where students have avatars, and they can go around and kind of have a virtual tutoring session with their teachers or have conversations with fellow students. So there are new approaches and new things being tried to really increase kind of that fun aspect of the online courses.
Okay, so the second question, and then we'll go over there. So online MOOCs, MOOCs and online education has this implied or implicit promise to be able to broaden access and participation in the educational process. These massive courses with tens of thousands, or just generally online education, it has this promise that you could reach people that we haven't been able to in the past, that traditionally have not been. But Shana, this is specifically to you, but I think the other panelists could answer this, is your data, at least in community college, but I think this is also showing in some of the MOOCs, is that the gap for underrepresented minorities and people of, say, lower socioeconomic standing in their, maintenance of staying in the class and their performance levels widens with online education. So that suggests to me that there's a big problem in using online education and MOOCs and broadening the access and participation in our educational process. So if that's the case, why is it the case, and what do you think the solution is to that, to fulfill that promise?
So I think it's broadening access for some students, students who work and have kids. It's great for them. It doesn't really seem to be broadening access too much for some other groups of students. As I said, the students who are more likely to take online courses are those who are more advantaged. A lot of community college students still don't have up-to-date computers at home and broadband internet access. If they have cell phones, a lot of them don't have cell phones with data plans. They have cell phones with just text and voice. So that's a big barrier to taking online courses in the first place. And then even if they do, they may still be running into the technology issues that Jessica talked about not being sure how to deal with, the technology. In general, I think that when we think about access, we have to pair access with success. If students are being able to access something but they're not succeeding in it, that might be worse than having no access at all, because it just proves to them that they can't do this thing. So if we're going to have access for students, then we need to have mechanisms in place to support their success. And I think that's some of the things that we were talking about earlier, figuring out how to build into online courses ways to support and promote students' competency and ability to be able to be self-directed learners, and ways to actually be able to connect with students and give them personal support and care. If we don't have that, then I don't know that broadening access is really going to do much good in the long run in terms of getting more students to and through college.
And I'll just add, I think if you listen to Salman Khan and his talking about the flipped classroom, he will always say that it's not a classroom replacement. It's meant to be a supplemental. And as Megan said in her talk, it's really meant to provide that individualized, personalized instruction, almost in lieu of homework, that then when the student comes to the school, they're able to exchange, they're able to problem solve, workshop. That's where the support that both of you have talked about comes in. We're really excited about a model in Rwanda where it's called Generation Rwanda, but they have, I think, 40 students this year who will go through a program where they will take MOOCs at night from some of the leading universities in the United States and elsewhere, and then they will come to class every day and do workshops. And so this model, they're hoping to expand to about 40,000 students in the next 5 to 10 years, and the idea being that you really need both. You need that blended learning model to be super successful if you're dealing with learners that are not used to not having that guided support in the classroom. So.
Great. Thank you very much. It's been a very interesting discussion. One of the benefits of online learning is that it doesn't stop at borders, but one of the things that I've been thinking about recently is while we're scaling up in a lot of different countries, which tend to highly regulate education, most nations do, how do our MOOCs and MOOC providers or even online educators thinking about the various different legal regimes that they have to adhere to or at least not violate? And I'm thinking in particular, education is considered a service for trade and for trade negotiations. So as these become a larger portion of the delivery of education, how does that work into the sort of traditional context of our definitions of services for any types of engagements with different nations? And I was particularly struck with the idea that these people may just be logins and we don't know even what country they're coming from, and then that raises the idea of some of the other more national security related laws and regulations, such as deemed exports and various other things, where there are specific individuals that it is illegal to educate in specific fields, or citizens of specific nations, I should say. And I'm wondering how you are thinking about that, or how the industry is thinking about those issues.
I have a couple ideas. Yeah, it is certainly an issue. There are a number of countries where we're thinking about access, thinking about just being able to connect is a barrier, and government regulates that process. We've recently did a big course in Pakistan, and we were amazed to see, though, that the Pakistani students were some of the most active we've ever had. And so even all the barriers that were up against their learning, they were able to surmount those. So I think for us it's about challenging expectations about who wants to learn and how they want to learn. We also recently looked at some online learning in Iran, and it was really interesting to see some of the challenges that how to teach certain subject matter is really important, and sometimes government can come in and look harder. And so I think security becomes a big issue too in a lot of these countries where online learning is very new and digital literacy is low. And again, it's hard to make generalizations around which countries, how and what, but I think there's what we do know is that people are hungry to learn. They're hungry for content. They're hungry for new mediums, and we haven't done, I think, enough to keep up with that.
I apologize if this question's already been asked, but what kind of policies do you think would, when you think about what's going to lead us towards the next generation or next phase in online learning, as particularly here in the United States, what kind of policies are you guys thinking that should be implemented, both federal and state?
Well, we did talk about that a little bit earlier, but one thing that I wanted to mention at that point, which I forgot to, was right now we reward colleges for enrollment. And when we talk about this sort of the cost disease of higher education, it's talked about in terms of enrollment, that one professor per 20 students, if that ratio has, that ratio remains the same, but the professor gets more and more expensive, so therefore tuition gets more and more expensive. And when we sort of cast it in those terms, we're casting it in terms of how many students are in a course. But from a policy perspective, if we're concerned about keeping tuition at reasonable levels and being able to create universities and post-secondary education that's more productive. We shouldn't be thinking in terms of enrollments, we should be thinking in terms of the entire experience of the student, their persistence and their actual completion, and getting through with a credential of value that has value not only in the marketplace, but also to their further education and their growth as an individual and as a citizen. So I really feel like policymakers had this sort of myopic focus on enrollment as opposed to a sense of enrollment as productivity, as opposed to the entire educational experience and what the student is getting out of their credential as productivity. Because we have this focus on enrollment, we're like, oh, great, MOOCs, 200,000 students, so it's like a penny per student. So this is more productive. But it's not more productive if it doesn't encourage more students to stay in college and finish college and move on to have these innovative lives. So one thing that I would just sort of like to make sure that we're introducing into the conversation about policy is how do we try to incent colleges to motivate and inspire students throughout their entire educational career rather than trying to get them to educate students as cheaply as possible. One of the reasons why we spend so much money on education that is wasted is because students drop out. So how can we keep them in school and have that taxpayer money not be wasted and that tuition and that financial aid money not be wasted? So anyway, that's actually more of a philosophical approach to thinking about policy than an actual policy prescription, but I wanted to mention it.
Okay, I have some questions coming in online. There are actually quite a few, so I'm going to try to pick from them, and then I'll give you guys the others if we don't get to them, and you can answer at your ability level. So one person said that Megan pointed out that problem-based learning might be an effective approach to learning. Are there any MOOCs that have that mode of learning? And they are emailing from the National Science Foundation. They said they're discussing crowdsourcing some science questions, but have yet to define an educational context for these questions. Are there MOOCs that are looking for collaborations that can add education as a part of addressing important science problems? So again, going back to the problem-based notions, do you guys know of anything like that? And do you know, would that be better for certain students? We know that certain students do better when they have, especially in engineering, I know that students do better with problem-based education. So your thoughts?
Having taken a bunch of MOOCs, I do know that there are some that do problem solving. Generally the model is video lecture, quiz, discussion forum. That's pretty standard across a number of them. But Stanford Innovation Labs is experimenting with a group feature, and they do collaborative assignments and exercises that are more geared not just towards problem solving, but problem solving in groups. They did a course on design thinking recently that I'm in. You know, it's not there yet, but I can see the potential for getting beyond just the quiz thing, because I think multiple choice is very limiting. For some technical subjects, it works great. I think it's not a coincidence that some of the leading innovation in online learning started with computer science and more technical degrees. But I think for us to really get into some of the softer skills, some of the humanities, social sciences, I think we'll need to find new ways of assessment and new ways of collaboration that we just currently aren't seeing.
Yeah, I think that's a big challenge, is the assessment challenge. Because
Sure.
right now, most online courses and a lot of MOOCs are really focusing assessment on, multiple choice
Sure.
exams and quizzes, which is not the best way to measure learning. And we know that students can do well on a quiz or on a test without understanding the underlying concepts in physics, for example. And so they're not going to do well when they move on to a course that requires them to actually understand the concepts rather than just memorize and spit back procedures. So we need to figure out a way to have more authentic, meaningful assessment in these courses.
I do know, to build off that point, Shauna, that Coursera has peer assessment framework built into some of their courses where they have students do a writing assignment or some kind of project, and then those projects or writing assignments are graded by peers, and there's a rubric for that grading, and it's a pretty fascinating social experiment. I think tough to say how well it's worked, but I think some have argued that this is the only way we can really grade at scale, because it's impossible for one professor to grade 200,000 papers. So sounds like a nightmare to me. But I think as people get used to the process of online learning, as we all build this sort of digital literacy, this skill, I think we'll see better assessments and better ways to use the collaborative classroom as a means to get to those assessments.
And I don't know that I can speak to MOOCs specifically, but in some of the online Algebra 1 courses that we're seeing, teachers are building ways to incorporate project-based learning, group activities, and even discussion-based assessments into these courses. But what I find interesting is that it's typically not through tools that are embedded within the courseware itself, but they're supplemental tools that are used outside of the learning management system. For example, like an Adobe Connect session where teachers will have students work together on a project, or tools also seeing the use of phone-based assessments where the teacher will actually conduct an assessment with the student over the phone. And so again, these are not things that are necessarily built into the courseware itself, and I think would be very challenging to incorporate into MOOCs if you're talking about the teacher conducting a phone-based assessment with every student in the course. That's not something you can necessarily do at scale, but I think maybe some of these techniques that we're seeing that have students and teachers interact in these more traditional online courses could be incorporated with peer-to-peer interaction in the MOOCs, where you have opportunities to form like smaller social networks and groups and incorporate some of your project-based learning and assessment tools that way.
On this topic, just quickly, some of the stuff that's coming out in this area tend to not come from the lecture direction, but they're coming from the lab. And so one of the ones that's quite big now is called, there's a class at MIT called How to Make Almost Anything, and it's super popular. And so it spawned a Fab Lab movement, like in the Maker movement. So there's more than 200 Fab Labs around the world, from Afghanistan to Detroit. They're physical spaces you go to, and so the curriculum, they'll often teach a particular set of how to make this or whatever it's going to be, Arduino, et cetera. And so it is a MOOC in a way, but it has a physical space where the students gather, and you're starting to see a movement across the world, not only with Fab Labs and Tech Shop, et cetera, but also Boston Public Library, and I know we have a library out west, that's starting to have 3D printers and Fab Labs. Some of the ideas of post offices and common space that became, there's one in Detroit in the Eastern Market area. So you can see the community colleges and the lab spaces, as we need less lecture hall and more gathering places, they'll flip into places for project-based interaction. Fab Lab Network's a good example.
The other thing I want to add is I'm one of the panelists on the next section on portable devices. The one piece I wanted to add is I've been teaching electrical engineering at Morgan State, which is a historically black college, for the past 20 years. In the last 3 years, we've been trying to teach electrical engineering online, and people kept wondering, how can you teach electrical engineering online? How are you going to do the labs? So we have some new technology that we have developed through funding from the National Science Foundation, and we've seen that maybe in the future we can have these portable lab devices that allow students to work together from different locations. I've done that being in the US, and also I've done that in Africa. And one thing that I've noticed is that when I offer my classes online, I have my regular lecture class and I have my lab class online. The question is, how do you make it fun? How do you make it engaging? One thing that I've noticed that students don't want to look through the lecture videos. They don't want to do that. So what I've done is I've done the labs first. So we have these portable devices that we give to the students. Once we get them hooked on the lab and they can do something, then they will be more willing to sit down and look at the lectures and then go back and work together. So what we're trying to do now is we have a proposal that we think should be funded soon with NSF, where we're going to look at, the other issue is, I saw your data on white students versus minority students and the gap in engagement. The question is it lack of preparation or is it lack of engagement? And me working with minority students for the past 20 years, what I've noticed is that even among minority students, there's a big gap. And I think that the solution might be if we did this problem-based learning or hands-on learning, we can get the students hooked, it's going to be fun, and then they'll be more willing to work with that. And I've had a lot of experience. I'm going to share that in the next session. But I also have good success with working even with middle school kids and minorities kids from inner city schools. If you get them engaged, they'll be more willing to look at the material and work harder to learn the material. So I think that the piece is the fun part, and it's hard to do in a MOOC. But if we incorporate these types, like what Megan said about hands-on learning, problem-based learning, maybe students will be more willing to look at these online courses and become more successful in taking those online courses.
So one of the Gates Foundation grantees, who's a colleague of Shana, is a professor named Ryan Baker. And he studies engagement by looking at the log files that are generated when users are engaged with digital technologies. The way that he measures this is by measuring on and off task behavior, which might not seem like something very interesting at first glance, but is very profound when you start thinking of extraordinarily large numbers of students. So the idea here is that Ryan and his team collect field notes. They use that information to make determinations about the log files that are being generated, not just by, say, cognitive tutors, but the funding that we provided them is to look across a broad spectrum of education technologies. The results that come back are almost in real time, and they're almost as good as human observers. So where the real savings in is the idea of scale. So imagine if you were a teacher of a massively, of a MOOC, and you have 200,000 students. Imagine if you received a report each day that gave the percentage of students who are on task. So you're not necessarily using the modalities in the face-to-face world of show of hands and cold calls and so forth, but rather you're able to use this very lightweight, unobtrusive, reliable measure to get an understanding of at least the extent to which kids are on task versus off task. We at the Foundation see this as something that is a scalable solution that won't solve all problems, but will go a long way to helping teachers, if they do notice a problem, get kids back on track.
Okay, I have a couple questions still remaining online. One is specifically for Shanna. Do you think the ways of assigning grades in the face-to-face and online courses are equivalent? Could there potentially be a greater subjective component in face-to-face? In other words, is it easier to assign a lower grade when you don't have to see the student?
It might be, but you know, I think that could speak to the sort of the larger issue of the students in face-to-face courses having closer interactions with their instructors than they do in online courses. When we talk to instructors who teach online and face-to-face courses, they think that they're grading fairly similarly. I mean, it's hard to know. I think that in general, instructors are a little bit more likely to give students a break when they know the student and know that they're working hard. And so they may be more likely to see evidence of a student working hard in a face-to-face course where they actually see the student. In the online course, they don't know that the student is working hard, except for in the basis of, you know, the work that's turned in, and then if the student happens to email them, you know, and sort of explain, you know, my mom's in the hospital and I've been doing this work every night, but I'm still not quite there yet. Can I have another 2 days? So I imagine that there probably is some differential there. But I don't think it's a large enough differential to be driving the results that we're seeing. So.
Well, and I guess one comment that I think is related is that, you know, one thing we found in this online Algebra 1 study is there are opportunities to give students more chances to show you what they know in their course. A lot of the assessments are still based on these multiple choice tests, potentially some discussion board threads, and you know, that might work very well for certain types of learners who report their knowledge or express their knowledge in that way. but we're just starting to see the incorporation of students being able to upload a drawing that they created to show that they understand the relationship between X and Y, or to do an audio recording of their explanation of something and load that into the course and have the teacher grade that. So, you know, I wonder, with the modalities and the opportunities that students have to report what they know, certain students may work very well in those conditions, and other students might have different opportunities to express their knowledge if they had multiple modes to express them.
Well, yeah, sure. We had talked a little bit about how students are less likely to complete online courses, and how there's a even greater disparity between people with various risk factors, and talked about some of the reasons. But don't we have data on that to tell us why they're not completing it? Because if, for example, you know, students with various at-risk factors aren't completing them because they have lousy computers and they're more likely to have crappy computer connections, that would be really good news, because that's completely solvable. Whereas if they're not completing them for other reasons, maybe it's trickier to tackle. So do we know that, or, you know, have there been surveys taken of why they didn't finish?
My understanding is that it really is a diversity of reasons, and it depends on the course, depends on so many factors. But again, I would just come back to, you know, that social piece is a big one. If the incentives are so low to engage with these courses, if it's easy just to write your email in to a massive open online course and suddenly be enrolled, then it's just as easy to drop out. And one of the things that we've tracked over time is the number of students who pay for our courses versus who don't pay. And what's amazing is that almost entirely the students who have paid something, and again, our courses are not that expensive, but if they've paid something, they are much more likely to stay engaged over the 4-week duration of our course than if they haven't. And so I think there are a lot of factors. I think that, so if we could get really good about the pedagogy and design these courses in a way that's engaging and fun and social, I think we would still see a dropout because maybe they're free, or because it's just so easy to sign up, and it's just as easy to drop out. So I don't know, those are my thoughts. But
I know at least one of the course providers that we're working with does do sort of an exit survey for students who withdraw from the course, and they have a list of reasons and opportunities to explain why they withdrew for the course. But, you know, in talking to the providers of the online course, we learned that there are kind of some missing data issues and biases in the reports of those data, because there are also a lot of what they, I think, term administrative withdrawals, where this teacher has attempted to connect with the student, figure out what's going on, and the student has just been completely disengaged from the course. They've disappeared from the online environment, and the teacher has to produce an administrative withdrawal. So there are some data available in certain circumstances to understand why a student might be withdrawing from the course, and I think that might be swayed towards the students who are experiencing something like, let's say, a health issue. And so they want to complete the course, they were engaged with it, and then they're having a problem. Or like, my technology is not sufficient and my computer keeps breaking and I've withdrawn. But I think there are just a lot of students who kind of disappear from these environments, and there's not clean data or any information on what exactly happened, or any self-reports available at least.
And they're not likely to take surveys if they've disappeared.
Exactly. If you're disengaged, that's, yeah, we lost them.
I have a question that's getting back to the STEM environment. And we know that in terms of broadening participation, that the chilly climate in the classroom can actually create the discrepancies in terms of participation in science and engineering. So if you take a MOOC and you're anonymous and the teacher doesn't know, you know, the color of your skin or your gender, it could be like actually improve the performance in STEM courses in theory, I guess. So that's one question, is does this have a potential to remove implicit bias that professors have? So the relationship between a professor and a student is usually good, but can also be bad in some situations. And the second part of my question is, when you sign up for a MOOC or for an online course, do you answer demographic data questions? Because if it's been shown, like if you're asked, you know, the issue of stereotype threat, if you have to answer that you're a minority or you're female, it actually causes you, if you have to answer that question right before, say, you take a test, it causes you to perform worse than if you're not asked to, if that part of you is not triggered in your brain. So I was wondering if the students enrolled in these courses, are they asked demographic information, and would that play any role in stereotype threat?
So let me talk about the issue of potential bias first. I think it could remove some types of bias, but there might still be bias in the way that the course material is designed and presented. Beyond that, in community college courses particularly, there's a lot of value in contextualizing the material and the assignments to the students' own lives and backgrounds, and validating their background and saying your background, brings important, valuable experiences to the table. One of the concerns, I was reading an Inside Higher Ed article a couple of days ago, and I think it was San Jose State. It was a college that decided that they didn't want to use a course on ethics from, I think, Harvard, because the course was really designed for Harvard students and the kind of ethical issues that they face and their sort of position in society as being sort of privileged. And they said, we don't really think that it's appropriate for our diverse students, many of whom are first generation, to be receiving this view of ethics for themselves and their backgrounds and where they're coming from. So, I think it's kind of a double-edged sword. You have to be aware that you could be creating bias in the way that you are presenting things by not knowing who is out there. Mm-hmm. In terms of our studies, the students were not asked demographic questions in our study. They're asked the demographic question when they first enroll, when they fill out their paperwork and so on, and that's just in the administrative database. But I don't know about.
Yeah, as far as I know, students in some cases, as they signed up with an online course provider, just kind of generally completing an application, may have self-reported some demographic data. In a lot of the cases, sort of the circumstance I alluded to where students may just be kind of a login in some of these systems, the online course provider has partnered with, let's say, a district to create a certain number of licenses in the system for those students. And in those cases, the district has demographic information on the students, and that usually doesn't actually get fed into the online learning management system. And so, I think although most of the LMS providers that we've talked to have sort of spots and fields in their data set for these demographics or information about the system, the students, they're empty in most of those cases. And so, short of self-report data here or there, I would say largely that demographic information resides with the districts.
And then to your question about is it better to be anonymous online, does that actually encourage teacher-student interaction? I think it certainly can, and we've seen examples certainly in countries where identity, the content of the course is a threat to someone's survival, that it can open up potentials, and that teachers may be more willing to accommodate different learners without knowing who they are. But I would certainly caution folks. I think if anybody who's ever looked at the YouTube comments on a video, being anonymous on the internet is not always a good thing. I think people hide behind anonymity, and that can also lead to a lot of vitriol, a lot of people being, mean-spirited, and so it can go too far. And I think we see this in some MOOCs. There's a lot of trolls and spammers, people who just go on there and write stuff and it doesn't make any sense, and sometimes it's just meant to get a rise out of others. And so I think we need to figure that out. I like to give the example too, though, with our courses with gathering health data. There is a big move to gather data over phone instead of over paper. And so thinking about the differences between the two, if you're in front of a person, it can sometimes be very powerful to connect with them individually. You might get more data, but they might not be willing to tell you that they have this disease or this is uncomfortable for them. But if you're doing it over the phone, that anonymity opens up a lot of possibility. So again, I think a lot of pros and cons to both approaches. Thanks.
I think we have time for one last question.
Okay, so here's one from online. This is directed towards Jessica. You said that there are ways to build skills for self-directed learning. Can you explain how a MOOC might do this?
I think, you know, some of the things that can be built into online courses to help support self-directed learning are sort of the pacing guides available for students, making it clear where they should be when, and kind of pointing it out to them whether or not they're on track. These early warning systems, both for teachers and students, often may show up in the form of a dashboard in these courses. When the student kind of logs in, there might be some color coding of, great, we're in the green area, you're where you're supposed to be, you're on track, you're working on what you're supposed to be doing, or are you reaching the yellow? Are you moving a little slow compared to the pace that was supposed to be set up? Or, you know, what is your grade going to be at the end of this course based on your current performance? Kind of some foreshadowing of whether or not they're where they need to be. You know, I think some of the policies that the course providers we've worked with or recommendations they've made kind of almost set up sort of these contracts with students to say, okay, this is going to require working on this course 2 hours a day. Which 2 hours are you going to work on this today? And, you know, we're going to have your teacher check in with you on Friday to make sure that this has been done X, Y, Z. And so those kind of scaffolds and supports, I think, are things that can be more routinized and more formalized within the courseware itself, in addition to having those mentors or teachers, those individuals support those aspects.
Well, thank you. I think this concludes our first panel on MOOCs and also online education. Right now, we're scheduled for a short break and slated to return at 20 of noon. Hey, how you doing? Long time no see. I did notice you stand up and ask any really tough questions.
Yeah, it was good. Thank you very much. I really appreciated it. It was very good.
You don't need me for this, right? Because I was going to
No, for 10 minutes I don't need you. I mean, I can sync that up or get Heather to do it. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna just open them up and then I know we're there. And then it's just easy. I mean, you just like a normal. Yeah, they'll just all be open, so you can just click the little. You know, this is a window, so I'm not. Oh, there it is. So I will figure out where they are first of all. I should. Oh, here, wait. May I take it? There they are. So we're portable technology. Okay.
We only have 3. Okay.
Oh, yeah, looks like it. So actually only 2, yeah. So I'll open all these up. I mean, we have an intro slides. No, I think I got this, actually.
Only 2? Okay.
Yeah. So we only have 2 for the portable technologies? I'm sorry. Portable technology?
Yes. So whatever I have in there. So I do need to transfer something for another panel. So this should go up anytime someone's not speaking, or not using slides. Okay, I think that's all you need.
Now, is this only one slide, or are there more?
There are more, but just use this.
Okay, you don't automatically cycle it.
No, you can. I mean, it has just a little definition.
All right. Who's going to do it?
I think that Trey may do an introduction.
So we don't start here. We start down there, or we start up here?
That's a good question for Trey. Yeah, it's time. It's time. Yeah, you can start up here. So I put everybody in the order, obviously. You've got water. Hopefully you'll be all set.
Okay.
Let me go ask Trey exactly how he wants to start it.
Okay.
I love how we all brought our little notebooks to take our notes.
Okay. Sure.
Not as good as it used to
But you'll go through those slides or whatever, right? Or not? Or do you want me to go through those slides? No, the ones that are the generic slides that say portable technology.
No, they automatically go through. You mean these slides?
Yes. What are you doing? Well, there was some. This is specific.
Supposed to be on the panel. I'm on the panel.
Wasn't the doing the same kind of. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's right here.
Yes. Yes. Oh, that's been a while.
Right. How do you know it's worth it? Should be here, so now it's part of that.
All right.
Do you want that one to stay? Yeah.
Okay, welcome back. Seems like we had a little attrition today. But welcome back to the second of our panels today. This panel is on portable technologies and mobile computing, and we're honored to have a number of very experienced individuals in the field. This panel will be moderated by our own Bob Hirschon from AAAS. And so without further ado, I'll let him lead.
All right. Thanks for coming. I do work here at AAAS, so thanks for coming and visiting us here in our home. And we're going to do this a little bit differently this time. We are going to pose questions to each of the panelists, and they'll have 3 minutes to answer them. And then that'll give you guys time to think of the questions that you want to ask. But then after they answer those questions, we are going to pose questions to each other. So everybody gets to pose one question to another panel member. And I am moderator, but before I was moderator, I was a panelist, so I still consider myself sort of a panelist too. So I'm a potterator. And so I'll be speaking to some of the things that I work on as well. So, and also our listeners at home, I know we're being web streamed and being seen in various other forms aside from the folks just in this room. So please send us questions. We want this to be an interactive discussion and not just lots of, not just presenting. So so first off, I just wanted to introduce who we have here. And I hope I have the pronunciations correct. Jakob Astaki.
Correct.
Right, Associate Chair for Undergraduate Studies in Electrical and Computer Engineering Department at Morgan State University. Pablo DeStefanis, Senior Director for IT at Counterpart International. Matthew Kahm, Senior Technology Strategist for Education at American Institutes for Research. And Wayan Voda, Communications Manager for Development Gateway. And I'm just going to, because people aren't doing presentations, I'm going to say a little bit about what each does just before I pose them a question. So we're going to start with Jakob. He teaches courses in both analog and digital electronic circuit design and instrumentation with a focus on wireless communications. So he's not just using wireless technologies, he's creating them. He is the winner of the 2013 National Outstanding Teaching Award given by the American Society for Engineering Education. He also runs several exciting summer camps geared toward middle school, high school, and community college students interested in pursuing STEM and STEM careers. And the first question for you is, what data exists about the use of mobile technologies by underrepresented groups for educational purposes? What do we know? Are mobile technologies being used, and are they effective?
Thank you for the introduction. My experience with using mobile technologies at our university is that when I started teaching my classes as an online version of a class, one of the issues that we noticed is that students wanted to have access to our lecture notes at any time. And so what we started is we started recording the lectures. And one thing that I've noticed is that students can actually have the capacity now to download the lecture notes after they're done, and they can watch them at any time, and they can come back to your office using mobile devices. And instead of saying, what was that thing you wrote on the right side of the board, they can actually get to the lecture, pinpoint to the exact question where they want to ask, and it has created a system where now students don't spend too much time copying lectures from the board, but actually spend more time engaging with the instructor. So one thing that I used to do is that I used to spend a lot of time teaching the old way, which is copying on the board, students copying it down, then erasing it, going all over again. And instead of wasting that time using these mobile tools now, what I've done is I've started giving the lectures outside of the classroom, and then I flip my classroom so that when students come in now, they have access to all the content. And the nice thing is in the old days, they had to carry a laptop, and now with a smartphone or any tablet, you have access to all the information. So what we do now is we do more hands-on things in the classroom. So this tool has opened up the relationship between the instructor and the students. It makes it for a more engaging class. So what I do now is I give the content outside. They can access it from anywhere, anytime. And when they come to the classroom, we have a more interactive and engaging system. So I think personally, these mobile technologies are really helping the students. Definitely, yeah.
And anything in particular for underrepresented groups as opposed to the groups at large?
Well, the problem with me is I only work with underrepresented groups. So being at a historically black college, all 90% of our students are underrepresented students. Okay. So my experience has been that it works well with them. And then I also do a lot of work in Africa, where I also teach some classes online and face-to-face when I travel to Ethiopia. And also in those locations, although they don't have access to the internet, they have a lot of access to wireless phones. And those students also have that's the same impact that I've seen, that these mobile devices are really changing the way students get the information. Mm-hmm. So students who don't have access to the internet can actually download the lecture notes on their phone, although the system is not as fast as the internet, but at least they can get access to it, and then it changed the way you interact with them.
Okay, well, great, thank you. Yeah. And our next panelist, Pablo De Stefanis, is an expert in ICT for development. He's currently director for IT at Counterpart International. That's a global development organization that's worked on capacity building in 65 different countries. There and at RTI International, which is where he worked previously, his focus has been on solutions for healthcare, education, and governance, with an emphasis on the use of mobile and open source technologies in projects in Latin America and in Africa. And my question for you is, how have these technologies been used, or how can you envision them being used to broaden access to STEM education in developing countries? And it's a two-part question. Have research studies been done on the impact of these technologies in developing countries, and what do the data look like?
Thank you, Bob. Could answer first, mainly the first part of the question. There have been an increase in the availability of content, right, both in developing and undeveloped countries. And what these devices have done, it's allowed this content to reach a lot of people, right, and not only in the traditional way we know it, which, you know, if you think about it, will be having all the lectures, for example, in a tablet. But in most of the places where I work, I mean, tablets are not a reality, except for very limited development projects in which you can have, you know, a few tablets and use them. But in given a two-way interaction with the, let's say, ministries, authorities, project implementers, even schools, right? And not only in the classical sense of providing the content to the students, but in also creating a link between schools and teachers, for example. Those things can also improve the quality of education, not only by providing raw material, providing lectures, but also by providing, for example, information on teacher attendance, right, or student attendance, and getting not only pupils, but actually parents and teachers more involved in the education, right? Something else that they're allowing, it's providing a lot of data points about how this material is being used, right? This is a global tendency. And we see that, you know, in the likes of Google, Facebook, every company, it's paying a lot of attention on what everyone is doing. And slowly, development projects are learning to do that. How are beneficiaries using this information? How are they accessing the information? How often, if this is, for example, only a SMS-based intervention, how often do they respond? How do they respond? Is there a back and forth dialogue, right? And having that, having all those data points, what enables us is to start adapting the way we teach, right, and doing it a bit more customized to students, right? I don't think this applies exclusively to STEM, right, but it applies to pretty much all the learning and all the teaching. So when we have additional content, when we can do a closer follow-up of how the students are using this content, or how the students are even using the systems that we set in place, we can adapt this. We can, you know, work harder with kids that need more attention, and trying to give the room that high achievers need, right, and avoid bounding them to the rest of the class, for example.
Mm-hmm. And as a follow-up, you know, this isn't really new technology anymore, that we're starting to move into almost a second generation of using some of these mobile technologies in education. Are there things that we've learned from sort of our first forays into this, especially in developing countries, and are there new things that we're doing now that, you know, based on what we've learned?
In my experience, it's been more about the project implementation rather than particular technologies, right? We have learned that the way we think about technologies needs to be very local. We cannot just come with an idea that works perfectly in Metro DC and take it to you know, some rural area in a developing country and expect that it will work in the same way, right? We know, well, actually, probably we knew this for a long time, but after a few half successes, we learned that we need to think about not just a software or a piece of hardware, but a whole ecosystem for technology in a given project.
That's interesting. So it's funny because when you think of mobile technologies and some of the promise of this, you think, oh, this is a way that we can take one thing and serve it up all over the world. And now you're saying, well, you know what? Really, you have to go the other direction.
I'm an optimistic, but at the same time, you need that sense of reality and realizing that it doesn't port that simply. You really need to foster and take into consideration the local environment.
Great. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next panelist, Matthew Kalm, is Senior Technology Strategist for Education at American Institutes for Research. And before that, he was Assistant Professor of Human-Computer Interaction at Carnegie Mellon University. He has managed a team with more than 100 members over a period of 10 years to design, implement, and pilot test mobile learning games with rural and urban slum populations in India and in China. And they expanded this work to include adult literacy in Afghanistan and remote communities in Papua New Guinea. He was selected by UNESCO to author a case study on mobile phones for women and girls literacy, which is expected to appear by the end of this year. And a question for you is, what are the important factors to consider when you're designing an intervention based on a mobile platform?
Okay, thank you, Bob. So I think in answering that question, maybe I'll be on what Pablo has just said, because Pablo really made a very eloquent case that when we talk about mobile technologies or whatever kind of educational technologies we are talking about, it is not so much a technology by itself that is important, but really the broader social ecosystem, the social context where it is part of, embedded inside. And all these project implementation details are those very important details that actually affect the so-called success of any intervention around an educational technology. So in the case of mobiles, so in my experience, having worked on this for 10 years, I think we need to go back to, what are some of the peculiar characteristics about mobile technology. And of course, being mobile really means that, for example, if we are thinking about learners, say children in the urban slums or in villages in India that I've worked with, and these children having phones that they can bring with them from one location to another, it is really this mobility and portability that in some sense is something that project managers and so-called implementers actually have to think about, because learners can bring this technology from them, say from the school back to the home, to other settings such as after-school programs, and the kinds of social dynamics that you actually see in each of these different settings would actually affect the ways in which the technology gets adopted and used in very different ways. So just to bring some concrete examples out, so for example, if children were actually using, say, mobile phones in an environment that is highly controlled, like an after-school program, where you have facilitators who are supervising their use of technology in a way that is educationally sanctioned, well, of course, you're going to see pretty good results. But what if you have kids bring the technology back home and we want them to learn using the technology? Do they still continue to use that in a way that is educational, even though you might have less adult supervision from, say, facilitators or parents? And in our research, we actually seen that, some of this actually happens. I mean, in the sense that we've tracked how much the kids were actually using the phones for, and our usage tracking actually indicated that on average, given all these electricity constraints, because you don't have good electricity in the villages, well, kids were still interested enough in the mobile games that we designed for English literacy learning to be covering about 3 new vocabulary words per week on average. So that's actually pretty good, because if you extrapolate this over one entire year, so that actually works out to about 1/3 of the vocabulary needs that children should actually be learning. Well, if they are in an ideal environment with great school infrastructure, great, well-prepared teachers, say in an industrialized countries, I mean, that's the amount of vocabulary that they need to acquire to be effective readers. Okay, so that's nice. But if you look at other kinds of environments, for example, when they are, say, trying to use that at home, okay, so that's how much they can cover in terms of learning. But there are also some social factors at work. For example, if we look at gender, for example, okay, so we find that there tends to be more parental support, at least in rural Indian homes, for boys to actually have more access to educational resources than the girls, because girls usually get the leftovers. And we see that this transfers also to the use of technology for learning, to the extent that parents sometimes give implicit approval for their sons to monopolize the technology, so that the daughters usually don't get as much time with the technology as they need to have. So these are the kinds of implications that tell us if we have to design an intervention, we need to think about some of these social factors. How do we incorporate mobile learning programs, for example, within programs that also have other elements such as gender sensitization and all these things about building awareness with communities so that they realize that it's important to give equal opportunities both to their daughters and their sons. And I'll stop here for now.
Okay, well, just as a follow-up, I mean, that is fascinating. And you deal with some of the more difficult populations, and in almost right down the line, almost every issue you can imagine, whether it's gender biases, whether it's technology literacy, whether it's literacy just in general, are there lessons that you've learned from working with these populations that would be relevant to work here in the United States on similar issues?
Well, I think that's a very interesting question. Okay, if I have to think about this, I would just say that I think, it's kind of interesting because there's one issue that seems to crop up both in the United States and here, depending on which educational context you're talking about. And that's really the lessons that we learn when we try to bring our research from home environments and after-school programs into school environments to do subsequent pilot studies. Mm-hmm. Because one of those kinds of things that keep coming up is this issue about credentialism. Okay, and what I mean by credentialism is that, well, in my experience, it has been much easier to get mobile learning programs off the ground in informal learning environments like after-school programs or the home. If you try to do that in a school setting, it becomes much more difficult. I mean, teachers and school administrators sometimes inadvertently act as gatekeepers to the technology because they have other priorities that they are really concerned about, like having to complete the official curriculum, for example, to make sure that their students are well prepared for standardized tests at the end of the year. So this is something that we have seen not only in the United States, but also, say, in the so-called the schools in India that view themselves as being accountable. Because when they view themselves as accountable, what they really mean by accountability is I have to make sure my students get good grades on exams. Yeah, and so that actually affects the use of technology because if the technology doesn't seem to be addressing this need in terms of improving test scores, it gets marginalized in some sense.
Okay, well, thank you. And, I should have mentioned earlier, if you have slides, feel free to use those as well. I know some of the panelists did bring slides to illustrate some of the things they were discussing. Our next panelist is Wayan Vota. He's an expert on the use of technology in development. He works at Development Gateway, which is a nonprofit organization that delivers information solutions to the people on the front lines of international development work. And he's the co-founder of the Technology Salon and the Educational Technology Debate, among other endeavors. And until July, he was also an advisor to the World Bank on ICT in education. And my question for you, Wayan, is what are some of the challenges of deploying educational technologies in the developing world? For example, I know it's a big question, bandwidth, literacy, language, culture, getting contributions and input from the local populations and that sort of thing. And so can you sort of run down some of the biggest of those and what you found?
How many hours do I have?
Yeah, 6 or 7.
Where do I start? I think I know several people in the room I've worked with before, and I think you could start with the big obvious ones: electricity, access to the tools, to the technology itself. In fact, Brianne on Twitter asked, how can we be sure not to make assumptions about the access that people have to technology? And I think to me the biggest challenge always really starts at access to begin with, right? Do they have access to it? Oftentimes, though, we make the assumption that they don't, whoever they is. And you'd be surprised at how many times and how many ways people find access to technology. One of my favorite examples, I was in rural Mali, Timbuktu, maybe you've heard of it. Probably some of you can find it on a map. It's pretty far out there. And people were walking by with mobile phones. And I knew there wasn't necessarily electricity in the village I was in. It was beyond Timbuktu. And so I asked, so how do you recharge the phones? Like, do you plug them into the truck and drive around for a while or something? He said, oh, no. The phone charger guy, 3 huts down on the left. And you go in, and he has a battery that he actually trades out with the long distance trucker, so the battery's always fresh. And you can charge your phones for a few cents. He'll charge your phone, right? So here in a village that has no electricity, boom, they're charging phones. A little bit later, actually, it was interesting, we did a project in that same village where we had internet-enabled radio stations. So we had radio stations in the middle of nowhere. We put computers there. We connected to the internet through the satellite dish back in the day. And this was in 2006. So the radio station now had the technology there. And you would think, wow, you know, the people in the village just must be amazed that the radio station now has this great information. And there's no way that they would understand how the information gets there. I mean, try to explain the internet to your parents, right? Oh, it's tubes, digits. Yeah, they don't get it. Kids in the village, oh yeah, so the radio station has internet. That's great. Yeah, we're emailing our brothers in Paris. Okay. So I think one of the challenges that we often think of is they don't have access. And the reality is oftentimes technology is a lot more pervasive than you expect. And people are a lot more creative than you often give them credit for. So I think one of the major challenges that we don't think about that's actually really, really there is the challenge, to a point that Matthew was making, the challenge of adoption, and not necessarily adoption by who you want, the youth, oftentimes in the education setting, but the adoption by the gatekeepers, the administrators, the teachers. A great example is, please tell me a school that has a sign that says, yes, use your mobile phone in the classroom, it's okay. Right. So many schools actually have just the opposite, the sign that says, you know, no mobile phones allowed. You know, bring them into school, you open up your mobile phone, the teacher takes it away, you do it twice, the principal writes you up, and your parents are called, right? And that's in our country. In the developing world, it has the same issues, right? The teacher has the same desire to be the center of all attention at all times. The child brings out a mobile phone, boom. The teacher gets mad, the phone is taken away. So oftentimes you have to realize that the assumptions that you make are totally wrong, and the things that you think, like access, oh, of course they don't have it. But at the same token, it can be much more restrictive than you imagine in the parts that you don't think about, which is, what do you mean you can't use a mobile phone in school? You've got a total ban on the mobile phones? Or my favorite one is the total ban on Facebook ever in any school in the world. Though, to an extent, what do they do on Facebook? They're typing. They're learning how to read. They're learning how to write. They're learning how to be social animals. And I think Megan was talking earlier this morning about, you know, you have to let the children online, because that is, like the physical reality, the virtual reality is here, and they need to understand how to navigate it, or they're going to grow up to be, I mean, imagine if a child grew up and wasn't allowed to go outside ever, and then you said, okay, you're 18, good luck. So those are just some of the challenges. I'm sure we could go on forever about all of them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I also have a question for myself.
Whoa, that's easy.
It's really hard hitting. So, Bob. The title of this discussion, Portable Technologies and Mobile Computing, covers a lot of ground. How do you parse this field, and what area do you find most promising in it? So, first off, thank you for that question. It's very perceptive. And let's see. Oh.
So you have slides.
I do have slides. Now everybody was invited to share slides, and we are happy to have them use them. Let me see if I can figure this out. I was given explicit instructions, and there it is. So really quickly, the way I think that it's really useful to try to get a grip on what this technology includes is to try to start to parse it out a little bit. And to me, I see it as mobile technology, in one case, for content delivery. And this is the stuff that I did for maybe 15 years when I did game design and simulations and things like that. And the great thing about it is you have access to the content anywhere and anytime because it's on your mobile device. You can do text, video, audio, games, simulations. You know, in this picture, you see various portable technologies. You see someone who looks like they're probably texting. Maybe someone's looking at pictures or playing a game. You have someone who's using another portable technology that doesn't even need to be plugged in, and also has some of the features that these share. And the content can be personalized, it can be geo-specific, and it can be searchable. So that's really powerful, and I've done a lot of work in that, and that's often what we what we are talking about. The other big branch, I think, though, of portable technology is mobile technology for data gathering. And so this fellow here is using a portable technology device to actually take data in as opposed to access data that's been sent to him. So this is a device that collects information. His attention is on the environment rather than on the device itself, as we had in the previous picture. He has his tricorder obviously has access to things on atmospheric composition, life forms on the planet. He can do vital signs and things like that, very sophisticated. Mobile phones and tablets don't often have that, although there are some applications and things that are approaching that. But they do have a large toolkit available for data gathering. You can collect images, you can collect audio, you can collect GPS information. There's a keyboard, there's a sketch pad, there's a clock, a calendar, and there's even Bluetooth, so you have access to more sophisticated devices. So that's something that I found especially interesting, is the use of this thing you're carrying with you all the time to go exploring. And also it ties in nicely with the idea of inquiry in STEM education, where you're actually finding the information, creating the content, as opposed to sort of absorbing it and taking it in. So what we've done is created something called Active Explorer. It's a phone app. And in this case, a kid who has it on a mobile device logs in. This kid's Alec. And there on the phone is something called a quest. And it's been created for kids. In this case, it's called Micro Worlds. Get an ant's eye view of the world by taking 10 super close-up pictures. Can your friends guess what they are? There is, let's see if this works. Oh yeah, there's a toolkit down here. So there's video, audio, photo, mapping, sketching, and text available from the toolkit. There's a backpack where you see what you've collected on your quest. And up here, the person who created this quest has questions they want you to answer. And they have a to-do list of the sorts of things that you're supposed to do in this quest. And who created this? Well, a grown-up educator who logged onto the website and hit create a quest, came up with the idea, gave it a name, made the to-do list, gave it a secret password, and then made it available to explorers who have that on their portable device, who are mostly kids. Once the kid does all the collecting, they hit upload, and it saves to their website where they have all the assets they collected, and there they have tools where they can actually use what they've collected and to communicate what they've discovered. So they can make a ebook, a slideshow, a science poster, or comic strips. And then they share that back with the leader who created the quest. So, here's sort of what they look like, a little ebook, a slideshow is slightly different. And so I think the power of this is letting kids create and learn for themselves using a portable device that increasingly they have with them all the time. So that's so those are the two areas, and the ones that, the one that we're really focusing on here in my group at AAAS. And that's the website. If you're interested in questions or whatever, you can email directly to us. All right, and thank you. Oops. And back to our standard slides. Yes. And now we have the opportunity to ask questions of each other before we go and open it up to the audience. So are there questions? You can just jump right in that you have for one of your other fellow panel members.
Actually, I got one for both of you that are the more academic in the group. So it was interesting in his earlier question, he asked for actual research, actual proof that mobiles have any impact. You know where I'm going. I know you're already having fun with this one. My feeling is there is none, just like there isn't any true proof that computers in schools have any great impact. And a lot of this is still on faith. And that's not to say it's a negative concept, but it's on belief, and that we, like a lot of things, because education is hard to measure to begin with, learning, how do you measure a learned child or a smart child, right, without some horrible bubble fill-in test? So do we have any proof that mobiles impact learning? Either of you, go for it.
Who wants to go first?
You can go first and then I'll add.
Okay, because maybe, well, and like we said earlier before the panel started, we have agreed to disagree. Okay, so I'm just going to start by saying that, okay, so I think the evidence base for the use of mobiles in education is probably more sparse, but if we look at the evidence base for, say, technology, such as personal computers in education, well, there has actually been a much stronger body of evidence. Okay, so for example, if you look at the Open Learning Initiative at Carnegie Mellon University, for example, so that's actually shown to be effective, and I'm actually happy to share with you some of those research reports that actually talked about how students in the treatment group who actually benefited from using cognitive tutors to learn statistics, well, at the same time having that, okay, so what happens is that this is really like a flipped classroom model where you essentially have students in a treatment group and a control group. Control group students attend statistics classes over a regular semester as usual. So you have lectures, you have regular discussion sections that you go to get your questions answered. And students in a treatment group, well, what happens is that they have a flipped model instead, where they essentially would be doing practice problems on statistics on the computer. You have intelligent tutors for those statistics questions that adaptively figure out what the student is weaker on so that they actually get more experience, more exposure to questions that are tailored for their level of competency so far. And then when those students in the intervention group showed up for class, well, the instructor has already come in getting access to those dashboard reports about how they performed on those electronic quizzes and exercises, so that the instructor actually knows what to actually focus on during those classes, okay? So that's been shown to be effective in terms of having the treatment group outperform the control group in terms of test scores. But more interestingly was the fact that the students in the treatment group actually took only about half a semester to finish one entire semester of work, okay, because, when they were able to actually do this on a self-paced basis, and with the technology actually gearing towards making more efficient use of their time, so that actually turned out to be an enabler for them to actually finish one semester's worth of work within half a semester. So, so in some sense, there's quite a bit of this evidence about regular computers in education. The challenge really is how do you actually design these interventions to actually work effectively? I think that's where the real challenge is. Okay, so what I mean by this is, and I think this is actually a topic that's worth really just bringing up here, because this venue really is the American Association for the Advancement of Science, and what we seem to be lacking is really this so-called lacking a science behind educational technology. Because what we mean by science is that, okay, so if we go back to Isaac Newton and his, Newtonian mechanics, so we know that any object remains stationary if you don't have an external force acting on it, for example, right? So if there is an apple, why is the apple falling down from a tree? Well, and we have eventually realized that that is because you have this phenomenon known as gravity, that is this external force acting on it. And we are trying to come up with all these causal explanations to explain why things work this way or not, so that we have a way to actually explain the observations that we are seeing. And because we have these explanations that is really grounded in a scientific theory, that allows us to actually apply and replicate the same results in other contexts. Because without that scientific base, what we really have would be all these so-called isolated case studies about what works, what doesn't work. But we don't have a kind of an explanation about why is this working, what are the things that we need to look out for if we want to reproduce the same results in another setting. So I think that's really what we need to be trying to get towards. And just briefly to mention, I mean, okay, so one was asking very specifically about the evidence base in mobiles for education. So I think I'll just rattle off a few of these sources that people can look at, because there's really some of these academic publications that I think well, unfortunately, I don't think we as a community of researchers in educational technology have done as good of a job as we should in terms of publicizing the results. So for example, Eric Klopfer at MIT had actually written a book a few years ago on this topic about educational games on mobile devices. And that's really a book that surveys the literature and talks about all the different research studies and what has actually worked and how they worked. So that's a great book that I highly recommend. And for people who are interested more in the international context, as opposed to Klopfer's book, which is really more on case studies and experiments in this country. Well, so we have sources, for example, UNESCO has commissioned me and many other people to write case studies on mobiles in literacy. Hopefully this comes out at the end of this year. You have other publications such as a recent handbook of mobile learning by Routledge Press. That is a great place where you have slightly more than 50 different book chapters on 50 plus different different projects. So again, I think those are some of the sources I would just encourage people to check out, so that you're not just seeing the positive results in my own research, but you get to see other people's research as well.
Right. So do they work? Do we know?
Yes, I'm gonna, he said most of it. The one piece I wanna add is, as a teacher for the past 20 years, I always have debate with my colleagues, and we're always arguing, and Megan made that point that we have in the US 80,000 jobs in STEM that we cannot fill up, and we also have a problem with H-1 visas. So the question is, why is it that American students don't want to get into that area? And the key is, when most of us were in engineering 20, 30 years ago, we wanted to be an engineer, and regardless of how the professor was, not a good professor at all, or there was no technology, we were still willing to sit in the classroom and do this grudging work of the math and the science, all the things we had to do before we got into the engineering. So now the problem is today's students are different than the students we were when we were students 20 years ago. So the question is, as an instructor, what tools are you going to use to engage today's students? And the colleagues that I have who've been teaching me 25, 30 years, some of them don't want to change. They want to teach the same way they taught 30 years ago, which means they're going to go on the blackboard and write it down, and they expect to the students. And they just put them to sleep, and if the students have access to their phone, then they'll go to Facebook or wherever else that keeps them busy instead of listening to your lecture. So what I had to do is I had to say, what new tools can we use to get the students engaged? And one of the new tools that I've seen is that today's students want to do a lot of things hands-on. And like I said, you can take a 2-year-old, give them a phone, and you'll know what they'll do with it. They'll do things better than I don't even know how to do. And I've seen that with my kids, that I can give them my cell phone, they'll use it for 5 minutes. When I get it back, I don't even know how to use it because they've touched so many buttons that the settings have changed. I don't know what they did. So what I had to do is I had to change the way I teach in the classroom, and there's definitely evidence that if you keep the students engaged, then you get their attention. Yes, they will be willing to sit down and do all the work. And I'm going to use a couple of slides to show this new technology that was funded by... Yes.
Okay, so just double click on...
there you go.
Right there. Right. Okay.
So this is a project that we started in 2008, funded by NSF. The issue is, I'm teaching electrical engineering. And the problem with electrical engineering is, 20, 30 years ago, if you want to be an electrical engineer, you can open an old radio, you will see all the components in front of you, you can break them, you can fix them, and you learn how to be an engineer by doing hands-on. If you open any electronics today, what do you see? Nothing. It's all black. There's nothing that you can see. So the key is students do not relate what they are designing and what's in there. So one of the professors from RPI got the grant from NSF. We were part of that grant, and what we were able to do is we designed this board called the Mobile Studio Board, and the nice thing about this board is it replaces a whole rack of equipment. So what we've done is now we have replaced what you see here. Which one is the pointer?
Oh, it's right at the stop.
Oops, oops, oh, I did something.
At the very tip of the top.
Asterisk, okay. Yes, this is the typical way to teach electrical engineering. You have to use this whole rack of equipment. As you can see, you have like 7 equipments. It costs about $10,000 per station. And when I was a student, that's what we had to use. Now, today's students can use this small board, and that's the old version, actually. This is the new version now, which is even smaller. And the nice thing is, this costs $10,000, and to use it, you have to come in the lab. This costs about $100, and you can take it at home. And you connect it to a laptop, and now you have a lab at home. And the nice thing now with these tools, what I had to do now is I had to flip my classroom, and we do a lot more hands-on in addition to just doing the lecture. And with today's students, like I said, we cannot just keep boring them with lectures and lectures and lectures. What this is, I can get the lecture anytime, anywhere. I want you to come into the classroom and teach me how to be an engineer. And what we do now is, of course, we have to change the way we teach the class. Instead of being a 50-minute class, We have maybe 50-minute sessions together. So I have like a 2-hour class back to back so that I can do some lecture, do a lot of hands-on, and then leave them home with some hands-on application. And now this new tool now is changing. One of the things that I've been trying to do now is the past 3 years, I've been trying to use this tool to teach electrical engineering online, which people say you cannot teach online because the assumption is every student will have to get this $10,000 box. And the answer is no. With new technology now, you can get a $100 box, and every lab that I do with my class with this $10,000 box, I can do with the $99 box. So what I'm doing now is I'm trying to look at, can we take now students from different schools, give them these tools, and do classes working online, doing hands-on. So this is not just simulation. These are students building circuits and designing circuits the way it should have been done a long time ago. And the nice thing is this technology is amazing, and you can connect any sensors to it, which means that it's not only for electrical engineers. You can have mechanical engineers, civil engineers. Any major student can use this technology. And with this tool now, when I saw this, I was really amazed because I remember being a student now, you can be in the library now doing your labs as compared to being in the lab doing your labs. So you can do your labs now at 3 o'clock in the morning. You can do it anywhere you want. So it creates, increases your creativity. And the last piece is, when it's time for the demonstration, the question was, people are asking me, if you're going to teach a class online and the students build a circuit from a distance, how are you going to show that they actually work? And now with new technology like Adobe Connect, my students are actually demonstrating their projects from a different location. So we connect together. Of course, I cannot do this with 100,000 students in a MOOC. All right, but if you have a class of 15, 20 students, you can still have students working together as a project, as a group, and they can demonstrate using this new technology. And the last piece I want to add is the results are very encouraging. This is the class that I teach. I have my regular students. I have my blended students who come to class half the time, and they do the online half the time. And then the third group is my online students. And as you can see, the data is almost the same. There's no, if the students are engaged, they will do the same amount of work, whether they're an online student or regular students. So what I'm done now is I've taken this, I'm using this for high school kids, middle school kids, and the last piece I want to end is this is engineering students working in the lab in Ethiopia. As you can see, I was originally from Ethiopia, and back home we only have one station. That $10,000, we only have one for the whole lab. So we have 50 students coming in, so we have to fight to get there early, and whoever gets there early gets to do the lab. The rest of us, we just watch and we just take notes, and hopefully the next lab we can get the chance to do that. And they still do that 20 years ago. I mean, this is when I left 25 years ago. They still do that, and now I donated through a grant these laptops and these boards now, and now students are working in groups of 4 or 5 students, which means that this new technology can really change the way students learn. And now I'm using this in high schools in the U.S., middle schools in the U.S., and this is to get them engaged. So when parents send kids to my camp, after they're done, they ask their parents, can we go to Radio Shack now? Mm-hmm. So we can buy some electronics parts and build these circuits, because now we really understand this piece, and this is $99, so I loan them out. They can take it for home, they can take it. So we have new tools, new technology. We just have to use it. We just need to support now from foundations and private institutions to come and support, expand this technology.
All right, thank you.
All right.
And just, as a representative of AAAS, the question, do portable technologies work? That's not really a valid research question. It's so broad. It's like saying, does paper work? It really, it could be used so many ways, positively and not so positively, that you need to break it, it needs to be broken down more than that. But I think there's a lot of research being done on individual applications. In fact, everything, you had an NSF grant to do that. Yeah. If you have an NSF grant, then you do evaluation and research as part of that grant. It's built in, and all of the studies are available online. And Wireless Ed Tech, who funds our program, mandates that you do evaluation, formative and summative, and we have that available. And Chris Deedy, who does his work up at Harvard, has a lot of research on the use of portable technologies for augmented reality and how effective that is. And so there is a lot out there, but it doesn't just answer the question, is this any good? It's particular applications of it and where they work and where they aren't as effective. So.
Well, I think there's a lot of experimentation going on, right? I think mobile technologies are opening a new space. I mean, we used to have home, school, but now we have this space in between, right? It's the time when I'm commuting from one to the other. And you were talking before about, presenting the application that you guys did. Also, congratulations for starting on Android. And I've been seeing a few applications, mostly on the HR side, on the say skills evaluation, which are disguised as games, right? There's one that got some press lately called Happy Hour, for example, and trying to get people to play on some game and try to evaluate how good they are at certain skills, right? And I think that's very interesting because a lot of new learning can be done as a byproduct of doing something else. And this is related to what you say, Wyan, when you are, for example, on Facebook, and actually you are doing something else, right? I mean, you're playing something and maybe just crashing candy or squishing bugs on the screen.
I wouldn't go that far.
But so this is what I see in the metro every day. But you actually could be doing something else, or you could be, let's say, gathering some information or training on something in that way. So, bit of going back to the applications, have you seen other things like that related to either evaluation or training, this type of learning as a byproduct or evaluating as a byproduct of another activity?
Oh, is it? Well, I mean, that's a big part of the, the Common Core is, and the latest standards talk about interdisciplinary work and reading across the curriculum and doing things so it's not just broken down into these individual groups. And there's a lot of literature, that those standards were based on, a lot of research that shows how effective and important that is. And some of it's been done here, through Project 2061, which is our group here that studies it, and other groups as well that form the foundation of that. So yeah, there's a fairly robust set of research that shows the importance of that sort of thing, and not sticking particularly to a particular subject area. Mm-hmm. Or not solely doing it. Now, I did want to open this up. We're talking a lot among ourselves, but I wanted to open this up to the audience. So if you have questions, come on up to the microphones or write them down on a piece of paper or tweet them or email them, whatever you would like, and have at it. And also the folks at home that are watching on their computers. Anybody? We're just so effective. We're just so effective that we've left you.
Actually, I'd like to use the word, we're so brilliant.
We're just so brilliant that that's right, you can't catch up.
I have a quick question. So I work for the State Department, and one of the things we're trying to do is better use diasporas to engage in their home country. And I'm wondering if, and my office in particular is very focused on trying to use science and technology to do this. And I'm wondering if there are examples of maybe not necessarily an individual connecting with a diaspora, but where you can connect a group of individuals or a community within the U.S. to a community back in their home country, organizations that are doing that, or tools that you found to be helpful.
And connecting to what end? Just to
building relationships, capacity, even just familiarity with each other would be, positive. From our goal, from a diplomatic perspective, even just bridging the gap of putting people in touch is a positive outcome. Obviously, if you can educate them as well, that's also a win-win.
So there's a program called World Reader, and the basic concept is let's get more books and more children reading, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, but around the world. And they're interesting, they're using the Kindle as their platform. And as part of that, they're really focused on getting the African authors who are currently published in paper books that are very hard to find and very expensive when you find them, or they're being, I don't know how many of you have seen them, but they're literally photocopied and stapled together with really bad binding and sold on the corner in the markets. So they've worked with African authors to digitize their work and put it on the Kindle store. So the really interesting aspect about this, the children now get to read, because they're getting the Kindles in the schools, they're able to read African authors of their own country. So they're reading about their Kenyan young children, reading about Kenyans and a Kenyan story. So it's very personal to them rather than reading about Dick and Jane running down the street. And in that, the authors are actually on the Kindle Play Store, or sorry, the Kindle Store, and they're really excited because while the books are given out free to the children of Africa, the diaspora in the U.S. are buying them on the Kindle store. And so now they have a revenue stream which was totally accessible to them before. And so World Reader's doing a lot of work in the education level and getting children to read, and it's amazing to watch them. But I think this aspect to me is really interesting, this concept of actually opening up local language and local stories. Because let's be honest, I mean, if we read a story about someone in a foreign country, yeah. If we read a story about someone near to us, hey. If we read a story that resonates with us because it's things that we can identify with, and each one of us is, personal identification, that's the most powerful learning aspect. And so it's beautiful to see that that's happening on one side, and on the other side, the authors are actually getting great revenue. So they're really excited that their books are now being read and they're being bought. So that's one great one where it's the diaspora and through actual education experience.
I want to, yeah, I'm happy to hear that the State Department is willing to help the diaspora. I myself, I'm a diaspora, but I left Ethiopia 25 years ago to get higher education. I don't consider myself a brain drain because I go back every year and I try to do as much as I can. The issue is there are a lot of people just like me who want to go back, but the issue is how do you coordinate it and how do you support it? And it does not require a lot of money, but if you get one person who's willing to do it, then you can organize people around that person, then you can have a high impact. I have a lot of colleagues like me who want to go back home and do some maybe lectures and so on. But the key is, there are always government restrictions, and then there's always also other things that they have to look at. And they're saying that we're busy with our work and our life back here, and we don't have time to go back home and go through all the red tape we have to go through to actually do this. Personally, like I said, I've done it. It's really time-consuming, but it's rewarding. Like I said, for me, it's good to go back and give back. But we can definitely communicate. Other associations, for example, I know that there's a doctors association in Ethiopia, and they go back home every year. These are all Ethiopians, and they do surgeries and so on. And I said, why don't we do something like that for engineering? Professors in America who can go back and help some students in the engineering schools back home. So yes, we can definitely talk, but it's really nice to hear that the State Department is willing to support that.
It looks like Trey has a question online.
I don't have a question, but there's two online ones.
Okay.
So we'd have to find it again. Okay, so the first question I found so far online from Twitter is, how do you measure impact of mobile devices on learning for underrepresented groups in science fields? So how are you doing that?
Okay.
Yes, so like I said, I'm working only with underrepresented groups. So for me, what I differentiate is how can I get them engaged? So the key is having this mobile device. Personally, I've been teaching 20 years once again. I've seen that with the new students, if you don't use the new technology, you're going to lose them. And once you lose them, it's hard. It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter if you tell them you're going to fail the class. They say, I don't care if I fail the class. It is boring. I'm not getting anything out of it. So I'd rather stay home and watch movies or do whatever. So the key is, if we want to fill the STEM pipeline and we want to engage the new generation of students, we cannot keep doing the same things that do not work. We need to change. So maybe one way would be to use this new technology. The biggest issue with higher education is there are a lot of faculty members who are older, who don't even know how to use this new technology, and they don't want to adopt it, and that's really the issue. So maybe it might take a few years of new generation of new faculty members who are growing up using this new technology, who will adopt it, and maybe they can fill the gap.
Yeah, and particularly on that, I think every project, every implementation needs to recognize that, right, and not demand from faculty or from teachers to add something else to their list of tasks, right? I mean, we need to understand that, and a part of implementation needs to be recognizing that we're asking more from usually public servants, right? So how do we find the space? How do we prepare them? How do we have the time and the funds? Because that's something I see time and again. There's people with a lot of enthusiasm to learn new things, but these are people that also have a limitation around their time and they have other obligations, right?
I actually have two things related to that, measuring for underrepresented groups. It's really two main points. One is that when you design it, it has to be designed with that in mind. It can't be like, oh, at the end you're going to try to shoehorn in these different groups. So when you're doing your, we do formative evaluations, so we're testing different ideas. You have to make sure that the cohort of people that are looking at that have the groups that you're trying to reach. So we have at least 50% underrepresented groups who are looking at the stuff that gets developed before it is completed, and getting feedback and seeing how it works, what the appeal is, what the effectiveness is with those groups. And then you have to test it. Once you're done, you have to do summative evaluation that includes all of the minority groups, all of the, both, girls and boys, different age groups and stuff. And if you get it wrong, like with Kinetic City, a program that we didn't do enough testing with kids with disabilities. And luckily, we have a new grant where we're going back and we're testing it just with that cohort, just special ed kids with different disabilities, seeing how they respond to it, and then retrofitting, recreating it based on their needs. So it's a difficult thing, but it has to be built in right from the very beginning. And there is a lot of research, again, both produced here at AAAS and other organizations about underrepresented groups. Okay.
Okay, this is a quick question. To Matthew, what were the sources you mentioned concerning evidence-based studies on success of mobile tech in ed? That's for you, Matthew.
Okay, well, is that a...
Maybe you could tweet those out later, so we...
yeah, sure, so in the interest of time, yeah.
Okay, yeah, in the interest of time, so we'll have those tweeted out.
Okay.
Hi, I was wondering about the applications of mobile technologies for education for very young kids, like you were mentioning, like giving an iPhone to a 2-year-old. There hasn't, if you go in the Apple Store, there are a lot of apps available marketed towards young kids, but there haven't been, as far as I'm aware, that many studies on how that impacts the development of kids, because it's like the first generation that's growing up with this. So what do you think about the possible benefits and dangers of using these apps?
As in, do any of us let our kids actually play with these toys?
Well, and what's known, yeah. We actually, sorry.
It's a question if we have some evidence about the
benefits.
benefits.
What research has been done for really, they have these new toddler tablets that are now available at Toys R Us that are for, 2- and 3-year-olds. They're plastic cased and you can bang them. And, are they good for kids? Are they bad for kids? What's known?
I think coming up next is the lunch, and there's the little demo spaces. So I brought in some tablets, some EXO tablets that are actually for the, lower ages, so probably 3, 4, and then up. So welcome to come and play with them and look at them. I have my daughters on them most days, but I think, I don't know, personally I'm not a researcher, so I don't know the research side of it, but just thinking as a parent and looking at how it happens oftentimes in the classroom or in the educational setting, it's oftentimes, of course, outright banned in most classrooms, strangely and sadly, but then at the home it's usually then, funny enough, free range and to an extent almost an electronic babysitter, which is not necessarily positive on the other end of the scale. So I think just as a person who works in the edutech field, I always feel that, humans, it needs to be an adult involved, there needs to be a guide involved, and even if the guide is merely an older sibling rather than an adult, but there should be a guide involved in using any new tool, whether it be a new piece of technology or a scissors, right? So in that sense, I think we should be cautious about the concept of thinking that technology in itself is somehow, brain draining or mind numbing. They've been saying that about every piece of technology since, actually, if you go look back, there's some great articles where people at the turn of the 18 to the 1900s talked about giving actual slate, as in the stone with slate tablets, out to children in schools was going to ruin their brains, because I think Ethiopian teachers would agree with this. That meant that the children were writing things down, they weren't memorizing them, right? So this was a crutch. And so let's ban the slates. In other words, let's ban the notebooks, the old school notebooks from classrooms, because that was a weakness. So we should be very careful about assigning positives or negatives to technologies, because technologies are always coming, and that's not necessarily information and communication electronic technologies either.
And the research is very scant. There's actually very little on toddler tablets, and what there is not very rigorous. We put in for a study of it. We got turned down, an NSF study. So we're going to go back and, listen to what the reviewers said and put our proposal back in. But that's why we did it, because there's so little research available.
Thank you.
Hi, Tim Xiao, working for USAID Office of Science Technology. So one of the issue we're talking about is basically using mobile technology and let it to perform self-learning for kids or advised by a relative at home. But another model I see is that the adoption by teachers, and teachers may serve as an agent or as a consultant for the kids and using those mobile tools to expand the coverage of a certain school system. So, but that comes to a challenge that I haven't heard much about yet, which is about the willingness for teachers to adopt a new technology. In the corrupted sort of rewarding system for teachers, there's very little incentive for them to use technology. And so how do we address this? How would you see that we can actually put an incentive there to encourage a teacher to use new technology to expand their teaching capacity? And the second thing is that I understand in many developing countries, actually the kids drop out of school not because they don't enjoy learning, but because they need to find a job. And so they need a time to work. And so I understand that for many of the basic disciplines in terms of math and history and all that are all essential for our long-term development as a whole human being. But then there are some urgent needs for developing countries. So I wonder whether any of the panelists have touched upon the issue regarding developing content or appropriate tool that can connect the local industry need with the education that we deliver, so that a student can see the immediate sort of reward out of this education to motivate them to keep on going and without dropping out. Thank you.
We mentioned before, I mean, the need to gauge the load that we impose on teachers or other professionals by these new technologies. I think the ability for teachers, for example, to have a better understanding of who is ahead in the class, who is behind, being able to provide adequate coaching, and pretty much we were talking about that at the beginning, not on this presentation, at the beginning of the symposium, that it's not a sage on the stage, right? But it's actually it's a coach that shift in the role and the ability to provide better coverage of these kids, right? Or more personalized attention, particularly when classrooms start getting bigger. I think that's one of the key benefits in a professional sense. Maybe it's not on a personal sense, but I think that's something that this technology is enabling, right? I mean, see who needs what type of incentives, right, or attention. Your second question?
It's more about how do we align the education we deliver with the local industry need and to help with the career perspective.
I only seen, very incipient attempts to do something like that when you start using or employing students or giving them tasks through mobile technologies, mostly around the concept of microtasks. For example, on small translations or small tasks. There were a couple. The names are escaping me now.
Demosource.
Thank you.
Divide data.
Excuse me?
Digital divide data.
And I think that will be a way to bridge that problem of what's the point of learning this, right? Which is in many kids' minds.
I saw an amazing program that Heinz Foundation was funding. I think it was called Keys to Success, and it's more for high school students. But basically, you have all these careers, and you select a few that are of interest to you, and it says what you need to know, the areas, and then it actually has tests for you to see if you know it. So then you go in and actually self-assess, and you go, oh man, I'm missing this and this. It shows you how you can get those skills, what courses you either need to take in high school or what you need to do at community colleges. And then it has actual jobs in your area that will use those, what you selected and what they pay, and they're real jobs. And after you complete all of your, you check all those boxes and you've got all those skills and you've shown at this website that you've met those requirements, it will send your resume to the place that has that job availability. So, or whatever, if it took you a while, what new jobs there are. I could see that working in other countries in a lot of different ways, and even starting earlier than high school, where you can say, I'm kind of interested in what it takes to be this. What do I need to know? And you can find out for yourself. And that seemed like a really nice program.
Bob, that reminds me of Udacity's idea of becoming more like a job placement, not just or add the job placement part to their training part, and it seems that got a lot of people engaged, right? Having let's say the badge, I did this, right, and in such a competitive way with so many, in these MOOCs with so many other participants. I think that also had that impact.
Yeah. So on that, there's a program called Suktel, and Suktel actually does a really great job, placement and job skills building, all through the mobile phone, mainly in the Middle East, to get youth matched with employers. And then the GSMA Mobile for Development group just published a study on the use of mobiles to help youth employment and to drive youth employment, and they've just started a multi-year focus on how to use mobiles, or how mobiles can be central to youth employment around the world.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Another question here?
Well, I thought I'll just briefly say that, maybe let's talk this over lunch, because you asked a lot of questions and each one of them is a pretty difficult question, and I've spent almost 10 years trying to address some of it.
Okay, Bob, we got a couple from online.
Yay.
So, how do you measure the impact of mobile devices on learning for underrepresented groups in science fields?
We did
Oh,
that
we did
one.
that
You
one.
did that one? Oh.
Yes.
I'm slow, apparently. Okay, stepped out for 2 seconds. Did you also get, what are the sources? Got that?
Yeah.
Okay, Trey's ahead of me. Sorry about that. Last one, with technology changing so often, how can we keep teachers current in trends in the use of tech? Have you gotten that one?
Teachers,
That's the tough one.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, well, I don't know why I got encouraged to deal with the most difficult questions and everybody answered the easier ones. Okay, I think this is actually very interesting because, and I would say that I've been pretty fortunate to actually have a chance to collaborate with some teachers in the past, in which I was basically at Carnegie Mellon, and it was very interesting as an experience because usually as a researcher, we are the guys who are innovating on the technology, and then we are the guys who are trying to sell it to school teachers. I think anybody who's worked in the entrepreneurial scene involving educational technology products have seen the same situation. Well, I had a very different experience, okay? And there was an experience in which there were some teachers in a middle school in Kansas who had an idea for the use of technology, and they wrote it all up in one letter, and they emailed that to my former department head and asked, would there be any collaborators in Carnegie Mellon University who can help us make this a reality? Okay, and then somehow when that letter was read, I think people just instinctively thought of me, pass it on. Okay, so that's how it got started. So maybe one way to think about this really is that, and from that experience onwards, I actually had a chance to have more discussions with those teachers, flew them into Pittsburgh to visit Carnegie Mellon so we could actually talk about this project in face-to-face. And they were actually giving me so many great ideas about how do you engage with teachers and how do you get teachers excited about technology, how do you share best practices with them. And maybe the simple way to summarize this is, I think the best ambassadors for this would be teachers themselves. If you could get some teachers who are really excited about this, to think of the best ways to actually put together workshops, say at teacher conferences, as opposed to education conferences that cater to researchers or other constituents. Yeah, so those would be the kinds of places where I think that's the best way to get the word out, start generating traction.
One of the nice things about that problem is that it's something that most large corporations, foundations are very interested in and willing to fund. So there are a lot of efforts. We have one through Verizon Foundation called Thinkfinity, which is dedicated to keeping teachers abreast of the latest technology, different ways to use it. They've sunk a lot of, and not just in science too, they work with National Geographic for geography and other groups for other subjects. And there's so many, Intel has a lot of efforts that do this as well. So this is something that is very, very difficult, mostly because teachers need the time, the ability to actually take the time to learn it, not because the resources are unavailable to them, I think.
Yeah, the only piece I want to add is going back to your question, especially if you do anything overseas, you want to be willing to do the training for the teachers. So every time I bring any new tools or any new electronics to the schools in Ethiopia, I have to make sure that the teachers are trained but I also spend a lot of time with the students who will be using it. And one thing I've noticed is that the students will do better than the teachers. So in Ethiopia, I've had maybe 50 or 40 engineering students who learned the technology faster than the teachers who are always busy doing other things. And they were able to actually show them how to use it better. And if we have a group of students who can work with the teachers, then that's definitely a win-win situation.
Actually, I'm going to have some fun here. So standing at the microphone now is Jody List, who is the greatest teacher trainer that I know. So rather than us yapping on about things that we don't know, she should be answering the question of how do you get teachers excited to use technology. And now I'm sure she's thinking, great, thanks for putting me on the spot, Wayne.
Exactly. You're very good at that, though. Show them the value. That's the key with getting teachers to use technology in the countries that I work in, the same with Matt and same with Wayne. If you can show them the value of the technology, they will use it. For example, putting grades in a spreadsheet in Excel, I can't tell you how excited teachers are by that. And they don't have it on scraps of paper. And when parents come in, they don't go searching in these like little notebooks that they have, trying to find the grades and being all embarrassed. You just need to show them the value of that because they don't have much time. But if they put their marks, their grades in a spreadsheet, they will save the time. So anything along those types of lines. But they need to first find it out that there's value for them. So you have to start with them, again, with the grades, with the lesson plans, anything that will save them time. And then once they understand the value of it, they will see, oh my God, this is great. The other key is the administrator, your principal, your head teacher at the school. And I think other people have said that as well. If they're not on board, forget it. It's not going to happen. I know we've all seen classrooms and schools you go, and the computers are all locked up. The covers are, the plastic sheets are still on them, never been used, because the head teachers don't even understand the value. So the key, just show them the value, and everybody, it'll work, and it's great. And when you see it, it's the coolest thing ever.
Great. I had a question, actually, that as far as sustaining these things. So when you guys go into, I mean, we talk about having challenges in many of our urban areas with digital divide issues and access to technology, which are probably dwarfed by the things that you run into in other countries. And in both cases, the question is, sure, we go in there and we show that it works and we have this big grant and we bring everybody in and it gets a lot of attention and it's on TV. Then we leave and it goes away. So how do you sustain these things? Who pays for it and what's needed?
I think I'm going to go to the sustainability part. I've seen that many times, as you said. You go there, you carpet bomb with computers, and then you hope that it will work, right? And we all know that computers never break down. I mean, they have no maintenance costs, so they work forever. Something that we found works very well, it's trying to use what people already have, right? I mean, that's key. I mean, of course, everybody wants to go and work with the latest iPad, the latest, tablet. But I mean, even if you pay for that, who's gonna keep it? Keep it working. That's what I mean. The downside is that then you have a panoply of devices and a panoply of operating systems, and let's say the complexity of that to address from the technological point of view is higher, right? But I think that makes for a much more sustainable project when you are not the carer of the devices, but it's the actual beneficiaries, the ones that will care for the device because what you're doing is one more function for that device. So you're not providing something that is monofunction, that's only meant to train or to teach or to be used in a certain area or space, but it's actually something that people use every day, as probably happens with most all your cell phones. Right?
Here's a point where I'm going to talk about Matthew's cool work that he's been too shy to mention. So Matthew, you know the game Snake? The old feature phone game? So he's already laughing, he's know where I'm going. You know that, you remember Snake? Someone here in the laughing, and I see some laughter in the audience. You know, it's the little thing where you have to try to get the little snake to eat the food, and every time it eats the food, the snake goes a little bit longer, and you try not to have the snake eat its tail, so you're going, and you're like, oh my God, it's getting really long. Oh, I lost. Instead of those pieces of food, letters. And they have to be eaten in the order to spell words. So now you go from this, random game to a game where the child is actually learning how to spell. And then it's like, I mean, you think that's easy, right? You start with cat, okay. But you try to spell like hello or expedalidocious. I want to see that one on the phone, right? And the kids are like, oh, Jesus, here we go. And you see the excitement. And Matthew's done some great work around this, and so yes, you should talk about that instead of me talking about you and the cool work you've done.
Okay, thanks,
But the
Ryan.
cool aspect, right before I let you talk, it works on a feature phone, so it works on any phone. I love bring your own device. It's great.
Well, okay, I guess Ryan has already said a lot of the stuff. Yeah, so essentially, well, I think when we talk about sustainability, it's really a phenomenon at many different levels, and I'll try to unpack this, okay? Because when we talk about sustainability, one way of thinking about it is sustainable at the level of the individual user. And Ryan was pointing out that, well, some of the things that we do is really to try to design educational, well, digital learning contents that is really based on experiences that learners find interesting, for example, educational games, and especially games that learners already play, so that we actually be on things that that has been proven to be things that they like. So for example, we take the existing game that you guys have seen called Snake on feature phones. We add spelling and other educational contents in there so that this isn't something that is completely new and foreign to learners. So it gets them to continue to want to play the same thing again and again. So that's sustainability at the level of the individuals. But we have sustainability at other levels too. So for example, at the level of the community, it was pretty interesting that when we started doing our pilots, we had to get buy-in from local community leaders. Otherwise, things would never even have gotten off the ground and lasted like, one entire year or one entire semester. So we talked to people such as the chief of the local village or the local priest, because, religious leaders do have influence over the local community. And that's actually how we try to generate some of this political support from the communities. I think when we talk about sustainability, there's also another level, which is the level of the program itself. And I think that's actually much harder to address. Because if you look at some of the previous work in education technology, even today, MOOCs such as Coursera, for example, people are still wondering if this is ever going to be financially viable. And before Coursera, for example, there's one very well-written book with the title Unlocking the Gates that was really about open educational resources. So this is, OERs are not exactly the latest cutting-edge stuff, but it's still relevant to us because when we look at that book, I think one of the things I really got out of it was that the author of that book really tried to provide a very good analysis of the financial case and the financial model behind different projects that work on open educational resources. And again, when you really get into the nitty-gritties of the revenue streams and all those things, you realize that we are still struggling in some sense to come up with workable financial models. So I think that's probably the toughest part. And maybe one way of just concluding my answer to this question is that, well, I think for projects, so one of the projects that seem to be sustainable to some extent in the use of mobile phones for teaching in developing countries that has really attained a really large scale would be BBC Janala by the British Broadcasting Corporation in Bangladesh to use phones to teach English as a second language. And I think for projects that have gotten to that kind of scale, I think there's some kind of a service that they can do to actually thoroughly document their financial model. To have a case study not on the learning impacts alone, but on the financial viability and how did they get there? What were the kinds of business development decisions they had to make? Because I thought one of the most interesting things that they did was that when they first started that project, Sarah Chamberlain, who started that project, pulled all the chiefs of the local wireless carriers in Bangladesh together to the same table and got everybody to agree on lowering their tariffs for users to actually get access to this service so that there is a discounted rate that is uniform across all wireless companies. So that's one way to actually spur adoption. And I think there's a lot of these kinds of lessons that are not very well documented that we really need so that we can actually start to learn from.
It occurs to me that we have so many resources here in the U.S. and so many options that sometimes we might be blinded to some of the simple solutions, like using, basic games like Snake to teach. And, we just ignore that in favor of the shiny new toy that is available on our networks here or on our phones. Other questions?
There's one question, which is, where do you get the Snake game?
Where do you get the snake with the
We'll meet for that. We're in the process of trying to open source it so that we could actually make that accessible for free.
It's not yet available, but it will be?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything, just quickly, it's sort of a fill in the blank, are there any missing things on portable devices that you wish we had that would make your lives much better. So I wish this phone had a
Infinite battery?
infinite better battery life.
Yes. Perfect word to text translation.
Okay, text translation,
No, in the sense of I speak and it comes out perfectly as written text.
Oh,
on
voice
the phone.
recognition, okay.
Yeah, and I'll be on that, okay, because just now when I saw your slides, you had one slide on login screen, and login screens are great because they allow multiple people to share one single computer, for example. But, in our research group, we have realized that if you are trying to develop and design login screens for non-literate users, that is really difficult. You are working with users who don't know how to spell their login names, they don't know what a password is and how to spell that. So I think voice recognition and other kinds of biometrics features such as finger recognition, fingerprint recognition or facial recognition would be helpful because this really allows multiple users to share one single device.
I got an idea for you. No, really, I mean, I think Microsoft was launching some unlocking screen which you can draw on top of some of the pictures, like, certain people's faces. There you go.
Yeah, doing a login screen for my daughter on her tablet. The oldest daughter, it's her name, right? And it's been fun trying to teach her how to spell her name using a keyboard because she's never dealt with a keyboard, and so actually having to find the letters to create her name. For my 2-year-old, I just said, no, please, no login screen, because a 2-year-old and a login screen do not get along.
Anything else? I want much better audio quality. It's amazing. These are phones. I can get a zillion megapixel photograph with my phone, and yet it still sounds like I'm talking in a tin can when you're actually either talking to someone or making recordings, because you can, if that were better, then you could record bird calls, insect calls, ambient sounds. You can't do it now with the current phones because, ironically, they're terrible at collecting sound. So that's something that I wish would be much better. And with that, I think we are done. Thank you very much. And we are off to lunch.
Just a couple quick things. There's lunch outside, but don't forget that there's technology demonstrations in the 3 rooms in the back there, and we will start again at 2:10. And then remember, there are 2 more panels and then an evening reception today with today's.
I thought somebody gave you that.
Thank you. It was excellent. Yeah, it was very good. I really appreciate it.
Most people know Johns Hopkins in Baltimore. We're like 5 minutes from there. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. What email do you have? Then we can work together. Yeah. Like, if you guys have some funding
But if you see any, interesting solicitations,
sure.
Definitely.
But it was nice meeting you.
Yeah, I really love that idea.
So remind me, the next panel is gotcha. Okay, excellent. I'm gonna. Okay. So perfect timing because I was about to pull all the presentations up.
send it also to Mad Tech Ed? I'm sorry to have you do that, but. And the last thing we're going to try is your USB key.
It's Mad Tech Ed, that's it, right?
Yep.
And then it's, at Gmail?
Yeah.
But I mean, just there's a human.
Just in case mine's filtering you or something. I don't think so. Oh, I just got something.
But he's really awesome.
I ran into him because he was fun.
Yeah, okay, yeah. She was like, she emailed me, she's like, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Help you find somebody. It's like, yeah, I found somebody.
I was really tempted to try. I talked to a few people.
They're like, no, actually, you shouldn't do that.
Yeah. Might be a little too broad range.
Yeah.
Just talking about games would be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, he's not giving the federal perspective, but I think and Gates funds a lot of different aspects of these types of technologies, so they cover most things except for, I think, maybe they probably, and they might even have some grants in like the university, but they definitely fund, gamification stuff, they fund, MOOC stuff, and political technology, so I think he's a good person to kind of give an overview on that. But thank you for coming over. I know you guys have insane schedules and.
Yeah, I'm bummed because I was looking at the schedule and I was literally like here all day, and of course I had a 3-hour meeting this morning, and then I have a 4 o'clock call I have to go to. Wait a minute, it's with Gates. Why am I?
You're like, hey, you're making me miss something. Wait, this is direct conflict. You should be, yeah, exactly. I'm gonna just stay and talk to Ed instead. Yeah, no, it's interesting. It's funny because lots of people, and myself included, look at OSTP and say, oh, that's such an awesome place, and I think it is in a lot of different ways. But you guys are so unbelievably busy, and it's pretty insane. And it's insane talking to people, and they're like, well, I really don't. When I say I don't know my schedule, I don't know my schedule. Like they're like, tomorrow you're going here, and figure it out, talking, So it's like it's kind of it's like really training wheels off. Go, go down this steep hill, have fun, and don't say anything that'll get you in trouble. So it's like an interesting balance. So I'm very grateful, that it was able to work out for at least one person. I was like, it says the government, but I don't know if there's anybody from the government anymore. There's nobody here. You're the government. Okay. You represent the government.
I'm the worst representative of the government possible.
I'm kidding.
If I avoid cursing, for me.
So yeah. So you touched base with all your panelists?
Yeah. So we've been circling around the past couple of days.
And so they know sort of the format that you're going to use. And everything's good.
I told them they're free to open up for a little longer, 10 minutes. If they wanted
It
to.
seems like it's a longer period of time. In my head, when I was making the schedule, I was like, oh, this shouldn't be. I was like worried about the presentations, but everyone's been really succinct, and but there's been a lot of dialogue. This morning, I don't know how many people are back after lunch. I hope that it's still high numbers, but we had about. The room was full for Megan, and started, there was a little attrition, after Megan Smith spoke. But we had about 70 to 80 people steadily, so that's a good, I think, a good amount of people. It's mostly full. Yeah. So did you already eat?
I grabbed something on the way over because I wasn't sure if I was going to have time.
Oh, yeah, okay. And I don't know if it's a conflict anyway to eat here, but.
Just out of curiosity,
yes.
Normally, so this is the presentation I sort of put together with most of the pictures. Because it's games, usually videos in there, but I wasn't sure.
You actually can if you want.
Is there internet connection on this machine?
There is an internet connection on this machine. Yeah, so I'm just going to double check that for you. So we should just test it out. But and actually, I should make Heather come back. Actually, I'm going to go get Heather because
she trained me how to do it.
She's the maven on this, and I. Oh, okay. That was fine. Okay, so it looks like we are. But you want to go ahead and get queued up?
Yeah, there's this one slide I have that's I just put an image.
Yeah. So if you just get it queued up.
This is the weirdest thing ever.
Oh, hold on, I can go. Yeah, let's see.
I really believe that fun can change human behavior for the better, and I was really thrilled to see that my idea, which started at
Yeah, so I'll just switch over to this when I get to that slide. I get bored when I do long presentations, so more videos and pictures.
Yeah, some people put in some videos and stuff into their
there was that was called Big Black. I want to say it was John Carmack, but it wasn't. One of the old school industry guys wrote this tome. It was like 1,200 pages.
Yeah, no, the best way to approach it is what you did, since it's small snippets of, things like natural light this, this. I don't want to have to
Yeah.
together.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what. I don't know, like in the current generation of games, the landscape has changed so much. If you think of what can you do to accelerate that, and there's so many schools doing game clubs.
There's so many.
Do you find that there are good textbooks that you use?
I never
or
use textbooks,
you don't use
just
textbooks?
because.
That's my question. You don't really need them.
Yeah, because everything on computers is so often the internet to find resources and just to group them together. Or students will find them. Since I use Unity now, there's a huge support for that. So I just teach them some fundamental so I can draw from books like and sort of very core techniques. Then they can implement the actual code for doing pathfinding.
Yeah, and they've got an environment already that they don't have to write a render. They don't have to write a control.
I used to be teach a graphics first teach them how to draw a sphere.
Right. When you do a sphere, we'll teach you how to draw a triangle. Do a triangle, and we'll teach you how to draw a line and flip it. The good old days, I'm with you.
Do you miss them?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was fun. I don't know. I think like game developers from our generation, I think are both the same age. We're really good at the lower level stuff.
I did the same thing.
Yeah. It's so important. I was an Apple II guy, CRS-80 Model 1.
Yeah, I grew up on this one. So
I
grew up in Hong Kong and we already had a workshop. This was lecturing. I was invited to just sit in and that's how I got into music. It was so inspirational. And then I started writing articles for Analog. One day Analog sent me another text. That changed everything, because I was originally a chemical engineer. Because back then computers were a novelty. You don't know if you're going to get a job. So.
Yeah. Oh, that's super cool.
Awesome. So now I get to teach you.
That display, that huge display you have,
It's just the biggest computer in the world.
The fact that you have that huge display and you made a video game for it,
It's
Okay, so we're going to start our next panel, and Mark Delora is our panel moderator, and he'll get us started.
Good afternoon. Hey there. I hope that you've had a good day. I wish I was here observing it all, but unfortunately I was away. So I will kick off the post-lunch session, and we're going to talk about gamification, and I hope it'll be an exciting panel and keep you all awake post-lunch. So my name is Mark Delora, and I am joined up here by Jason Lay from University of Illinois at Chicago. He's the director of the Electronic Visualization Laboratory. It's the coolest toys ever. Julius Su, who's the creator of the Skies mobile app and is part of the computational chemistry research staff at Caltech. And Diane Tucker, who is director of the Serious Games Initiative here in town at the Wilson Center. So I'm going to kick off with a handful of slides, and then we'll work our way down the table. We each probably have between 5 and 10 minutes of presentation, and then we'll roll into a discussion, and then we'll try to leave plenty of time at the end for questions. And I'm going to jump back and forth from pictures to videos. So I apologize for that in advance, but I think the videos are more interesting. So as I said, my name is Mark Delora. I'm the Senior Advisor for Digital Media at the Office of Science and Technology Policy at the White House here in town. And my background is the video game industry. So I come from the industry for the last 20 years. I was running technology at companies like THQ. I spent a lot of time at Sony and Nintendo and Google and Ubisoft. So lots of traditional games for consoles and PC and mobile devices. So what we're going to talk about today here is gamification, and it's an interesting term. And so we'll set about defining exactly what it is we're going to talk about on this panel. So the commonly held definition of gamification is that it is applying game techniques, game technologies, and game design mechanics to non-game situations. So, for example, your life, in order to engage or motivate some kind of behavior. So I'm going to give you an example. So if you think about trying to get people to go the speed limit, this is one device that helps. Research shows, as of 2010, that if you put up a speed camera or something that looks like a speed camera, you can get people to reduce their speeds between 1% and 15%. That's pretty great, but could we do better? Well, it turns out if you give the drivers feedback and show them their speed, and also show them, oh, by the way, I know what your speed is, and you're speeding, but I'm just letting you know. That helps even more. But could we do better than that? And the answer is yes, if you gamify. So let me show you a video of an even better answer.
Hi, I'm Kevin Richardson. I'm the winner of Volkswagen's Fun Theory Award. My idea was the speed camera lottery. Could we get people to obey the speed limit through fun? I really believe that fun can change human behavior for the better, and I was really thrilled to see that my idea, which started as a scribble submitted into this competition, might even become reality. The speed camera lottery would do two things. One, it would photograph speeders, give them a citation, and that money goes in a pot. But if you're obeying the law, your picture will also get snapped. You'll be entered into a lottery and win some of that money from those speeders.
Jag kör alltid lagligt, men tveksamt att man vinner. Det är ju bra positiva grejer det där. Kör lagligt och tjäna deg, det är perfekt.
So there are a handful of fun theory Volkswagen videos on YouTube, which I encourage you to check out. There's another great one about trying to get people to walk upstairs more, and so they outfit the stairs with speakers and turn it into a piano. So people will walk up the stairs and they'll hear these sounds, and they're like, and more people start walking up and down the stairs because it creates, you know, a great music. Let's see, so let's move on. So 22%, better than 1 to 15% for sure. So let's back up a little bit and define terms a little more. So I mentioned what gamification is broadly. So what kind of techniques are we talking about? The techniques that people mostly think of when you talk about gamification are digital badges, certifications, leveling systems, scoring, and social systems. So you can see on the slide some examples of those. I think that the most interesting example is from this game Candy Crush, which is in the upper left corner. Candy Crush is a huge game right now on Facebook and iOS and Android, which I'd encourage you all to try. And it uses a number of these techniques. And two of the things that you can see here right away that are really clear are scoring. So it gives you a score, so you're inspired to try and beat your score if you play it again. But then the leaderboard, the social dynamic of the leaderboard, is what really hooks people, because now you can see they're super clever. They show you, I don't know how well you can tell, but they show you the top 3 scores among your friends on this particular board. They also show you the 3 scores right around you. So if I'd actually played this board and had gotten a score other than 0, it would say, oh, well, just 10 points above you is your friend Jeff, and 100 points below you is your friend whoever. So if I might be inspired to try and play again and beat them, or send my friend who I beat a mocking email. So let's talk about some more examples. Fitbit. So Fitbit, I got a Fitbit here. This is basically a pedometer. It's telling me it's ready. It's cute. So as a pedometer, there have been pedometers for ages. And you could just have a simple pedometer with a number on it. Oh, you walked 8,000 steps today. You've kind of got no calibration about whether that's good, whether it's bad, whether it's better than you've done before, whether it's better than your friends have done before. So they added some components. So one of the things they added on the Fitbit was a little flower. And the flower keeps track of how active you've been over the last couple of hours. So if you go for a long walk, the flower gets longer and longer and longer until it reaches the top. And then you can feel good because you're being really active. Or there's the opposite effect, where you look at it and like mine is right now, it's pretty sad. So now I feel bad and I'm going to want to go out for a walk. But then they have a website. So this device communicates wirelessly with your PC, and it uploads the number of steps that you've done each day to a website. And they also have the ability for you to connect with friends. So they do multiple things. One is they keep track of your steps and give you badges. So I'm really proud. One day I did 25,000 steps. So I've got this 25,000 steps badge. It emailed me to let me know. Great. Now I want the 50,000 steps badge. They also have a leaderboard, and so now they're also similarly clever in that they show me the 3 people who walked more this week than I did, and the 3 people who walked less this week than I did. So one of these is one of my coworkers at OSTP, and she got an email rapidly letting her know that she was being lazy from me. So these kind of systems are great engagement systems. And I think Fitbit's done a really, really good job. But gamification is kind of a contentious term and concept for a couple of reasons. So one reason, especially inside the game industry, if you ask somebody about gamification, one of the things they'll bring up is that most of the people who say they are gamification experts have never, ever made a game. In fact, so I went to a website that claimed to keep track of the top gamification gurus. And of the top 20, whose pictures I decided not to show you, absolutely none of them have ever made a game. So, yeah, or maybe play, yeah, or maybe played them. No, this doesn't necessarily mean they're not good at gamification, but they're definitely not good at game design. And so it leaves me questioning. And so if you engage with a gamification expert, I would encourage you to ask to see some of the gamification work that they've done and you know, whether it's good or not. Another thing that people complain about with regard to gamification is a sense of manipulation. Like, is what we're doing trying to get people to do things they wouldn't normally do? Like, I keep getting these posts from my friends with badges and mocking emails saying that I haven't walked enough, and, you know, screw all you guys, I don't care anymore. So there is a level at which people who are subject to some gamification techniques can get frustrated and put off and just shut down. So there's some concerns around that. So if you're looking at something in your life, in your work, that you're thinking maybe some gamification techniques would help engage people more, make sure to do it with a light touch. A couple more quick examples. Starbucks, great example. Buy 12 coffees, get one free. What is this? It's a score. 12 coffees. I only have 11. One more point, and I'm going to get to the next level, and I'm going to get a free coffee. This is a gamification system. It's been around forever. Nobody called it gamification. It's gamification. Another more recent example. I think most of the hybrid cars that are out there now have some kind of gamification technique on them. So this is from the Honda Insight, and it is pretty deliberately telling you your score on how well you are doing at saving gas. This person doesn't look like they're doing very well, at least according to the meter. They do have 5 tadpoles, but they don't have a tree. So, you know, maybe you're going to get inspired by that and you're going to want to lay off of the gas pedal. So the Prius also has this, and several of the other cars have this. Okay, so those are gamification examples. Now let me flip to the other side of the coin. So sometimes when people say gamification, what they're talking about is taking something like education and adding games to it. Now, technically, that's not what gamification is. Some people call it serious games. Some people call it games for impact. But you might find that other people call it gamification, and that's fine. But I want to draw a distinction between these two ideas. And we're going to talk about both of those ideas here. They do definitely, the lines are blurred, and we go back and forth between them. So let me touch on 3 games really quickly in this games for impact space. And Dragon Box is another one where I want to show you a video because it's just so much more effective seeing the actual video instead of a picture and me talking. So this is an iPad game, and it teaches you algebra. So the idea is you want to get that box, which has a dragon in it, all by itself on one side. You might say, what's that have to do with algebra? So it starts out with you're trying to get, just a quick video, with you trying to get the dragon on one side all by itself, and it slowly evolves into the dragon is actually X, and you're trying to get X on one side by itself. So what you're really doing is solving an algebraic equation for X, but you may not know it starting out in the game. I've got a couple images that might make this a little clearer. So this is an example from early in the game where you can see there's some tiles with some little critters on them. There's some dice. The white die is a positive number, so that's 4. The black die is a negative number, so that's -4. So I can grab the -4 and drag it onto the +4, and it'll turn into what looks like a little swirling black hole, which is actually 0. So this is the beginning of the game. Later in game, it looks like this. And you're doing the exact same thing. So I know I need to multiply both sides of this equation by x, because I want to get x to the top. I can drag x from the bottom, and I drag it over to the left. It'll remind me that I need to drag it over to the right, and then you cancel out the x's, and you're going to divide through by d, and at the end, you'll have x equals the answer to this algebraic equation. So this is a really interesting idea, and there's a study going on right now at the University of Washington with Washington State Schools, where they're taking a version of this that's adaptive, so it can assess how good the player is at algebra already. And it'll adjust to start out closer to their expertise level. And they're trying to prove that this actually works successfully as a technique to teach kids algebra. And they're testing it among people all the way from kindergarten up through 12th grade. So we're really curious to see the results of this. It's supposed to come out within the next month or two. Two other quick games. Minecraft is a huge game among kids these days. I think of it like digital Legos. It's essentially little bricks that you can stack up and make things, and you can dig caves. Super engaging for kids, especially so the 8 to 14 age bracket. So this guy, Joel Levan, he's known as the Minecraft teacher, and he uses a lab and Minecraft to teach kids all sorts of things, from chemistry to physics to math. And one of the things that I thought was a really interesting idea that he did, I believe that this is a slide from his chemistry exercises. He gets all the kids together, so each one of these little characters is one of the kids, and he gets them all together in a really tight space. And he says, this is like if you were ice. You're all particles, and you can't move, you're all bunched up together. It's like you're ice. And then he'll knock down a ridge that's holding all the players in the space, so they can get a little more room. And he says, okay, this is like your water. And then he'll do it again. Okay, this is like now your steam. So he's expressing this concept of chemistry, doing it through a game, and the kids are familiar with this game, or a lot of them are. Kids love the interaction, and so they're learning concepts in this subtle way through the use of Games for Impact. So the third game, this is the last game I want to show to you. This game is really interesting. It's actually a little bit older now. It's called Fold It. Also happens to be out of the University of Washington. This is a game that teaches players how to do protein folding. Not something you would think would necessarily be fun. So it starts out with really simple proteins, and you're trying to find what the correct shape of this protein is. And it gives you feedback and teaches you typical ways that proteins fold up. And so by starting out with really simple ones and going to more complex ones, it is training you up to actually solve problems that X-ray crystallography is having trouble with. And so they've been using this for research. They're essentially taking something complicated, making it fun in order to attract players, and then giving them research problems and saying, go solve this, we're having trouble. So in 2011, 60,000 players playing this game actually solved the structure for an HIV enzyme that 15 years of research hadn't figured out. And it took them 10 days. 60,000 people, 10 days. Pretty amazing. So if we can do more games like this, it could really make a big difference. So that's a quick introduction to gamification and Games for Impact. And as we're talking and showing you more things in this topic, I want to encourage you to think to yourself, what areas of your life do you think you could benefit from gamification? What areas in your work do you think you could benefit from gamification? And we'll get to that later. Thanks. So we're going to move on now to Jason. And we've got to set up his laptop.
You can do intros first.
Do you need audio?
Wait, I hit the. No, I think I'm okay. So just start? Oh, okay. Some of you may be familiar with this earliest form of gamification. Remember when you were kids and your teacher gives you a gold star for having done something really well? So even back then, you were being manipulated. So I'm Jason Lee. I'm the director of Electronic Visualization Lab. I grew up just wanting to write the ultimate video game. I wasn't so much interested in playing them as much as I just loved writing them.
And that actually led to a full career and then a professorship. So games are good, so don't discourage your kids from ever getting involved in them. This is my lab. I'm not that old, but the lab is now 40 years old. It's the oldest institution in the United States that combines art with computer science. Just to show you, we kind of like to have fun a lot. This is taken from Comic-Con, where that's one of our conferences, right? We take the kids to Comic-Con. So one of the things that we're best known for is for producing the computer graphics for the first Star Wars movie in the 1970s, where we taught the Rebel Alliance how to blow up the Death Star. We're also known for coining the term scientific visualization and something called the CAVE, a virtual reality system that immerses you. And most recently, we unveiled to the world something called CAVE 2, which is the next generation of this technology. For us, this is a research technology that allows us to explore really far out things in computer science. For me personally, it's one awesome video game system. And I teach video game programming, which is great because I can have all these kids work on a technology that someday will be everywhere, right? And so they're allowed to explore these really imaginative ideas. Another bit of sort of craziness that I do is a couple of years ago, I started teaching a class on something called human augmentics. And you can imagine kids are really excited about this as well. So what human augmentics is the study of technologies for expanding the capabilities of humans. And so for college kids, what that means is, cool, I get to be a superhero. How do I invent the technology that turns me into a superhero? Like you can sort of see here with the Google Glass, and there's this exoskeleton that allows you to be really strong and you can lift things. This all came about because I was working with somebody in rehabilitation, and one of the biggest complaints was that rehabilitation technology was so expensive that it just really wasn't affordable to a lot of people. For example, the hearing aid. A good hearing aid is about $2,000. And then it occurred to us, wait, the electronics in the hearing aid and a noise-canceling headphone that you buy for $100 on Amazon really aren't that different. The only difference is market size, right? And so we thought, well, what if we develop an augmenting technology that augments everyone, and in the process, that will drive the cost of rehabilitation down to potentially near nothing. And that's how this human augmentation idea came about. And of course, we Googled for it, and my gosh, no one's ever used that term before, so we grabbed the URL right away. So what's also fun about this is that in this class, we have faculty from all these different disciplines lecturing in their specific areas. Because what we realize is that to develop these kinds of technologies requires these students from these areas and knowledge from these areas to be able to develop these cool technologies. One of the fun things that one of our students developed was something called Spider Sense. I mean, who doesn't want to be Spider-Man? And what it does is, the goal was to try and develop a technology that senses danger before it happens, so you can be alerted of it. And so they built these ultrasonic sensors, which you would wear all over your body. And so if somebody was approaching you from behind, it would give you a little tingle, and you would know if somebody was behind you or something. One of the fun tests they did was they blindfolded a subject, and they had people walk around him, and he had to throw rubber ninja shurikens at them, completely blindfolded. But this stuff cost about $300 to make, and it occurred to us, well, now we can apply it to people who are visually impaired as well. Those devices, just like an electronic cane, is about $2,000, which is absolutely nuts when we can do this kind of stuff for a couple of $100, right? Except in our case, they can sense the entire environment around them, not just with what the cane can do. So that's one of the examples. So I'm not going to spend too much more time on this, since I'm supposed to talk about gamification. In relation to gamification, I am developing something using asthma electronic dosers connecting to smartphone applications in a gamified format
to essentially encourage adolescent African American kids to take better care of themselves with their asthma. These kids are more than 3 times more likely to die from asthma than their white counterparts. This is important to me personally because I suffered from asthma when I was a kid, so I know about this subject really well. And so I thought this was a great opportunity to develop a technology using gamification and what we do in human augmentics to actually make a difference. Now, as I said, I teach a class in video game design. I teach it between UIC, University of Illinois, and Louisiana State University. What's fun about that is that when I form these classes, the students have to form teams, and the teams have to be geographically separate. They never get to physically meet. And within, there's a challenge for you. Within 1 semester, they have to conceptualize, design, develop, and demonstrate a video game that they develop. At the end of the semester, I bring in judges from the local game industry, Electronic Arts, Midway Games, to come in and judge these games. So I want to show you some of the fun concepts that they came up with. Now, what I try to do every semester is not make the same class that every game school can teach these days. We build really awesome visualization technology. So my challenge to them always is, I have a new technology that no one in the world has access to yet. What can you do to be creative in it so that someday in the future, when this stuff becomes commonplace, you'll be the leaders in the field? And so there's this fun app that they developed. They call it the 20-foot canvas. And you start out with very long credits. There's a giant 20-foot LCD touchscreen, your iPad. With your finger, you can paint on it. The iPad is your palette. We had to speed up time because it takes time to draw something. You can switch to brush mode and start mixing paints like you would do with normal classic painting. And then here's some fun things. You can take a classic paintbrush and start painting on the wall. So this was like a little homage to classical painting, right? Except in the digital world. And potentially, once it's in the digital world, you can manipulate this paint in very interesting ways, which they couldn't do because they ran out of time. That's the end of the semester. But you can sort of see the potential, right, that this kind of technology brings about. And then I think the next part is my favorite, where he takes his roller out. So anyway. Here's another quick game I want to show. This is the world's biggest Star Wars video game. In it, you can command a fleet of Star Wars spaceships. When we put this out on YouTube, it received 800,000 hits and a phone call from Lucasfilm, who actually invited us to come down and demonstrate it to their team, because secretly they were developing the same game on the iPad, and they wanted to understand what our game mechanics were. So anyway, all right, let's talk about the gaming stuff in more detail. Now, I realize not everyone plays video games. Shame on you. Or are game designers. So what I want to do to help with this panel was to explain some of the basic principles that make video games addictive and fun. And these are the principles that people are trying to use to apply to gamification. So item number 1, problem solving engages multiple modalities. So it's visual, it's physical, it's mental, you're solving puzzles, it's auditory, this great soundtrack and clicky and bloops and sounds that go with it. And as Mark indicated, it's social, right? You can sort of post your scores and compete against each other. Now, if you look in terms of competing with, say, the book, right, you wonder why kids are more focused on the iPad playing video games than the book, right? The book is engaging you on at most two modalities, right? Visual and maybe mental, right? The feedback that you get is practically instantaneous. So anyone play Angry Birds here? Yep, when you mess up in Angry Birds, you know right away. Angry Birds, you fling these birds off this thing and you knock out little pigs. That's it. But you learn pretty quickly how to do it, and you grade it immediately, not in a week's time, right? Now here's another interesting one. The rewards are frequent, right? But the interesting thing isn't that you're rewarded for success that's interesting, is that they reward you for failing. In life, when you fail, you're punished. Bad. As a research scientist, we never publish our failures. It's just not publishable research, right? Whereas in fact, we know as educators that when you start to really learn something is when you fail, right? But video games do this to you all the time. They celebrate the fact that you failed, and you know what? If you just try it one more time, and here's the countdown clock for your chance to try it one more time, I'll bet you're going to get it the next time. And guess what most kids do when they see that? I got to stop the countdown clock and try it one more time because I almost had it the last time. So it celebrates failure. And gets you to play more. And that history wasn't so much sort of something egalitarian as far as video games are concerned. It was something to get people to put more quarters into their machines when it was in the old arcades. But it turns out, it's quite an effective strategy. The challenges or problems or goals are presented in very short episodes. And you can see the same, in Khan Academy, for example. The lectures are very, very short. So they're episodic, and the difficulty is very controlled. And so there's this well-published work showing that the difficulty actually occurs not linearly, but in this kind of curve. And punctuating these peaks are what they call, in video game terms, boss fights. What that means is that the big giant monster is going to appear, and you're going to have to take all the skills that you've amassed so far to kill this one boss. And then in the next, after you beat the boss, things taper off a little bit. So, because, so you have a chance to relax a bit, but not so relaxed that it's as easy as it was before. And then things ramp up, and then you get hit with the next boss. Now, in classrooms, the boss fight is called the exam. Not so fun, right? Whereas in the video games, it is a lot of fun. Another great thing about video games and the strategy they use is that learning happens as you go. There is no instruction manual you're supposed to read before you play the game. The only people who read the instruction manuals are like your parents who've never played video games before. They start out by reading the manual and saying, no, this is not a board game. You get in there and you just do it. This is Angry Birds instructions. Look, there's not even any text. All it says is, if you pull your finger back, it will launch something at the pig. And that's it, no words. You wonder why every kid can pick the stuff up, right? Number 6, surprises. Surprises make events in the game memorable. These are like, the twist in the movie, not in the movies at the climax, right? Or in the novel, or in a good novel. So usually these shocks occur as part of the bosses. So in Gears of War, you're suddenly faced with this humongous spider-like monster, right? You never expected that to happen. And then the last main thing is it revolves around your schedule. You can save the progress and resume at any time. You can't do that in class, right, at school. You can't say, teach, I'm not really into it today, I'm out of here, I'll pick it up tomorrow from where you left off, right? You can do, this is just normal in video games. So this is what kids are kind of expecting. Now, as Mark mentioned, there are some caveats about gamification, and I'll run through this very quickly, and it'll be my last slide. Game development can be a very expensive and time-consuming process. I do get approached by a lot of researchers, very smart researchers in education or medicine, who say, well, can you just whip me up a video game for this, right? It really takes a lot of time and energy to do it really well, because you're potentially competing with all the other video games that the kids have played. That level of polish that they're used to, they're going to expect the same from the games that you produce, right? And even when you apply all the basic rules that I just talked about, it doesn't mean that the kids will like it. It's like saying, if I follow these rules, I'm going to make a hit movie and I'm going to be rich. And you know it doesn't happen, right? Every year, Hollywood tries to do that, and there are bombs and there are successes. So there's still an element of pixie dust that's not certain yet. So when you apply these approaches to your curriculum, you will potentially run into the same thing. You've got all the right components in it, but they may or may not succeed. Also in games, when learning stops, the player stops playing. So your content has to be constantly fresh to keep their attention. Now here's a big problem for gaming, and we've noticed the same thing when we applied it to virtual reality to bring kids in to see what they learn. Sometimes the player is so focused, especially boys, on winning the game, they lose sight of the fact that they're trying to learn something. Because what they learned is how to win the game. They didn't learn the subject matter. And so what you usually have to do afterwards is to create a way to sort of reflect on what is it that they did in this game environment that they actually learned. Women and girls are actually much better than boys at this. Girls will strategize, get in there, figure out why they're doing certain things. Boys just want to clobber the monster, kill everything. Now, also, one of the challenges, if the subject does not connect with you, you're not going to start playing the game in the first place. This is often why, and Mark can also talk about this, why, for example, the game industry, especially the established game industry, isn't very adventurous as far as developing new ideas. They know there are set genres that their customers will keep buying into. If there's for example, movie tie-in games. A movie tie-in game, like a Superman game, regardless how sucky the game is, people will tend to buy it, right? Because there's this sort of familiarity, it's like a comfort food, and people will gravitate towards it. The people who tend to play, say, movie tie-in games or football games may not like other types of games, and they will not play any other type of games. So there are lots of challenges, is all I'm saying, and I'm just going to end there. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jason. All right, let's set up. Let's see. We need some interstitial music. All right, we're good to go. Please welcome Julius Su, creator of the Skies mobile app.
Hi, everyone. So I come to you wearing two hats today. One is I'm a software developer. Me and a friend made an iPad app for collaborative learning in a classroom setting and for beyond. And the second is trying to do an interesting sort of experiment this summer. We're trying to teach community science. That is science relevant to everyday needs of a community, Los Angeles, where I'm from. So in this case, it was a collaboration of a bunch of people. We had a bunch of students at Muir High School. And what happened was they started a garden, growing plants, tomatoes, having a beehive, doing all sorts of things. And they were really excited about this. But after a while, the teachers became concerned, well, they're having a lot of fun growing things in this garden. They seem engaged, they seem active. But are they learning? Are they learning science? Are they learning math, engineering, the things that are going to score high on tests eventually? What are they getting out of this garden? And so they came to Caltech, and an organization called the Caltech Classroom Connection, which for the past 5 years has been putting people from the university in touch with people from high school and other people in the community, just sort of all collaborating. And then they dragged us in and they said, okay, you guys, you say you have this app that can promote collaboration and student engagement. Let's see how well it actually works. And so that's the history of what we're doing. How do I? Okay. And so our app is pretty simple. It looks like a bulletin board. It's like an empty bulletin board, and people can post cards. The cards are attached to each other like a tree. You can have all sorts of cards. You can have informational cards just for lecturing. You can have flashcards that students make to quiz each other. You can have like video cards, web cards, any sort of thing. It's just a big bulletin board that everyone can see and update at the same time. And so we used it as follows. First, me and the teacher, the other teacher, went ahead and we just gave a lecture. Just a standard PowerPoint style lecture, every card a different slide on whatever topic they were covering. Water quality, soil quality, pest control, plant processing, all things they needed to know in order to grow things in the garden more effectively. Okay, that was the first step, just a regular old-fashioned lecture. Then the second step was interesting. We told the students, okay, enough of us talking, you guys try to teach us. We're going to put these cards down for you to look at. Now you split apart into groups and pretend like you're teaching, and you want to quiz the other students to make sure they learned what's inside our cards. And so at first they were like, I don't get it. Where are the questions you want us to answer? And we're like, no, you guys make the questions. They were like, how do you know the answer? No, you put in the answers too. You're quizzing us. And they were like, oh, okay. And then, so they did this. They sat down. The classroom got really quiet for a while, and then they started making these cards. And then we looked at them. That was the next stage. We looked at the cards. We went through them. They quizzed each other. We made sure everyone understood everything. And then without even waiting a day or a week or a few hours, we jumped straight into a lab activity where they used what they had just learned to do some small, interesting thing. Here you're showing that you can use a lens to focus light and to image objects that are far away. You can measure focal lengths. And so we had them do that sort of thing, measuring the focal lengths of different things, building a camera, building a telescope, using a little microscope that you can attach to the iPad to take pictures. And every result that they have, be it a picture, be it a sound clip, be it some page that they found, or just an algebraic derivation, they went ahead and posted it onto a tree for all the other students to see. And then that was the last part that we looked at. We then went through every result that they had. All the quiz cards they made, we went through. All the results they posted, we went through. All the conclusions they drew, we went through. So for example, we had a lab where we gave them a bunch of lenses and we said, okay, predict, I have an iPad or a remote control here. I have a lens here. Now if I wanted to build a camera, where should I put the film? Predict where the film goes. And so we divided them into 3 groups. We said, okay, you guys can be theoreticians, one group. Anyone who's good at math is a theoretician. So you guys go ahead and use the algebraic equation to derive where to put the film. Another group is an experimentalists. Anyone who likes to measure things hands-on. Just take a ruler and figure out where the focal distance of this plane is. And so they went ahead and did that. And we said, okay, anyone of you who can't really do either, like us, computationalists, you guys are now computationalists. Take a piece of graph paper, actually trace out the rays, and where they cross is where the image goes. All 3 groups got numbers. They posted it onto the tree. And when they saw that they all agreed, they were like, oh, that's kind of cool. The science seems to work. Okay. And so, yeah, the discussion of the results and just being encouraging and bringing this all out was what we did. And finally, we wrapped it up with lab tours. We took them around different labs around Caltech and showed them the lasers and the microscopes and the fruit flies and everything that we could show them, and just got them generally enthusiastic about even things like when you go to grad school, you get paid. You get paid to go to grad school. You get paid to sit around, have fun with lasers and microscopes. You get a stipend for this. And they were like, really? You don't have to go $80,000 in debt to be a grad student? It's like, no, we do get paid enough to eat ramen noodles and live in dormitories, 4 to a person, and it's an exciting life. So they got very excited about that. And so, okay, So that being said, I'm going to share with you 4 sort of lessons and surprises we got out of this whole experience. The first is that the attention span of the human, the average human, and certainly students, is really short. Okay, we measured this. We measured this very accurately because we had an excellent TA. He would go around and all the students liked him, all the students talked to him and chatted him, and they would just tell him whatever was on their mind. And whenever I went above 4 cards of content, they said, why is he talking so much? We want to make cards. Why is he talking so much? The optimal length of that a human can absorb in a lecture is 4 slides. Maybe 3 to 4 slides. Maybe 5 if you're stretching it. I've already gone way beyond. Okay? 4 slides. Okay? The second thing is students really like making quiz cards. Okay? This is funny because teachers are always saying, you know, students aren't engaged, they're not paying attention. How do we learn whether they're learning things? How do we get feedback back from them? And then, you know, when you're lecturing, you're all excited. You're all like, oh, I'm a good teacher. Look, I'm talking, they're learning, everything's good. You know, when they're sitting off with their iPads by themselves making cards, the room gets all quiet. It gets kind of boring. You start worrying, are they doing anything? Are they just playing Angry Birds on these iPads? Are they doing anything? But, you know, afterwards, the TA talks to them and they go, and there was a time, you know, when, you know, we were rushing, we had to get to the lab. We cut out the card making part and they were like, why didn't we get to make cards? What's going on here? Why do we have to listen to that guy talk? We want to make cards. They really enjoy doing this part. If they don't do this part, they get upset. And this is a great way to figure out whether they understand something or not. Just by seeing the kind of questions you're making, you can see how well you've made the lecture. Immediate feedback from both the student and for the teacher. Okay, third lesson we learned is the more instruments you have, the better. And so this is actually kind of a neat example because it's something called a colorimeter. It measures the color of a solution, red, green, and blue components. It's very simple. You just have an LED that can be red, green, or blue. You shine it through a water sample, water quality, whatever, and you measure how much light comes through. $85, open source hardware. Anyone can go download it, build it. And yet, we only had one of these because, you know, it was unfunded. We were paying things out of our own pocket. But we brought one of these in, and we had, you know, students, and they were all sharing. They were all going around it. And afterward, the teachers who were observing gave this lab like a 5 out of 5 rating. The teachers all thought it was great. The students gave this a 4 out of 5 rating. It was the lowest rated lab that we had. And the reason was they all had to share one colorimeter. After that, we were like, no excuses. Every student gets some sort of instrument to play with. It can be a lens. It could be a little microscope. It could even be, well, we went into the chemistry labs, okay? Like the teaching labs at Caltech are not being used over the summer by students because students at Caltech do summer research over the summer. They don't do teaching labs. And so first, we had a distillation thing. We were going to go, okay, you know, you're going to extract orange oil from oranges. And we had a little demo. We had a piece of orange peel, and we squeezed it in front of a lighter, and a little spray of flame shot out because there's oil inside orange peels. And they were like, whoa, oranges do that? It's like, yeah, oranges can do that. And so we had an apparatus for them to, you know, boil off the orange oil and distill it and turn it into a little orange-colored liquid they could collect. Well, when I was first setting it up with the TA, I was like, okay, so this is expensive glassware, right? This is like $1,000 worth of glassware here. And like if the students break it, there's going to be trouble. So let's just set up one apparatus. They'll all crowd around. They'll all watch it. And then the chemistry lab instructor, I thought, was going to say, yeah, that's reasonable. He was like, you know what? He's like, fuck it. This is Caltech. Every 2 students gets an apparatus. Let's just do it the right way. And so you will not believe it. We went into the lab. We had the apparatus all set up, you know, dripping. And the students were, okay, yeah. So we're going to watch this for an hour. And then you guys are going to get oil. And then we'll sniff it. And then that's going to be the end of the lab. And we go, those are your fume hoods. Go set one up yourselves. And then they were like, what? And we're like, yeah, there's glassware over there. You know how to set it up. Just do it. And they ran off. And they set up all these distillation apparatuses. And they did the distillation. They got the orange oil out. And afterward, this is the simplest experiment a chemist can do, right? This is the first thing you learn how to do. It's simple distillation. Afterward, we had 2 of the students come up and go like, how do I be a chemist? I want to be a chemist. Like, this is cool. This is cool stuff. And all it took was giving them glassware for an hour. Okay, you want to get kids interested in STEM, give them instruments, give them teachers. This is how to do it. And finally, we were afraid, are students really going to want to post things on a public bulletin board for everyone to see? I mean, you're used to turning it in, you get the grade back, you fold over the paper, you kind of hide it. Do students really like to be evaluated by the teacher up front? And the answer is yes, students love it. They don't mind. This is like Facebook, everyone posts everything. Like, it's the era of instant feedback. Students post all the answers. We had them draw linear regression lines. And we went through, yes, that's the right idea. Okay, no, your line's kind of tilted. No, that's good, that's good. They like it, as long as the teacher's encouraging. That's the key phrase. Whenever students put quiz cards up, regression lines up, or anything, as long as the teacher picks out the good parts of it, this is gamification. This is the strongest possible score, the strongest possible signal that a student can get back, is having a teacher that connects with them and is encouraging to the work that they have. And that's pretty much it. As long as you have these elements, rapid feedback, encouraging teacher, turnaround, collaboration, community, and teachers, and instrumentation, as long as you have all those, easy to get things, it pretty much all works. And here's the last part. We even, we had no idea. We were like, this is very experimental. I don't even want to ask some of these survey questions. But the collaborator from the Caltech Classroom Connection was like, okay, no, we have to do a scientific study. We have to ask them straight out the questions we're afraid to hear the answer to. And one question was just, do you prefer making these cards to just raising your hand in class and asking questions? Like, why do we even need all this technology? And we were like, we're going to get buried. There's no way this is better than just asking questions in class. But the students were like, yeah, it was better than speaking. It was better than raising your hand because we're shy. We'd rather sit down, think about it for a minute, and write something out and then have the teacher go through it, than raising our hand, putting ourselves on display and doing all that. And so for them, it actually made the learning feel more personal. The technology did not get in the way. It actually made them feel more connected to what was being presented. And that was that was more than we ever expected. That was cool. Okay, that was neat. And so, yeah, that's pretty much it. We have a lot of people to thank, obviously. People who worked with me on the software, people from the Caltech Classroom Connection, the provost at Caltech, they just have an education fund. We applied to it. They gave us 18 iPads, just like that. It was wonderful. We had a bunch of really good professors and teachers help us, and a bunch of retired teachers and just interested people from your high school who just came in and made cards. And people say, like there's an age limit to using this technology. The teachers who are working with us listed their ages as 38, 45, 65, and older than dirt. Okay? They were making cards. They were adding stuff in. So any age, I think, this is technology that is useful and cool and people can learn from. And that's pretty much what we did.
Thank you. I have to ask you if Jessica Sue, the intern here, is related to you.
Yeah, she's my little sister, and she made the Bing image search functionality that I was showing off to everyone an hour ago.
That's awesome. Thanks. Next up, we'll have Diane Tucker from the Wilson Center. There we go.
Hi there. So I'm one of these people who, if I have a couple spare hours, will very easily sort of take myself and put myself in front of some painting. I blame my mother, and I think reasonably so, because she was one of these people who said, who used to take me when we had a couple spare hours and stick us both in front of a painting. So over time, I've looked at a lot of painting, but it was literally within the last 2 weeks where I realized here, this prototypical Dutch landscape painting is actually a picture of energy. It's the production of energy through wind. It's the dispersal of waste through the, I don't know if you can see the chimney off to the side, hiding there in plain sight. The same is true here, where I don't know if you can see sort of off to the side, we have a person collecting wood, and obviously that being generated to produce the light we see here. In a painting that otherwise we would think of it's Bierstadt's The Oregon Trail. I bring it before you today because it sort of makes evident the sort of range of ways and length of time over which our use of energy has sort of been something we've become so naturalized to that we actually don't see it when it's literally in front of our eyes. And that's an important question because we're now in this position where decisions about energy are some of the most important ones we need to make as a nation, and yet at the same time, and those policies and ideas need to be informed by science, and we are really not up to, our community who needs to be involved in this is really not up to it because of where we stand also on, sorry, I forgot to say that so invisible is now our need for power and how we get to it that we literally don't even have to turn the switch anymore. All we need to do is appear in space and it happens passively. Oops, sorry. So we are faced with this in this time where our systems of instruction are also not doing the best as well as we need them to do, where in terms of according with how it is people learn. The statistics demonstrate that in a typical learning experience, 90% is forgotten and only 10% retained. And that's unless people sort of work hard to sort of improve upon those statistics. By the way, am I too loud? I might be, okay. And at the same time, that's sort of where we've gotten to with energy, which is that 12% of Americans can pass a basic energy test. And, it seems to me a combination of those two factors, where we stand in terms of our awareness about our sources and use of energy and our ability to engage and learn from it. So that's why I'm here. I'm actually running the Serious Games Initiative at the Woodrow Wilson Center, and we are committed to making a game that's going to teach people both about the science and the policy of energy. And I'm talking, and so for that, we've been looking toward those things that can effectively teach about both. And I think, obviously, energy might not be the problem each of you is facing, but I thought that by actually bringing before you the sort of proofs of concept to which we look to demonstrate actually how you can effectively teach through games and play, it would help also you too. And at the same time, because among the things we need to do is not only figure out how to make science teaching more effective, but also how we can actually help people become engaged and understand that through policy so that whatever sort of transformations need to be made in the public space, we can sort of rally for that too. So this is Carl Wyman, a person who won the Nobel Prize in 2001 for creating the Bose-Einstein condensate or condensate. I'm not a physicist. I'm sorry if I don't pronounce it properly. But interestingly, he's a person who came to this problem even through his own way, which is his own expertise, his own achievements have come through having making profound advances in atomic physics and in optics, and never himself studied either of those things formally. However, he was very, very important to him to be a public educator. And he found that when he actually taught people about physics through using interactive simulations, that he had really powerful results. First of all, it taught the concepts, and not just the sort of surface level kinds of facts, but the sort of underlying structural knowledge that actually helped people leave with a kind of structured knowledge that then helped them make more intelligent judgments and decisions afterward. It engaged a broad audience successfully, everyone from PhDs down to people in middle school. And it really endured in memory. I mean, he talked about how afterward people would come to him and weeks after, what they really remembered were his simulations. And that was true even of PhDs in physics. So with the money he won from the Nobel and from money from the NSF, he worked to create at the University of Colorado, Boulder, or maybe, excuse me, it might be University of Colorado, Denver, I apologize, a project called PhET. This is, didn't want to sort of struggle with the technology in terms of making it here doing a live demo, but typically what one actually starts out with is a blank screen. But offered in this sort of key in the upper right-hand side are all the sort of traditional tools that are familiar to people, light bulbs, batteries, switches, wires, resistors, and you've got to put it together. And it has proven incredibly successful. I mean, the blue dots are actually electrons that move. So, and fires start if you sort of set it the wrong way. I mean, it's a chance to actually, it brings important things together. First of all, it uses familiar objects so that it integrates these sort of conceptual things to people's real world experiences. It simplifies and focuses on the factors that are most important and sort of cuts away extraneous details. It provides this sort of immediate feedback so people can understand when they've made a mistake, things like that. And these things have proven incredibly successful. So CCK referred to the group of people who actually learned about circuits exclusively through playing with this interactive simulation online. Those people were tested in building a real live circuit against people who actually learned circuit building in labs. And then it turns out that the people who learned about the circuits without ever touching a circuit were faster at assembling a good one than those who actually learned in a lab. And they were also better than those who only read about doing it through it. But this is just one graph. I mean, they have done other studies that show that actually their conceptual grasp of the underlying physics was much, much stronger, and that they were also capable of writing about and doing descriptive, offering descriptions of what was actually happening than were either of these two other groups of people. And it's not an accident. It's because they've worked very hard to actually understand learning theory and what cognitive science reveals about how people learn. It's sort of that, I offer or sort of suggest that we all sort of make reference to what we were talking about at MOOCs, during the MOOCs panel today, about how, are these technologies being used to simply bring into a new medium the same problematic learning processes, or are they actually being used to, are we changing how we learn? And this is what we know about learning, and that I would argue, and I think what games can do effectively is actually change how games can be used to actually work better with how we think and how we learn, so that we can actually retain things better. So essentially what that requires is paying attention to the sensory memories that are coming into one's mind. By doing so, by selecting and paying attention to the important parts, one has the opportunity of bringing that into working memory. Then, if one sort of organizes that work and sort of puts that sort of in relationship to some kind of structure, then one has a chance to better chance of actually making that endure in memory. But then that also has to be pulled and attached, to make it actually into long-term memory, it has to be attached to stuff you've already known before, so that you do sort of have this integrated system. And so essentially, I'm going a little far with these. So essentially what that does is make game makers, or these FET makers, essentially they're people who are drawing bridges from the people who know, essentially drawing the bridge, bringing the people who don't into the place where there is knowledge. And again, that happens through selecting the important parts and leaving out the parts that aren't so important, organizing that, and then integrating that into the structured kinds of knowledge. So that's a way, again, in which these science games can really work. That is, a well-designed game can work to actually teach people this deeper conceptual stuff. Now we'll talk about ways in which people have actually learned to develop games that actually teach people about policy and change people's ways of thinking about it, so that these more successful ways of designing games for science can then be brought into informing better policy. So at the Woodrow Wilson Center, where I work, a game's been made called Budget Hero. It's actually about to launch its 5th edition in 5 years, which actually teaches people about the federal budget and the policies in it, and the relative expenditures people play. The relative expenditures the government puts forth to different things. So what look like buildings, it's a modified bar graph. So you have a chance to see, as the tall building on the left indicates, the defense budget is that size relative to the budget next to it, which is education. And nature and science are next to that. And those, as people play cards, the buildings change their relative height, and you have a chance to see overall, the date at which your budget goes bust changes. You have a chance to play with GDP ratio and debt to GDP ratio, things of that nature. And you have a chance to, what the cards themselves do, the basis by which people make those decisions actually describes what the policy option is. These are all real policies, and they've been scored by the Congressional Budget Office. People have a chance to learn what the argument for it, the argument against it is, and then some kind of neutral impact statement. And it's turned out to be actually very successful. I mean, 1.7 million people have played the game so far, and we have also been collecting data on the back end, which we also enables us to have an understanding about how people's opinions are changing over time and things of that nature. But 78% have said they have a better understanding of the budget, its size and sort of the components. It's changed their minds about the effects of different kinds of policies. It gives them self-confidence about their ability to understand budget and actually to weigh in with their own views about what the budget should be and what the government should be spending its money on. And, 66% then share it with their family and friends. There's a great story about we got from a person who engaged in our survey who talks about, I was listening to a friend talk about, the budget's not a problem, just take care of, to take care of foreign aid, just eliminate foreign aid and and it turns out that in fact, if you do eliminate foreign aid, nothing happens. And so that was in a way of sort of introducing the group, these friends, to playing Budget Hero themselves. So again, as I said, it's a way of tracking through the back end the relative, which policies are popular and also even triggered to what kinds of events in the world. An X debate produces X interest in what policy, and you can also then see too policies, preferences by population type. So that's, I then want to introduce you to this last game, which is actually one which has been developed at University of Southern California's Creative Media and Behavioral Health Center. And it's one that, reference was made before about how expensive games can be. Games can also be made pretty inexpensively. And it's a game that is not only about science and not only about policy, but it's actually one that's designed to inform policy based on science. It's actually a game about neuroscience, and more specifically about how the architecture of the brain is influenced by extreme stressful situations that happen to the smallest kids. Actually, interestingly, let me explain a little bit about the game, and then I will describe a sort of update that even happened as I was on my way here today. So essentially what one is trying to do is build, this is a brain, according to this game. It's a game that is structured by pulling together straws or pipe cleaners. And the player is trying to build as robust and tall and strong a brain as he or she can. And the limiting factor are life experience cards that one is dealt. And those life experience cards will have 3 different kinds of stress on them. Positive stress, which are the sort of good things that happen in people's lives. Toxic stresses, which are things that neuroscience demonstrates actually does have profoundly limiting effects on how brains grow and what they do. And then these others that are sort of called tolerable stress, which are things that could go either way, but they end up being multipliers. So that essentially in the game, if one wins a tolerable stress card, what the scorekeeper does is actually go and see, have you experienced more positive stresses or negative stresses has this player, and if the players experience more negative stresses, then it will function as a negative stress, and if it's positive, they'll experience it as positive stress. Now, the sort of addition I wanted to add to this is actually this piece was essentially on Marketplace Morning Report this morning, not this game, but the application of this, where essentially, hang on. Isn't it annoying when, sometimes the internet decides you need to know another story which is related to the story you wanted, which is actually not the story you wanted. Anyway, it was Dan Gorenstein this morning talked about how with Obamacare, or the Affordable Care Act, penalties, hospitals are going to start having to pay penalties for people who return for repeated care. And what they're finding is the 80-20 rule, which is there are 20% of the people who are responsible for 80% of the illnesses. And they're finding that those 80%, so what that's obliging hospitals to do is take a very much closer look at the people who are coming in for all of those tests. And it turns out that they are exactly these people. They told a story about a woman who is going in with problems with diabetes, with heart problems, and she's a person who keeps coming back to the Camden Hospital. And they said, well, tell us about yourself. And she said, I spent my childhood with a knife under my pillow. And because of violence in the home and just horrible, horrible stories. But the problem is also sources of of these toxic stresses are, being in a neighborhood where one can't go to a playground. And these things all can become magnifiers, but what's more important is they're not simply private decisions and private problems, they are public ones because they are actually things that policymakers can do something about. And that's what this game is for. This game is actually not one played in schools and played in homes. It's played at policy hearings in different states and distributed essentially through word of mouth. The woman who's actually responsible for doing most of this work is someone named Dr. Judy Cameron, who is a neuroscientist at University of Pittsburgh. And she goes to hearings. People will call her and say, hi, I'm in Louisiana. They were having hearings next week on defunding Head Start or diminishing the amount of funding going to different kinds of programs that relate to small children. And she's asked to come in and actually have policymakers play the game themselves. And what it does is not simply help people learn about neuroscience, but it puts them in the position of being a child. And she tells this story. I mean, she's got lots and lots of really powerful stories, but she comes in and she tells this story of, one state policymaker who says, who's going to start the game and, beefy, really robust and very, very self-confident person. And she says, he said, we're going to build a strong brain. We know how to build a strong brain. And then his brain collapsed. And afterward, traditionally, they have people stand up at the end of a presentation and explain their process and what happened in there, what they learned. And, he said, he got up there and said, we know how to make a brain. We know how to do it. And, but, it was the cards we were dealt. And she said she literally watched this realization wash across his face. And he said, oh, that's the point of your game. Which is that it's not the fault of children. It's not the fault of families. In so many cases, it is simply the hands you're dealt. And and these are things that it's not simply private problems. These are public ones. And work can be done to not only private benefit, but to public one. And so that is, again, just some ideas about how games can be made to teach people about science. But there is, I think, just in the whole question of gamification, I think there's one actually important thing that we've kind of touched on, which is the question of fun. If you look at this game and look at the actually references I've made, you might think, oh, games about science can't be fun. I mean, how fun are any of these things? How fun is it really to play a game about the federal budget? And it's actually a reasonable question, not the games about the budget can't be fun, but there is actually some ambivalence in this field about fun and fun's place. For example, there's ambivalence in some of this learning theory, anxiety that fun can be a distraction, and yet at the same time there is a positive distraction from the sort of focused kind of learning and the selection that has to occur for real learning to take place. At the same time, there is an acknowledgement that if it's not fun, you're going to have trouble drawing people back. And so, anyway, as we build this energy game, we're going to do our very best to bring those two things together, make it fun. I do think it can be done, make it fun and make it educational. We hope you'll keep an eye on it, but I hope it's also just given us stuff to think about and talk about. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. One of the things I love about getting together with people who work on games for a living is that I always end up with this long list of games to go play at the end of it. I hope all of you have those as well. Budget Hero in particular, I think, is super interesting. You should definitely go check that out. So we're, let's see, we have 5 minutes left. So we have a list of great questions we could ask each other, but You're going to give me 15. All right. Bonus round. Thank you. Everything's a game to me. Well, then I'm just going to ask one question, and then we'll turn to all of you because I'm really curious what questions you might have. So the question I have for you guys is, in the last few years, we've seen an increasing number of efforts at gamification and using full games to communicate complex messages. So sort of a two-part question. Do you think that this is because of changes in technology? Yes, no? No is a fine answer. And I'm also curious to know what technologies you see on the horizon or just cresting that you're intrigued about and that you think could make a difference with gamification and games for impact.
Well, okay, I'll take a stab at it. Well, I think there's a lot of debate as to whether games are quote unquote art. I think Roger Ebert had this huge long debate with all the gamers about. He said, no, they're not art, and all these people are like, well, yes, they are. I think it's just a generational thing. I think most of us grew up nowadays playing computer games, and so it makes sense that it's just become another venue through which we communicate messages. Just like writing or making a movie, it's like you make a game about something. You feel passionate about something, why not make a game about it? Like rope a lot of people in. What was the second part of that question?
Are there any interesting technologies that you're excited about incorporating?
Oh yeah. I think virtual reality is really cool. I think I like the idea of, all these kids are stuck on. I don't like the idea of people being stuck on World of Warcraft, but there's like the Oculus Rift. There's Google Glasses. There's everyone, there's this YouTube video of this girl, walking through the mall stuck on her cell phone, and then she walks right into a fountain. So there's no question we're becoming more and more immersed into this virtual world. But the question is whether we can create worlds that are better, or immerse, like learning worlds, where you could become an ecologist and gather fish, or you could go back in time and be a dinosaur or hunt dinosaurs, or whether we can create fully immersive, like fully immersive worlds that I'm sure Jason could now pick up that thread on.
I think certainly one of the biggest impacts for why serious gaming has really taken off so much is, first of all, I think the large audience for gaming in general, right? And not just gaming among geeks, but gaming amongst normal people, which is cool. And the second aspect of it is game development has gotten so much easier than it used to be. It used to be you had to be a computer science expert. Now there's enough toolkits out there that even kids can string together little games of their own. This has never been possible before, and that's really opened the doors for that. I love virtual reality, but it's still got a ways to go. I'm still concerned about people getting sick in those kinds of environments. All due respect to the Oculus Rift problems, I know what's going to happen to them, and I'm just being cautious about that. What excites me really is about these tangible things, like what Diane was showing, sort of bringing gaming concepts into the physical world, where for chemistry, for example, when they used to string up physical molecules to make big structures, imagine these molecules had electronic intelligences in them, kind of like the sensors that Julius was talking about. You can build a whole new things that we've never been able to do before. And again, all these sensors have gotten so cheap. For the first time, this kind of stuff is possible. There's a conference in Chicago, it's an expo, where all these sensor manufacturers go and show their stuff. It used to be they were only showing it to heavy industry manufacturers. Now they're showing all sorts of little sensors that enthusiasts are really into. So it's really, things are changing so fast that we can really take advantage of that to create some really fun and interesting ways of educating people and engaging them.
Yeah, I will, be kind of the rain on this parade. I'm less interested in the technology. I mean, I think the fact that it might provide greater access is important, but I think designing the experiences that actually help people learn is the crucial part. And I think that that's more of that's about experience design more than it is about hardware design, in my view, and I think I would love to see resources put in those directions and really in helping optimize and test and refine and really work things so that people leave learning. Leave learning something, having learned something.
Yeah, it's probably both. It's like you go to a Pixar movie. You go, is it about the story or is it about the graphics? And of course, it's about both. You got to have a good story. But isn't it cool when the whale splashes down in the water? Drops up like that. That's got some cool technology too. So, yeah. But of course, the story comes first.
I'm going to commit a faux pas and answer my own question, just because. So the thing that I'm excited about with tech is, so I'm an old school VR guy from 20 years ago, so that goes without saying. I'm excited about VR tech and share your concerns with simulator sickness, having had that too many times. But one of the things that I think is really exciting is the increasing use of analytics. So if you look at the past 4 or 5 years of games, there was this huge wave of first mobile games, iOS games, and then social games on Facebook. And the folks on making Facebook games in particular, they began to use real-time data like nobody in the game industry ever had before. And they would collect, they would find where you clicked, they would find out how often you clicked, they would try to figure out ways to get you to give them money, because most of these games were free. So they would try to get you to stick around, play more, come back, give them a quarter. Not too different from the arcades of the past, but they would generate tons and tons of data, and so they started hiring in lots of data scientists to figure out, how do I increase engagement? How do I increase monetizability? And so for me, looking out at that landscape now of game developers working with these data researchers, it naturally leads to, great, how can we use these same data techniques to now optimize for education? There's no reason why we couldn't do that. Conduct the exact same experiments and A/B testing that they did on those games. If I put the OK button over here, are you more likely to click it? Okay, well, if I teach you in this way, are you more likely to learn it? All of that technology, we should be able to figure out a way to apply it. So that's what I'm really excited about. I am now going to take questions from you.
We have a couple right here.
Yeah, Trey.
So I have 2 real quick ones. We only have 10 minutes, so I'm going to try to get them out quick. So the first question is, I'd like a distillation of gamification. The answers to these could be an hour each at least. But try to keep it short, I guess. I'd like a distillation of gamification best practices for situations in poor countries, no technology involved. So I'm not sure who wants to answer that.
Technology-less gamification. I think we had a good example with the
I
brain
think
game.
the pipe cleaners and I think that stuff. People also, I've been talking to various organizations who are interested in, for example, helping people think more intelligently about water use in regions in which water is growing ever more scarce. And I think there absolutely are. And also, in the same way. I sort of described the kind of empathy that games can produce. I think the same works, actually. I think there are enormous opportunities for people to have role-playing experiences. And, I mean, to me, I came to games because of they seem to me, the fact that games afford people to sort of change different roles and have points of view other than their own is one of the greatest opportunities games provide. And that's something, cognitive science increasingly reveals that we're just blinded to things that are inconsistent with our own point of view. They're just literally, people just don't hear or see facts that are not in line with what they already believe. And if you put people in a position where they are someone else and they will only win if they see the world through that other person's point of view, it really can show them a world that they wouldn't otherwise see. And that can be free. I mean, it's absolutely free. So I think that there are enormous opportunities that can come and I also think, in terms of, we talked about sort of social and connected and what, the problem that can come from, people engaging from, dark alleys and being connected only through technology. There are enormously powerful things that happen because people are sitting at the table next to each other. And I think, again, free.
And Mary Flanagan at Dartmouth is doing some really interesting work right now where she's teaching the same material through different methods. So one of the things she does, so she makes a digital game, but she'll also make board games and other non-digital styles, and then she compares the results. And she's seen great learning outcomes with non-digital means.
I'm just biased towards digital because it's my background, but there's absolutely no reason why you couldn't do non-digital games and have the same effect.
So the second question is about gender differences in the principles of gamification. So I know there's some gender differences in gaming, or what games a kid will play, and there's some gender. I have a data point of two daughters, and what they play is different often than my nephews will play, stuff like anything. But so there's that. But I think it was Jason, it might have been Mark, who had some idea of what gamification is and some of the principles behind gamification. So do those apply, I mean, are they different based on our demographics? I mean, is one way of applying a gamification towards learning different for boys versus girls or whatever other demographic? Is there any?
I think the answer to that is probably yes and no. I don't study this area enough to be an authority, but just sort of based on my experiences with bringing in grade school kids and having a psychology researcher immerse them in virtual reality to see how they solve problems, we do find some differences between genders. The girls tend to be more systematic, strategic about what they're trying to do. The boys tend to be, well, it's a video game, I'm going to win, regardless of what happens. Oh, crap, what was the other thing I was going to say about that? Oh, and in working with, say, the African-American kids for the asthma doser, we were designing a game for them, right? And so, our communications expert basically said, well, they're going to be, things that they're into that white kids are into, and to a certain degree, he was right. But but there was enough commonality. Kids like certain things, like cartoon characters, that at a certain age they've not sort of identified anything racial with it yet, that are just common, and they'll just love it. So the answer is yes and no.
I would argue that part of it might actually be about marketing. I think there's certain people who, I think, question's been asked, well, how well will games like this work for gamers? I think that if you help, what I think makes game powerful too is the fact, and I think that even commercial games can be helpful learning, is, games typically have embedded within them really complex systems that people have to learn. They have to learn complicated relationships and those sorts of things. And those things are actually frustrating to me, is those facts that that education, that learning people are doing have no relationship to anything outside the game. And I think but the truth is that those same kinds of systems are actually present in the garden that he was talking about. The relationship between spiders, grasshoppers, and bees. You know what I mean? And, in that spiders are good in that they repel grasshoppers, they're bad and they repel bees, and you could transform that into actually a play system and help people understand that kind of stuff. And I think that you could, if you sort of talked about the scary bad, you know what I mean? I mean, for that, you could frame that same kind of content for those people who like to hear about conflict, and you can frame that same kind of conflict, or talk about the generativity for people who like the generative part of the garden. It's the same stuff, but it's essentially how you talk about it. And that, I think, can do a lot to change, to essentially make substantive content compelling to very different kinds of people.
I mean, games technology can also be a bit of an equalizer, because students who might feel shy, presenting up, going up, speaking out in the normal class setting, if they're going through a system or some technology or some game, they might just feel more comfortable. And then some of these this is just a hypothesis, gender differences might be lessened somewhat.
All right, it sounds like we have time for one question.
Well, I have more of a comment than a question, but I can rephrase it. What is your view on games in the competition context? Because I used to be a judge for the Future City competition, and they really strongly apply the SimCity game to design the conceptual city, then they move on to build a physical prototype. And it's an interesting process, almost like from conception to the completion, just like you described in the game development process. So are there any other competitions like that? How do you view it? It's teamwork, problem solving is very challenging, anywhere from environmental consciousness to social responsibility. And some of the stuff that you talk about, budget, resource planning, goes into play too. So.
Oh, well, Glass Lab, I don't know if you know, Glass Lab is a project that MacArthur is, and Gates and EA are working on collaboratively, which is actually to transform the newest SimCity into an educational tool.
Oh.
And so that's actually happening as we speak, and also that's being supplemented by curricula so that they can be properly sort of grounded educational experiences. And I think not only is that being done as a sort of play experience, but I think that the learning that is achieved is also being tested, and modifications will be made to optimize and extend that learning.
Also about the competition, environment.
Okay.
Yeah, with regards to, I think what you're getting at is a game development competition to inspire people to make more interesting things or try things. I'm totally fascinated by this concept, and I think it's been used really well. Increasingly in recent years. For example, there's something called the National STEM Video Game Challenge, where kids create games based around STEM topics and then compete against each other. And for the last 2 years, the top 2 games for each year came to the White House Science Fair and got to show their games off to the president, which is pretty awesome. There's another thread on the competition thing, which I think is super interesting, which I'm starting to really talk to people about a lot, which is just the idea of a game jam. I don't know if you've heard of hackathons, similar concept. So the idea is you pick a topic, you tell people in the community, hey, let's all get together Friday night or Saturday morning at some big empty barn somewhere, and we're going to spend 48 hours just making something. So whether it's an app or a game. So for a game jam, the idea would be, let's try and make games about teaching kids multiplication of fractions. And we're just going to try all sorts of crazy stuff over the course of 48 hours, and at the end, we'll share, we'll talk, perhaps we'll pick which one was the winner. Some of these may turn into businesses, some of these will turn into open source projects, and a lot of them will probably be forgotten. And there's a huge annual game jam competition called Global Game Jam, which goes on every January. And this last year, it was in 300 locations around the world. So this kind of thing, I think, is fascinating. And I have to call out the CDC in particular right now. CDC is going to do a health game jam in Atlanta next month, which I'm super excited to see the results on. So we're trying to stir the pot and get more of this kind of thing happen. I think it's really interesting.
I think I'll put a twist back on the question as well. Why not make cooperative things as well? Because there are certainly cooperative games. Like there's EVE Online. I don't know if anyone's played this, but people get into these coalitions, they build these spaceships. There's an entire functioning economy. What if you had a bunch of students get together and say, instead of making robots to play soccer against each other, play soccer with each other, work towards a common goal. Maybe there could be a common story, a common protocol they all follow. Maybe they can all fit into some bigger ecosystem. Can we teach learning cooperative game development? And because that's how it works in the real world, right? You have these ecosystems of apps and softwares and things like this. Well, why not get them into that at an earlier stage?
Yeah, so bringing back Diane's point about SimCity, I don't know how many of you are familiar with SimCity. Oh, that's great. So, I've looked at SimCity as a computer scientist, and it's wonderful technology. I mean, it's really simulations that researchers would normally have to do on supercomputers to try and figure out what the impact of all these different things are in a city, but now on a desktop. Now imagine if politicians would actually use these simulations to make informed decisions. But not only that, they would have to post them on a website where you can analyze their decisions, and you use the same tools so you can create an alternative model that you can show them. And maybe citizens can create all these alternative models to compare against each other to see which one's better. Right, then we can sort of cut through a lot of the bull crap and just go to the data. Right, I think there's a lot of potential with this SimCity concept. Yeah.
I want to add a caveat to that though, which is that games are a simplified representation of the real world, and so of course this is obvious, right?
It's only as good as the simulation.
It's only as good as the simulation. So an interesting point to games is how do we get people to the level where they feel comfortable? It's just like what Diane was saying about the circuits. Kids built these virtual circuits and then they got better at doing things in the real world. The military does the same thing. They use all these simulations, and then people go outside and fight better. Airplane pilots use the same thing. Can all these simulations take us to the point of people being able to actually do research better, do things better where the map falls off and doesn't exist anymore, and we're just in the world now with no other support?
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thanks to Jason, Julius, and Diane, thank you. She just wanted to leave that one up.
Is that the gamification one?
Yeah. Oops.
That's right. No.
Can't hear me. Okay. Hello, everyone. So welcome back for our final panel of the day. This is the panel on maker culture. And leading the panel, our moderator is Paloma Garcia Lopez from the Maker Education Initiative. We're really pleased to have her, and she'll introduce the other panelists.
Hi, everyone. My name is Paloma, as Dorothy said. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to be here today. In the maker culture, we do things a little bit informally. We're a wild bunch that likes to play, likes to tinker, likes to mix that with intellect and academia, and produce things that are useful for a variety of communities and people and places. And I just want to thank you all for staying today to hear our presentation. I hope that you'll invite folks to watch the webinar, because we're constantly asked at Maker Education Initiative, what's the maker movement? You know, if you're not in California or in one of the maker hubs around the country, you may not have been to a mini maker fair, you may not have met a maker, although you could have one in your own home, or you could be one and you don't know yet. But the maker movement is very exciting right now. And so we're here to share what the movement is all about, why Maker Education Initiative was formed. And we have 4 experts in the field who are practitioners and also educators that will share their involvement in the movement. Let's see. So I wanted to start off by talking about the organization that I represent, which is the Maker Education Initiative. And we are a national organization that was founded by Dale Doherty, who is the figurehead of the Maker movement. He is the CEO and publisher of Maker Media that publishes Make Magazine, and the founder of Maker Fair. This is Make Magazine. This is a sort of a modern version of Popular Mechanics. This is a quarterly magazine, and it has a very large readership around the country and actually worldwide. And what Dale started to see in his travel around the country and in speaking to innovators is that a lot of people in the do-it-yourself movement, people who fix things or invent things in their garages, started wanting to get together with other people, find out what other people were doing. So in 2006, the magazine began. It's based out of Sebastopol, California. And it became very trendy very quickly and spread throughout the country. And he coined these folks that were innovative and were creating solutions. He coined them makers. And so often the title of his talk as he travels the world actually is, "We are makers. We are all makers." So I invite you all to think for a second, if somebody in your life growing up taught you to sew, or if there was someone in the garage hammering things away, did somebody make or refurbish furniture? Did anybody weave that you know about? And then think about what we think of STEM today, or makers today, or innovators. It tends to be more on the electronic side, the robotic side. Those people are makers too. And what's interesting about the maker movement, it brings together people who are artists or weavers with people who like electronics, who like to code, and all those folks together, bridging those fields, are makers. Maker Fair is often how people find out about the maker movement. The signature fairs are in the Bay Area, which we had over 125,000 family members come to visit over a weekend in May. And this is a combination of a craft fair along with a technology fair. Kind of looks like a county fair. There's a homegrown village. There's a bunch of things going on. And I'm going to give you a view of that, especially so you could get the flavor of this movement and how excited we are about it. The next fair coming up in this area, which I invite you all to make a trek up to, is World Maker Fair. It's September 21st and 22nd in New York. And there's also one here locally run by community members in Silver Spring the last weekend of September. So I invite you to visit those fairs. There's over 100 mini maker fairs around the country and the world that are run locally. These are local folks, local makers coming out to display their work. And although this movement started out being mainly adults, more and more, year after year, younger kids are getting involved. They are now identifying themselves as makers and tinkering in their garages with their parents and with their community members, forming clubs, becoming active, connecting to science-rich institutions, displaying their work in the community. So making is a return to the hand. It's not something new. It's what we used to do. Somehow over the past couple of decades, making things with your hands has kind of faded out, but we are seeing a resurgence in it. Makers are part of a distributed network. They connect the physical world to the digital world. So coding is important, web making is important, but creating things, artistic things, designing things, printing them on a 3D printer and manipulating them, that's all very important. So connecting those two worlds is a big part of the work that we do. Interdisciplinary projects are important. It's where invention happens. And the inquiry in all of the design is student-driven. So making sure that students are making things relevant to their lives is an important part of our work. Making is experiential, so the process is very important. And now with the democratization of technology, we all have access to tools, both low-tech and high-tech tools that before we didn't have. A 3D printer used to cost $10,000. You can now get one for $400 or $800. You can order a kit and build it yourself. We're seeing maker spaces spring up all over the country. In our keynote speaker's address this morning, Megan Smith mentioned Fab Labs. Well, maker spaces are a form of that as well. But they can be very low cost. It doesn't have to be expensive. It's a very approachable way of creating an environment for young people to participate in and to design things. It can be a way to revitalize computer labs that aren't used as much, or repurposing a space that a city is no longer using, like a Parks and Recs building, or taking a school library that used to only have books, but now they check out things for kids to make. We see making right at the start here, the intersection between learning math and science concepts and applying them, as kids do when they're designing things, creative problem solving, and making and breaking. Being able to create something, break it, start again, fail, try again, that's part of making. The maker movement has gained a lot of popularity. The president knows about making, he supports it very much, and our organization, the Maker Education Initiative, was actually formed in response to the president's Educate to Innovate campaign. Our mission is to create more opportunities for young people to make, and by making, build confidence, foster creativity, and spark an interest in science, technology, engineering, math, and the arts, and learning as a whole. Here's some examples of what we believe making is. Our organization has these 4 programs. Young Makers is a community club model where parents and community members and STEM professionals will act as coaches for clubs of 5 or 6 kids, meet in the garage every week for 12 weeks and create a project that they're going to display at the local Maker Fair. Science-rich institutions like the Exploratorium, Lawrence Hall of Science, the Tech Museum Innovation, and some schools have hosted monthly meetups for these makers in a region so that they can come together and provide feedback and critique about each other's projects. And then students have a deadline. The deadline is, I'm going to showcase what I've made at the fair. Maker Corps is our national flagship program. This year we trained 108 young people, college students mainly, and also some teachers. We train them in basic starting activities in making, what to do to create an art bot, what to do with Arduino or Makey. What can you do with cardboard? Build a cardboard city. And as much as we introduced the content over an 8-week online training, we also introduced facilitation strategies. Facilitation is key because it changes the role of the teacher from a teacher-centered classroom to the role of facilitator, coach, and supporter. Guidance is provided. Our program, Maker Corps, ended up placing 108 Corps members across 19 states. We have 34 partners that are libraries, museums, and those museums can be science museums or children's museums, even history museums, schools, youth-serving organizations like Girl Scouts also participated, and they mainly wanted to know, how can we embed making and what we're already doing in our summer programs? And that's what Maker Corps helped them do, is give them those young people that know how to make, have them work with kids, and have them model what a maker thinks like and does. Our next program is Maker Vista. We are partnering with AmeriCorps to place Vista members in 10 cities across the country. And every child a maker is our motto. So in the work that we do in providing training and support to organizations around the country, we would like to encourage making to spread to more communities. Maker fairs aren't everywhere. We encourage people to organize committees and do those in their communities. But now, under our organization, we'd like schools to have maker fairs. There are some schools that instead of the traditional science fair, they're having a maker fair, and they're having broader participation. Here's just my ending slide. It's an example of some of our young makers. We've got a team that created the Viper. Up on the left, we have girls that started out with the idea to make mermaid fins, and their project got more and more complicated, and they used a variety of technologies. They never thought of themselves as scientists, and then they ended up speaking at Bay Area Maker Fair and making appearances talking about their work. We've got folks from Aaron's school at Lighthouse Charter down here, which he can tell you about the truck that they worked on. And then we've got this young woman on the right who created this fantasy fairy house and then started adding lights and all these other things, and she learned circuits through that process. So you can see our projects are very diverse and really center on what kids are interested in. And at this year's fair, this is super awesome Sylvia. She went to the White House Science Fair, and she's from Auburn, California, and she has a show on YouTube. I invite you to see it. And she's an example of a young maker, a young woman who just spends, her and her father spend about $100 a year on making. It's not much. And then she teaches kids on her YouTube channel. She has shows, and she teaches them how to solder, or she teaches them how to do e-textiles, which is sewing with conductive thread and adding lights and beepers and things to things that she makes. And this is the kind of thing that we'd like to see more of, and we'd like to see more young women and more students from underrepresented communities involved in the maker movement. And we believe because it's approachable, it's something anybody can do, and it's very inclusive, that this movement will continue to grow as it has over the last 10 years. With that, we're really lucky. As I said, we are a nonprofit organization born of the maker movement, but we actually have somebody here that is a board of advisor with Make Magazine, and Make Magazine is the central organ of the maker movement. And if you haven't read it, pick up a copy. Educators get a free copy. Please get involved in this work, because more and more we're seeing it in schools, and it's our job as an organization to spread it to new populations, but also to help educators integrate it in this work. So we have some very positive examples here. I'm going to hand off to Kip Bradford. Kip Bradford is an entrepreneur. He's also on the advisory board of Make Magazine. He's an educator and engineer and instructor at Brown University, and he's a maker. And so I'm going to hand it off to him to tell us more about the maker culture. Kip?
Thank you, Paloma, and thank you, the rest of the panelists. Just switch over slides here. Let's see, what's the quick presentation view? Great. Yeah, you can tell I'm a Mac user.
Yes.
Thank you again to the AAAS for putting this on, and the Gates Foundation for sponsoring this. This panel is particularly important to me because of a little bit of my history, and I up until a couple weeks ago was faculty at School of Engineering at Brown University, just left to pursue some other interests. And usually when I give talks, I talk about entrepreneurship and innovation, and my work is focused on a whole host of areas, from biomedical engineering to robotics. But a few years ago, I was asked to give a TEDx talk in Providence, Rhode Island, and I was thinking, I usually talk about the same things: how to innovate, how to create more innovative communities. I helped launch the Fab Lab in Providence, Rhode Island, with an organization called ASU20. So I've been in the maker and DIY world and community development for a while. But as I thought about the TEDx talk, I thought, I've never really talked about my personal story. So the couple slides that I'm going to show here will give you a taste of how I've changed direction a little bit with the work that I'm doing in the community. And just to give you some background, I'm a maker. When I go home from my engineering work, whether it's teaching, consulting, or whatever, I usually sit down and build something. That's my downtime, is doing more engineering. I have a lab in my basement. It's a lot of fun. I spent some time as a toy inventor, so I have had the opportunity to interact with customer-focused products instead of just medical products. But really, I have to go back to a much younger version of myself. I, like many kids born in the early 70s, dreamt of being an astronaut. It was about the coolest thing possible, and I really, really loved the idea of going out into space. It was inspiring, and I think it was probably one of the things that drove me to technology. So much so that I remember in third grade, 1983, 84, for a school project, I wrote this little book called Project Mars, and it talked about how on the 4th of July, I lived in St. Louis. It was a very, very wonderful area, a lot of military contractors, fighter jets, things that get little engineers excited. And so the 4th of July was a very special period, a very special time, and I was going to launch to Mars. That was my dream on the 4th of July. But I had a not so good experience with the teacher in my class who said, well, Kip, black people don't become astronauts. And this story I tell a little bit more dramatically in my TEDx talk. And it's interesting. This was always in the back of my mind, but it didn't really come to the surface until I was thinking about this TEDx talk and what I want to talk about. Because that story is one that I think plays out for a lot of other kids, and the outcome for them is not as lucky as the outcome for me. And for me, a year after I wrote that, the first black astronaut went into space. And I had the pleasure of having dinner with him about a year ago, and it was a fascinating dinner. He'd gone to space 5 times and talked about just floating and the floor being the ceiling being the floor. And he talked about scuba diving with Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong. It's like, you were hanging out with guys who've been on the moon. This is crazy. But when I was doing research for my TEDx talk, I couldn't tell you the name. I couldn't remember the name of the first black astronauts. I couldn't remember Guy Bluford, and I couldn't remember Mae Jemison. And so there was something that was really starting to get to me as I was thinking about this TEDx presentation. And what it was understanding for myself the reason that I was able to break free of that little injustice, just that one moment of somebody saying, black people don't become astronauts. Your dream is not the thing that you can pursue, because there's no example of it. I mean, in a way, she was right. There had been one gentleman who had been in the astronaut corps in the 60s, but unfortunately he had died in a plane crash while training. So up until Guy Bluford, there were no examples that I could look to say, well, you're wrong. There actually is somebody who looks like me who went up into space. So I was able to escape that because I had a very, very strong family support system. I had grandparents who made everything that they had. One of my grandfathers made his house. My mom, for my wedding, actually made the dress that she wore. So there were many examples in my family of people who just were very hands-on and very deliberate. So I was able to get beyond and continue my dream of becoming an engineer. I was an undergraduate at Brown University, did my graduate work there, and managed to not get too far from Brown and became faculty there about 15 years after I graduated. And moving forward a little bit, so as this story started to capture my passion, instead of talking about innovation and entrepreneurship, I thought, maybe I need to actually be that mentor that I didn't have and be that figure that I didn't have. Talking about maker fairs, I got involved with Make Magazine in 2007, 2008. Dale Doherty asked me to join the advisory board. And very shortly thereafter, with a colleague of mine, Brian Jepson, who's the senior book editor for Make Magazine, we started the first mini maker fair in Providence, Rhode Island. We just had our 5th anniversary event last weekend, actually. And it was a fantastic, 2 weekends ago, it was a fantastic opportunity to engage the community. And in my conversations with Brian Jepson, he kind of jokingly asked, where are all the black makers? Like, why is this community not reflective of the broader racial makeup and broader gender makeup in the country? And that one question really cascaded in my mind. And around the same time that I was working on my TEDx talk and thinking through what role I wanted to play in the maker community, I started this blog called We Are the Black Makers, which was basically my chance to say, you know what, I didn't have anyone who I could point to say, well, yes, there is a black astronaut, and you can do that. And that was something that I thought, well, it'd be really easy for me to just start a collection of every black maker I met, put them on a website, give a little profile, show the diversity of the community. Like, everybody does not behave like Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. There's a lot of cultural diversity. I listen to punk rock in addition to listening to rap. I race bicycles. I don't play football. I don't play basketball. It's important that kids know that they can be themselves and that there are a lot of role models that they have to look up to. So I started that website and then very quickly hit a snag, which was that I probably have like 20 people in my Rolodex that I've encountered in maybe 30 maker fairs that I've gone to. So it's a very, very, very short list today, which is a big frustration. And Dale Doherty, I had just gone to the White House in January for a Technology Inclusion Summit, discussing the very same issues that I'm talking about right now. And after that, I was talking with Dale about this issue, and he said, you know, we'd really like to do something on Make Magazine recognizing the black makers. Would you mind if we cross-posted your Black Maker blog to the Make Magazine blog? And I said, please, this is a great idea. We'll have we'll celebrate Black History Month with the Black Maker Month. Well, you might or might not be able to guess what happened, but we had a really strong response from probably a small handful of people, but I think it's reflective of the kind of attitudes that rise to the surface when we try to talk about issues of race and gender at the high levels of any technology community, really, which is that a lot of people don't want to bring these issues up. They don't think race or gender should be a part of the conversation of technology. Fortunately, for every mean, angry comment, some really derogatory comments that I got personally attacking me about this, I got 2 incredibly supportive comments. And my hope was that later on kids will see that there's a very welcoming, very open community of people where you don't have to be rich, you don't have to go to the right schools, you can be a maker doing the thing that you love, and that's really important. But I have been taking it one step further. I've been working with the New York Hall of Science and created a program called the Innovation Institute. And this was a program where I wanted to teach skills of entrepreneurship and innovation to a special cohort of people at NYSCI, which are the Explainer crew, the Explainer Corps, who are basically the youth docents at the museum. And most of them are from the local community. They're all from New York. Most of them are underrepresented minorities. So for a 2-week period last summer and for a 2-month period right now, I've been bringing the skills of entrepreneurship, of making and design research to these kids and hopefully providing a positive role model. We had a great session last year, and we're doing the same thing this year. So that's a little bit of my story, and I'm just, because I heard this on Science Friday and then looked it up and tracked down some of the research, Catherine Regal-Crum, who some of you may know at UT Austin, has talked about the role of mentors in communities and the correlation between the gender of the mentor and the probability of girls going into STEM fields. And that communities that had more women engineers, adult women engineers, had a higher probability, higher rates of high school girls staying with STEM fields into college. And that was the thing that I wanted to hear because that resonated perfectly with the experiences I've had and with the work that I'm doing. So, thank you.
set that up. This is Amy Hurst. We're very lucky to have her here today. This is another example of broadening access to STEM initiatives through making. Amy Hurst is an assistant professor of human-computer interaction and information systems at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. She studies accessibility problems and builds assistive technologies. She has focused on the do-it-yourself and maker movement to build tools so that folks can build their own assistive technologies.
Great, thank you, Paloma. Hello, everyone. So I want to talk a little bit about making accessible. So I've been working in this area now for a little over 3 years, and I first came about it from a very assistive technology point of view, thinking about, oh, well, maybe DIY and my own interest in making can be something that can make an impact in the assistive technology adoption program. I don't know how many of you are familiar with these numbers, but basically there's a large number of assistive technologies that are out there that can help people and have been developed and are very expensive medical devices, but a large majority of them go unused for a wide variety of reasons. Here is a subset of some of those reasons. And I approached this problem by thinking, well, actually a lot of these problems, if people are involved in the design of their own assistive technologies, this may actually increase the adoption rates because it would be something that they actually want to use. And so in thinking about this and thinking about the potentials of the maker movement to solve accessibility, I realized, well, making is extremely customizable. There are a large number of rapid prototyping tools that are out there that right now that make designing and fabricating for one very, very affordable. In addition to customization, making's really affordable. Here's an example of a commercial product where you could very easily create your own solution for $2. And if you go online, there's lots of examples of people who are starting to create their own assistive technologies and kind of comparing some of the cost differences. And of course, as we've been talking throughout this panel, making is awesome. And I think there's something really unique here when we start talking about accessibility and children. Making individuals with disabilities, particularly young adults, are often left out, another population that's often left out of STEM fields. So anything we can do to motivate this for them is really good. Also, it's a population that's frequently left out of physical design, and so engaging that can be really, really empowering. And if we relate this back to assistive technology adoption, being involved, being able to say, I made that, I designed it, it's pink, I like pink, can be a big part of this and really help people actually solve their own accessibility challenges. So how do we get there? How can we actually empower individuals to solve their accessibility obstacles? This is a main tenet of my research that I address through a number of different projects. So traditional making tools have been around for a long time. However, when we start talking about accessibility, it can be kind of dangerous. And they also make a lot of assumptions about motor abilities, sensory abilities, and even cognitive abilities. However, there's a new generation of making tools that are much more accessible. Now, in order to make something out of plastic, wood, or metal, it becomes a computer access problem rather than manipulating a potentially dangerous machine. And there's a number of different kinds of these tools that are out there that are affordable. We see some that are open source, some that are very, very expensive. And so we're seeing these starting to pop up in more and more locations. However, if you don't have access to one of these tools, there are many online sites where you can go and you can send them a file and then you can receive it in the mail. Again, making the actual manufacturing and production of physical objects very accessible, translating again to a computer access problem. And then the other option too, we're starting to see more and more local shops. We've been talking a lot about fab labs, tech shop, even putting some of this technology in public spaces that are maybe unused, such as rec centers or even libraries. Oops. Okay, so the research that we do in the prototyping and design lab is really focused on 3D printing and thinking about 3D design tools that are accessible for novices. I'm going to quickly go over 2 projects that we've been working on, and I'd be happy to talk about more of my work later. The first is on 3D printing tactile graphics, and then the second is an interactive surface design platform. So why are we doing this? There are a lot of 3D design tools. 3D printing is it's been around for 30 plus years. However, a lot of the traditional CAD tools are not so accessible to novices or for computer access. We're starting to see more software tools that are designed for novices. However, these can be limiting in terms of the complexity of what you want to build, or what you can build with it. So one project that I want to talk about has been on 3D printing tactile graphics. And we've developed end-user software that's able to automatically generate tactile graphics without any technical expertise. So for those who aren't familiar with kind of the field of tactile graphics, the majority of tactile graphics are actually embossed paper, and these machines are very expensive and very loud and not in many places. The most common alternative to embossing tactile graphics is actually making something by hand, often with string or puff paint. Very maker, very DIY, however also very time intensive, which can be really a problem when you're relying on the instructor to make customized examples for a student. So often in mixed classrooms, the reality is that the sighted kids get more examples than the children with visual impairments. So what we did is we've created software that can automatically generate these tactile graphics. And the really cool thing is that they can be generated in about a minute and take about an hour to print. An hour is kind of a long time. However, it's just coming out of the printer and there's no interaction required from the instructor. And we designed this so it would be really, really simple. Again, thinking about instructors, thinking about people who are busy and might go without that tactile visualization. So this specific example is customized for plotting equations or spreadsheet data. So you would literally type in an equation or upload a spreadsheet. You would say if you would like to have Braille output or alphanumeric output, and how large of a tactile graphic you'd like to have. You have this interface. It automatically creates a 3D model that can then be printed on any number of 3D printers that are out there. So on the left is literally the 3D model, and then on the right is the actual output. And I have a couple examples with me today if anybody would be interested in touching those. And of course, we've explored kind of how you could tile these together and make larger graphics. And if you're interested, I have an academic paper describing how the software works. The software is called VizTouch and is on GitHub if you're interested in playing with the source code. And right now we're also exploring how a similar approach where you can get in and get out by plotting this kind of data that can give you this STL that's ready to be printed for other domains. So we've been looking at lots of different kinds of scientific data and in several different domains. Okay, so the other project that I wanted to briefly mention today is called the Easy Make Oven. So I was a child of the 80s and enjoyed the Easy Bake Oven. So this is a platform that enables a user to design a 3D object by copying and manipulating existing objects on an interactive surface. So I'm going to press my luck and see if I'm able to play my video. Okay, so there's no sound, and I don't know how to make it full screen. Oh, there we go. No, there's no sound in the video, so that's perfect. There's intentionally no sound, but thank you. So in this video, am I out of time? Okay, all right.
No, but what? But play.
Well, the video's awesome. I will happily talk to anyone about it. And the last thing I wanted to say is that I'm currently evaluating in the real world how these tools can be used. So I'm collaborating with Kennedy Krieger and also the UMB Success Program, which is a post-secondary education program at UMBC for students with intellectual disabilities. Thank you.
So Catherine Nash is the Senior Manager of Education Affairs at Cognizant. And Cognizant has emerged as a leader, actually, in the maker movement in terms of supporting maker movement organizations around the country, but also in having a presence at the fairs, both in New York and in the Bay Area each year. Catherine manages the Making the Future program, and this year they funded 25 organizations. Cognizant also supported the New York Hall of Science to produce a blueprint for young maker programs. So I want Catherine to take some time to share with us the work that they're doing. sure this is me. Maybe it is. Got it. Got it. Thank you very much for inviting us. This is a wonderful topic. I am with Cognizant, and Cognizant, for those of you that do not know, is an IT consulting company, has grown up very quickly in the last 15 years from 185 people spun off of Dun & Bradstreet to 160,000 globally. And of course, with that growth and with prosperity comes some responsibility. And so our corporate social responsibility program is fairly new. It was rolled out less than 2 years ago at the New York Maker Faire. This is the New York Hall of Science and the Maker Faire building behind us. And the Making the Future is really about to inspire young learners in STEM disciplines by creating fun and hands-on and engaging activities. We want to inspire them. We want to make them curious. We know that the interest many times is a stronger predictor than the proficiency. And so we really concentrate on that fun. How do you make it fun? How do you make it engaging? So we rolled out the Making the Future program. We have 4 components very quickly. The advocacy piece around making as a strong methodology. We have the Making the Future scholarship, where people actually make something and then they videotape it for 3 minutes and we judge the video. We also support those organizations that are like-minded, already doing making, that are doing those hands-on, tangible, project-based learning, one of which, of course, is the maker activities within citizen schools. We volunteer the human capital that's really involved with going in and mentoring and role modeling kids. And very active also with Maker Faire. Some of you, I'm going to do a quickie on Maker Faire, even though we've had a really a brief. I do all pictures, so just follow along with the pictures as we tell our story. Maker Faire I always describe as a Cirque du Soleil of a science festival and an art festival where dressing in costume is the norm. You see it, you won't believe it. Maybe even dressing your vehicles is also part of what happens at Maker Faire. So our program, part of which also, this is the Makerspace. It was built out by Cognizant at the New York Hall of Science. Lots of making going on at the New York Hall of Science. This is putting our, we actually walk the talk. When we roll out our volunteer program, we go out and we work with kids. This is a kid that I actually taught in what I call fibertronics. I work with Mark Greenlaw, my colleague, and he teaches the same class, but he calls it techno swag. So I think his kids might have gotten the better end of the deal there. We want it to be interesting. We want it to be hands-on. We have a portfolio of programs. We started with 10 pilots, and we do everything from the 3D printing to the 2D fabrication. We do the silk screening, we do the sewing, we do the hydroponics, you name it. Every different organization creates their own activities and they form their own programs. First year 10 pilots, this happens to be a product of the Newark Museum of Science. Really great when you can work with some 2D fabrication, put it on a t-shirt, and then get to hang out with the real guy. So they really enjoy bringing it to real life. These are just some of our activities at the Maker Faire. We bring those kids that have been part of our programs to teach other kids, kids teaching kids, part of that cycle of learning, knowing that there's some stickiness to it, that they actually get it. These are birdhouses done by the Hacker Scouts in Oakland. Great guy from Rhode Island, Providence, Rhode Island, actually. He came in, was teaching hydroponics. He's so proud of his work. 4-H, I'm a big supporter of 4-H. Teaching other kids to sew. Adults would walk up and say, I've never used a sewing machine.
Will you teach me how to do it too? They are engaged. They're not looking away. They are spending hours. We think that really and truly a program, to get the stickiness of it, should be 20 to 40 hours of making. We do think maybe a typical session would be 90 minutes to 2 hours. It could be 4 hours. Our programs are set up, our grantees do it differently. Some of them do summer programs, some of them do after school, some of them do 4 Saturdays in a row. We've even funded some within public schools. Some of the principles, you think it's all over the place. What is going to hold this together? What's going to corral it so they all kind of look the same and they all qualify for what we would call making? I will say that we have 5 principles or guiding principles around making. It will be hands-on, project-based. We want kids making things as opposed to just doing experiments. So that would be a second principle. We might follow a set of planned activities, but within those planned activities, we want there to be creativity, individuality, kids taking things in different directions. One of our big things is we want the kids to take it with them. You know, none of this, it was so expensive that we have to leave it behind so somebody else can use. We want them to own it. We want them to be proud of it. We want them to take it home, share it with their family, share it with their community, share it with their siblings. Take it apart again, reinvent it again. And of course, what I've already said about just kind of the duration of a program. So getting them deeply engaged, getting them to say, I made this, and being so proud of it. I think another piece of this, of course, is just do it again. If it doesn't work, just do it again. We love, I hate to use the word failure, but we love to experience failure because what you do is you tackle it over and over again. You learn by doing. And I think that's probably the other piece to this, is that it really is learning by doing. It's creative too. Is it all about tech? This guy, great day at Maker Faire. They totally tore apart things. They totally reconfigured them. They totally walked around the fair so proud to show. This guy was really proud of this. He says it's a great chick magnet. He was so impressed with this piece that he had made. I had a kid leaning in the bin of computers and different motor parts, and you could just hear him screaming. He says, this is the best day of my life. I've been waiting to do this in my entire life. And I'm thinking, what a shame that kids haven't been able to take things apart. What a shame that they can't explore and go after that curiosity and that creativity. This is the third time you've seen this, but we're real proud of this. This is Joey Hootie, just coincidentally is a son of a Cognizant employee, but everybody's been showing it, so it's kind of shock and awe. We really do want public policy to get it. We want funders to get it. We know that there are some implications for the underserved and the affluent societies. They tackle different situations. We obviously need more funding in this area. More resources in this area. I mean, the more affluent kids really just need more time. They're so busy being scheduled to go to soccer, and then after that they start volleyball, and after that then they may go to ballet. Well, the other kids in the underserved communities just need the resources, just need a place to go to do this. You cannot tell me that it doesn't work. We must have put 4,000 people through this tent on a Saturday and Sunday. I never heard one foul comment between one kid and another kid. You took mine, oh, I'm doing this. It was all collaborative. They're all engaged. And so, we don't need to be convinced that we know that it works. So I'll just leave you with this quote. My boss, I'm going to borrow it from him. He borrowed it from Bob Dylan. He says, you don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. We know it works.
You know, throughout the day today, if you've been with us all day, folks have been asking, well, this is really fantastic, but how do we get this into the classroom? Is this really realistic for public education? What does this look like? And we're lucky today to have a teacher with us, a teacher from Oakland, California, a teacher who was voted by or awarded by PG&E Inspirational Teacher of the Year. He's also involved in our Young Makers program. He has created a space in his school. This is Aaron Vanderwerf, and I'd like you all to think of what questions you have, because immediately following his presentation, we'll be able to dig into those. Aaron?
It's good to go last because everybody else has already said everything all day long. This is my mobile technology that I brought. I did want to say to start with, I want to thank AAAS for inviting me, because I know folks have been asking during the day, you know, how do we work with teachers? Well, you work with teachers by talking to teachers and having teachers talk. So thank you for inviting me. And obviously, thank you to everybody here for staying on till the end. As Paloma said, I'm Aaron Vanderwerf. I'm the Creativity Lab Coordinator and a teacher from Lighthouse Community Charter School in Oakland, California. And I'm going to follow your lead with pictures. We're a K-12 school with about 720 students, most of whom are low-income students of color. And we've actually been making together for the past 3 years. At our school, making includes arts and crafts, sewing and woodworking, programming and circuits, and mixtures of any of these. As was said earlier, anything that our students want to do and choose, we try to figure out how to make it happen. We believe in making as an essential part of our program because it brings depth to STEAM education. For those of you who haven't heard, STEAM education is the new STEM. It includes art, and making includes art. Making is about process. Students learn to persevere in their learning. They learn that multiple iterations are a sign of success, not of failure. Making gives students voice in their educational experiences. The choices they have in the design process invest them in their learning. And making is a real-world application for math and science. It makes concepts meaningful for students, and it answers a teacher's favorite question: are we ever going to use this? I'm going to share with you just 4 brief projects that we took to the fair. They're all student-chosen and student-designed. During these projects, our role as teachers is to ask questions and to be a coach. We don't tell them how to do this. They have to go figure it out on their own. Over the past 3 years, our students have brought nearly 30 projects to the Maker Faire. Claudia, Flora, and Lynette considered and discarded a number of ideas before finding their collective voice. They made a recycled chandelier that used plastic water bottles to reflect LEDs connected to a distance sensor. Jose and Miguel created a remotely operated underwater vehicle. Their process continued at the Maker Faire itself, where they improved their design with the help of other makers. And you heard about this a tiny bit before. This year, Carlos, Raul, and Tony converted a gasoline truck to electric, obviously applying many physics concepts to a real-world project. And this is not a toy truck, this is a real truck. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about Katya. Some of you saw this already. This is her device that she created. And it goes back to, I believe, Jason's device, the Spidey Sense thing. It has little sensors on the top, similar to what you were talking about. So after noticing in her community, she noticed a number of visually impaired people who were often placed in dangerous situations. In fact, one time she even had to grab a person on the street before a car came by. She wondered if she could create an electronic cane to warn them if there was an object nearby. Making gave her the voice to do something with her idea. She wasn't enrolled in our class, so she took it on outside of class time, which is a first for our program. She learned and then applied a knowledge of building circuits, programming, and 3D printing. Katya's process led her to develop a deep understanding of all of these topics and confidence in her abilities. We were all amazed when not one, but 3 professionals gave her their card because they were interested in this product and what they could do with it. Another note here, this is the diagram. The guys aren't quite finished with the truck. It's a pretty big project. And this is what they have to interpret next. They've kind of been stalling. I think you might be able to see why. This year, though, we're moving from what was an 11-12 elective, and actually we're a K-12 school, so we decided to do this for all the grades. And we want to be inclusive not just of students, but of the whole community, students, parents, and staff. We believe that if we give our students from kindergarten on up voice about what they're doing, lead them through an iterative process to create their vision, and connect science concepts to their real-world application, they will be more successful and more engaged in STEAM fields. And we believe that making is such a powerful part of our students' education that we're working with the Maker Education Initiative to help other teachers in the Bay Area and beyond to integrate making into their curriculum. Our school's mission is to prepare students for the college or career of their choice. Many people focus on the word college. I prefer to think about the word choice. Why would students choose a STEAM field if they don't know anybody in their lives in any of these fields? It's our responsibility to expose students to a variety of fields and help them discover what they're passionate about. Making allows students to see themselves as scientists, engineers, and designers. Thank you.
Okay, so we have about 15 minutes for questions, and I have a few that Dorothy and Trey provided to us, so I'm going to start with that. So many people believe that a limitation in making is the resources and the tools you have available, not the student's imagination. How do you envision or get around this resource problem? Amy, can we start with you, since I so rudely did not let you finish your video? Tell us how you've gotten around the resource problem in your program.
Resource in terms of just access to technologies. Well, I think embedding it in the community, so thinking about where are opportunities to put any kinds of these tools and technologies, so libraries. We've done some work with our local library doing 3D printing demo sessions and putting that there. And then also encouraging people that they don't actually have to buy the machines for rapid prototyping, at least, in order to make. There's a lot of these kinds of services where they can then send out files and then have it manufactured. Or they could go to websites that share files online, such as Thingiverse, download that, and then have it made. They don't have to, there's not a $5,000 or $10,000 investment to get started.
Erin, how did you get the resources to build that maker space in your school, and how would another teacher get that done?
Well, we did quite a bit of fundraising, which is hard as an individual teacher just because it takes a lot of time. But I would say that going back to just the question of resources, you can start with recycled materials, glue guns, cardboard, all sorts of things that we can get for almost free around. And the way I started in making was having kids make mousetrap cars. You can do that with scraps of wood, and actually the whole process for them was just they had to go find junk and then bring it in, and we were going to make the mousetrap cars out of that. So there are ways to get started in making, because making is so broad, that don't cost a lot of money. But if you want to be using some of the things, if you want to have like some of the technologies in-house, that's going to take some fundraising.
Catherine, with the 25 programs that you've worked with this year, are resources the challenge, or are there other things getting in the way of making?
Money helps, but a little bit of money can go a long way. So you do want to find how you're going to supplement any kind of funding with additional outside resources. You should not overlook your human capital, how to tap into the expertise of those individuals in your community, your professionals who can come in and not only give you the expertise, but also the role mentoring. And also, what kids say is, if you ask them about being an engineer, they don't know what one is because they've never met one. So don't ignore that human capital. A small amount of money goes a long ways. Typically, our grants are $25,000. Some people can do more with that than others. We do kind of look at the cost benefit in comparison to the different programs. But we divided into 3 buckets, and we figure that you can pretty much outfit equipping and tooling for 10 to 15. Obviously, if you don't have all volunteers and you have staff, then that's the second bucket. And then the third bucket, of course, is consumables or any administrative fees that you have. We want those kids to take those things home. We don't want them to have to put the robot together and then leave the pieces behind. We want them to take. So that's kind of the third bucket for money. But you can do a lot with not that much.
And also, Kip, in your experience as an engineering faculty member, what have been the challenges? And some might argue that it's not resources, but I'm sure that you learned a lot in working with traditional engineering students.
A lot of the challenges that I encountered were people's intimidation with the hands-on and the need to break through that. So my students were fantastically skilled at analyzing theoretical problems that were very deterministic, very closed-ended. But when I presented them with open-ended problems that required a lot of creativity to solve, they really struggled with that aspect, and then on top of that, struggled because they really had no experience or exposure to the hands-on, to expressing ideas in their mind to a physical object. So that was, at the other level where you're not talking so much about resource limitations, they're just experiential limitations. And the resource limitations for college students have almost gone away, where the earlier presentation where a $10,000 piece of equipment is now being replaced by a $150 piece of equipment, that's the kind of thing that we're seeing at all levels in the do-it-yourself and maker world.
So all of you represent different communities, different age groups. What can we do to get young people from underrepresented backgrounds or folks who need accessibility? What can we do, and what recommendations would you have for those watching online and those here if they wanted to engage those communities? We can start at the end again with Aaron.
I mean, frankly, it's just pretty much do it. I think once kids start participating in this, they get excited about it, they want to continue, they want to come back and make it better, they want to participate in design and engineering. I think just getting started doing anything that you can do in making will help improve diversity in STEM fields.
First of all, you do have to be somewhat intentional. When we put together our portfolio, we look at all sorts of organizations. So we do fund the 4-H, which is rural. We do fund DIY ability, which is learning how to make it accessible. We do serve youth-serving organizations within the inner city. So, I mean, I think there is some intentional way that you go about identifying these. We have several girls programs. We intentionally wanted to fund several girls programs. Part of, I think, also is, in order to do that, you have to partner with where the kids are. And those after-school programs have the flexibility to incorporate these kinds of programs. And many of the after-school programs, especially in Title I schools, are in your inner cities. And so therefore we are serving many of the underserved youth who would not have this opportunity. And I think one of the biggest things here is closing that opportunity gap.
One challenge that I see is related to assumptions that people make. One about physical locations, if it's a makerspace, a fab lab, is that place actually accessible? Both can people get to it on public transit, and then also can they get into it if they're using any kind of mobility devices? A huge problem we see when we see hacker spaces and barns and basements and weird places where there's just no way for someone on wheels to get in. The second is for tool builders. So as you're building tools, if these are fabrication machines or software, thinking really hard about what assumptions you're making about motor, sensory, and cognitive abilities.
I'll second that. I think one of the things that has been incredibly powerful about the maker world has been accessibility, and that's accessibility for people. It's a broad swath of accessibility. So you would typically think maybe 15 years ago that programming a computer was the domain of a computer scientist. But today, programming a computer can be the domain of a 5-year-old. And that's a very, very important message. And the question that I ask to understand that is, what has changed? And really, it's that the tools have been designed with people in mind. They haven't been designed so much for engineers because those tools already exist. But the new tools have been designed to democratize technology in a way that hasn't been done before, and democratize it across, again, domains of gender, race, and physical impediments. And that's really important. And then the thing that I'll come back to is mentoring. I think having Amy, Paloma, Catherine, and Aaron here speaks to the importance of people who are actively pushing, spreading maker activities in the community. Because really, you take the democratization of technology and you take people who are trying to share those very, very empowering tools, and the results are always bound to be positive.
Thank you. I'd now like to invite our audience to step to the 2 microphones that we have on the sides. We'd love your questions, and we really want to dig in a little bit deeper here and make this work accessible so we can make an impact in the nation's STEM crisis. So let's start over here.
Thank you. Several of you talked about what seem to be very successful programs in your schools. I'd like to know if you have any measurements that show that success. One of the early talks this morning mentioned that a lot of people just drop out of engineering and science. They start out at 5 years old, very interested in it. Then as they get older, something happens and they drop out. So although you seem to be successful, do you have any indications that they go on to college and careers in this area? And in other words, do you do any better than any other schools that don't adopt your programs?
Well, I'll just say we're new. We've only been at this for 2 years, but we have recently partnered with the Lawrence Hall of Science, who really looks at the short and the long-term benefits. And so we have put together an evaluation model. Now, that won't be looking to see if these students are continuing their engineering careers after maybe the second year of college or what have you. But what we are measuring is that interest, that confidence and creativity, the innovation. And we've heard all through today that if someone is interested, chances are they will stick with it. If they are engaged with it and they are interested in it, then they will stick with it. So I think there's more to come in regards to that. Some other people have been in this a little bit longer than I have, and they might be able to speak to that.
Well, we've been doing this for 3 years, but we are just a K-12 institution, so we don't have a research component to what we're doing. It's mostly just anecdotal evidence at this point.
Just real quick on that, I believe the educational research says that students who have out-of-classroom experiences with STEM hands-on activities do indeed and in fact have a higher percentage rate going on and engaging in STEM careers, and that's been reported in educational journals.
And one of the reasons we're going K-12 is actually not the school, but this program, is because there is research that says that students who identify with a design field or a math or science field in 8th grade are more likely to go on and finish engineering school or a technical school in a technical field than students who do well in math or science.
And to add to that, I believe that the First Robotics organization has actually pretty extensively documented the increased retention rates of students in STEM fields who've participated in First Robotics. I couldn't quote to you exact research publications, but I know that there are a number of researchers out there who do follow this and publish extensively on it. And I'll point you to Catherine Riegel-Crum, again, at UT Austin, for somebody whose research I would suggest you look up.
Hi. I wonder to what extent you've been able to get local companies involved, either as sponsors or engineers coming by or students becoming interns at them or any sort of cooperation.
Well, I can speak to that at our organization. Maker Education Initiative was actually founded by Our founding sponsors are Maker Media, Cognizant, Intel, and Pixar Animation Studios, and Google for Entrepreneurs recently signed on as one of our sponsors as well. And partnerships that we see that are of interest to industry or to companies is getting innovation, giving it a kickstart in their community. So if they can fund MakerCore members in a community, or fund a program that gets kids engaged in making, that is a really tangible way to make a difference. Where we see the needle move is in engagement and in participation, in kids identifying as makers, which is extremely powerful if you invite people to start speaking the language of innovation, which can be very intimidating. What's an Arduino? What is an ArtBot? But if you start with something really easy, building a cardboard city, something, the kids start acquiring these words and this jargon that adults and STEM professionals or at these corporations use every day. Then they can see themselves on a pathway. Identifying as a maker, we think, is the first step in that direction. But definitely, we are constantly inviting even manufacturers to come join the maker movement in a sense of connecting the needs that they see. You know, we keep hearing that there's hundreds of thousands of jobs that are unfillable, not just full engineering positions, but even there's a lot of steps from the assembly line on up of positions that there just aren't Americans graduating from our schools that are ready to do that work. So we constantly invite folks to come and join the maker movement, to support organizations as volunteers, as funders, as coaches, and we need to see more of that. I think issues that manufacturers face are similar to issues that we see in the STEM education crisis. They go hand in hand, they're not separate.
Thank you.
I just want to add one thing is a new organization just being launched is US 2020, and their mission is to put 1 million STEM professionals in the classrooms to work with kids for 20 hours a year by the year 2020. And that is a CEO-led initiative. So corporations understand that we need to make a change in the direction of our workforce and prepare them better, and they're willing now to jump on the bandwagon and get involved and get their hands dirty.
Yeah, that's a great thing.
So I noticed that across all of your presentations and the examples that you gave, they seemed highly gendered in really stereotypical ways. Mermaid fins, fairy houses, cars, any kind of vehicle, robots. And I'm curious about this. I mean, I think this is true across STEM, that we see clusterings according to gender, and that women are welcome in STEM to the extent that they, cluster in these gender acceptable areas of STEM. But I wonder if you could comment on that, and what, what efforts are there in maker spaces to disrupt that kind of gender stereotyping?
Well, I think we should be careful in the pictures that we pick, now that you mentioned that. But we had over 245 youth display their projects at Bay Area Maker Fair in May. And although you have a very good point that many young women that come into making may start with e-textiles or may do things like create a mermaid fin, there are a lot of examples of young women who are involved that aren't doing those things. Super Awesome Sylvia, the project she developed was a watercolor bot, and that's not necessarily gender specific, and she connected that to an app on her iPad, and usually the games and the apps might be stereotypically what boys get into, but making is very flexible and very approachable, and if a young woman wants to start in a particular field, or if a young man from an inner city school wants to start with a truck because that's what they're familiar with, that's great. We could totally encourage that, and that is their starting point. And if it's very low tech and doesn't have any electronics involved in it, that's fine too. We hope that whatever the project is relevant to their interests, and that there is some encouragement and guidance for bridging that physical thing they create with something in the digital world. But it's gradual and it's step by step, and we think that this community is very welcoming. Play is very important as part of the work, and we're going to have to diversify our pictures so we can show that there are other backgrounds. But I think it's also an example of yes, there aren't enough women involved in this work, or there are not enough underrepresented students involved in this work, and that's systematic, and we're doing our best to preach the maker mindset and let people know that they are welcomed in this community.
Make one quick. Another way that in our program that we do that is if we're all making the same thing, everybody does it. So in the beginning of the year in our program up till this year, which was only a high school program, we had everybody build a chair. That means everybody's doing woodworking. And I actually pair the kids together so they're in same-sex pairings, because if you don't, what I saw my first year was the boys would pick up the saws, even if the girls wanted to do it, and they would go on and take on the woodworking. When we're done with the chair, then we go to a pillow. And so I actually have a lot of pictures, I guess I didn't include any here, of boys sewing, which is really great. And then, there were these really fun moments where they would go outside and they would be doing something that I told them, they'd sew these really long stitches, and then mom would walk up and say, "That's cheating, you need to," and show him what to do, and then, okay, and then he'd start doing it the other way, So you can do, if you do projects all together, you can kind of make everybody feel comfortable doing projects that don't necessarily fit the stereotype.
Yeah, I don't think that the gender stereotypes are intrinsic in the maker movement. I think that it's really just reflective, unfortunately, of broader society. But I can think several of the more well-known female makers in the community, Jerry Ellsworth, Lamore Freed. There's nothing pink about what they do. They do the exact same stuff that the male engineers do. And frankly, what's unfortunate, again, reflecting that larger society, is that they get a lot of crap about being a female engineer and the quality of their work. So I think there's pressure for girls to behave like girls, what they expect girls to do, and also from the boys for the girls to behave like girls. So one of the things, again, like highlighting the work of female makers outside of just the pink is really, really critical, and showing the diversity of the kinds of people who make stuff.
Okay, well, that brings our panel on maker culture to an end. I hope that you will all contact the folks, including myself, on this panel for more information, and thank you very much for your attention.
Time flew. It tends to do that. It's crazy.
Can I use that?
I did see that yesterday when I looked at it, and I was like, we need to do this.
But I saw that the last
No, don't use it.
I need somebody. It's just like I need an assistant. I need somebody to like help gather and post this stuff, and then I think we just need to have the same website.
I'm happy to do that. If you can help me with power, which looks like there's one right here. It looks like it's right there. Thank you.
Okay, may I get everyone's attention? I know it's a little bit of transition here, but we have one final presentation, and we're saving the best for the last. No pressure, Ed. So I first want to say I'm going to introduce Ed Dieterle, who is a senior program officer at the Gates Foundation. But before I launch a little bit into his bio, I just want to briefly say thank you, and I'll say thank you again in a little bit, but thank you to Ed, because he's been very, very kind throughout this whole process, and in fact was key to us securing Gates Foundation funding for this event. So all the yummy food that you've eaten today, and when you enjoy yourself at the networking reception, thank Ed, because it's really his kindness and willingness to work, even though he was on vacation, to help support this event. So I'm very grateful, eternally grateful to him. So Ed Dieterle is a senior program officer for research at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. He supports and develops research projects and evaluation efforts associated with personalized learning, excuse me, I'm too close apparently, which include investigations of digital tools and games, online and blended learning models and cyber infrastructures. And prior to joining the Gates Foundation, he worked as a researcher in SRI International Center for Technology and Learning, a researcher on Harvard University's River City Project, a high school science teacher in Prince George County, Maryland, and an instructor at Johns Hopkins University and Trinity University. He looks way too young to have that many jobs in his lifetime. So he currently serves on New York City's iZone Research Advisory Council and the John Eden Elementary Local School Advisory Team. He's worked on and served on the National Academy of Sciences Committee on Improving Learning with Informational Technology and the Microsoft Partners in Learning National Projects Advisory Board. And he's done a number of different things, so I'm not going to go on because you all can read his bio in your packet. I'm really eager to hear his plenary now, and I know he'll have wonderful things to talk to us about broadening access and participation in STEM education through personalized learning. And without further ado, Ed.
Well, thanks so much. I know that I'm the last person between you and the reception, so I'm going to be relatively brief. Also, what I'd like to do is to try and extract some things I learned from today's session to try and incorporate into my talk. And then lastly, if there are questions that folks have about anything that I've presented here, or if you have questions about the efforts of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, I'm more than happy to do my best to answer them in this larger forum or at the networking reception. And if there's still the need for even more time, I'm happy to carry the conversation over email or by phone. At the Gates Foundation, we believe that every person, regardless of where he or she was born, deserves the chance to live a healthy and productive life. We understand this mission through 4 core principles. The first is optimism. We see the glass as half full. When we get knocked down or we step in it, we pick ourselves up and we keep going. The Gates Foundation funds 3 areas, one of which is education. The other 2 include global health, and the last is global development. Especially in our education portfolio, well, we've made a lot of mistakes, and we try our darndest to learn from them. It was Woody Allen who said, if you're not failing every once in a while, you're not doing anything very innovative. We think of ourselves as very innovative people. Collaboration. Written on the walls of the foundation is the African proverb, if you want to run fast, run alone. If you want to run far, run together. Each and every time we sit down to make an investment, we think, who are the right partners to make this investment with? Sometimes that investment puts us in the lead, the primary funder. Other times we're advocates. Still other times we may not be in the foreground. We might be critical friends. Rigor. The annual letter that was prepared and presented by Bill Gates this year was around measurement. If you are interested, I did bring copies with me, but they're pretty thick and they're pretty heavy. The letter is available online, and if you're interested, I'm happy to point you to the website where you can download it. But all of our work is fundamentally driven by rigor, understanding what we're doing, how we're doing, and figuring how best to improve it. And lastly, think about Mr. and Mrs. Gates and where they've come from. What we're most interested in doing is to think about the innovations, whether they're technological or otherwise, in order to attack and take on some of humanity's greatest challenges. So, with regard to education, why must we act now? Currently in the United States, there are about 55 million students in the pipeline. Many of them are behind. You can imagine a young 8th grader, and she's just started school. Maybe she's in Prince George's County, Maryland, just outside of the borders of D.C., and she started school this week. And if we were to measure her reading level, maybe she's reading at about a 6th grade level, several grades behind. If she goes about an average growth in terms of her learning in 1 year, she will not catch up. So one of the priorities of the foundation is to try and accelerate learning, to provide deliberate practice opportunities for students to get better in core areas. But even this is not the only solution. And what I'd like to do is to share with you some of the ways we're thinking about it, and also incorporating some of the ways I've heard others talk about it today. But first, a pop quiz. If we think about 21 as a score that's measured by the ACT, it's certainly not a perfect score, it's only one measure, but if we use this for modeling purposes and we control for things like selection bias and also dropout rate, if you were to think about the current students in U.S. high schools, what percentage might you guess are college ready? This means being able to go into some post-secondary institution without the need for any remediation. What I really appreciated is if you turned to your neighbor and just buzzed for a second and guessed, and to hold that number in your head. So what percentage of current high school students are on course to graduate high school college ready? In the interest of time, I'm not going to solicit answers from the audience. If we had more time, I might. Our current calculations are about 36%. So that means that of the students that are currently in high school, there's almost 2/3 are not college ready. They're not going to graduate high school ready to go into some post-secondary institution without the need for remediation. Okay, but what if we were to look at subgroups? What if we were to look at the lowest quartile with regard to socioeconomic status, and to also look at historically disadvantaged students? Would the number be slightly below 36, or would it be significantly below? To cut to the chase, it's about half. So right now, if we look at those students who are most at risk in our school system today, only about 17% are on course to graduate college ready. We need to act now. How are some different ways we can think about that? Well, I was thinking about a lens when Dorothy and Trey asked me to think about the opportunities and the challenges, and I picked this framework that was put forward by Chris Deedy from Harvard University when he was addressing Congress a few years back. And he put forward the notion that for an innovation to be successful, regardless of whether or not it's technology-driven or otherwise, one must think about at least 5 different dimensions: economic, technical, psychological, cultural, and policy-based. So please let me step through each one of these and provide both some of the opportunities, but then also some of the challenges that I see as a funder who's been a part of this community for about 2 decades. Technical challenges. The things that we saw today were awesome. They really were. Whether it was online education and MOOCs, whether it was mobile technologies, makers, or games. The future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed, as William Gibson observed. This is a technical challenge. How do we get in the hands of all children, not just a limited few, the kinds of resources they need to think and participate in the 21st century? But the technologies that are currently available in schools and those that are available for purchase, I would say, are not born equally. Now, my first career was as a high school science teacher in Hyattsville, Maryland. And many of the experiments we conducted existed in the analog world. Kids mixed chemicals. They thought it was great. I thought it was great. And I don't think we should do away with or totally substitute analog experiences. But the first generation of technologies that tried to replicate experiences in the analog world, we can think of those as digitally reborn. So instead of mixing chemicals in a wet lab, you are mixing chemicals in a simulation. This provided for opportunities to make mistakes, trial and error, and exploration. However, as a classroom teacher, when I tried to use these types of technologies, I still had to use things like paper pencil assessments, walk around and ask kids, did you get it? Look at smiles and expressions on their faces, and so on and so forth. What I'll claim, and this is central to the kinds of investments we make in our tools at the Gates Foundation, is that we really need to go beyond. We should look for technologies that are digitally born. This means that they were born into the digital ecosystem. That means that they may or may not replicate the experiences that one might complete in the analog world, but more importantly, they are instrumented, which means that they look at the log files and other digital artifacts that are generated automatically when students participate with these tools and use that information to inform the system. In other words, the tool gets smarter, but also gives feedback in real time to the learner and also the important adults in that person's life. So I'm glad that no one mentioned it. I have a small video to share, an example, one that's not funded by the Gates Foundation, but an organization that we keep close tabs on and collaborate with often.
As educators, we know that every student comes to class with a different level of math ability. Yet we teach a single process to an entire class at the same time. To give the best possible education to my kids, we actually need a teaching assistant for every student. We looked for math software to help. I found that many programs took a typical lesson and just converted it to a digital textbook. Another claimed to be adaptive, but all it did was move students faster or slower through the exact same lessons. But one was a revolutionary change: true adaptive learning. Dreambox is the only program designed with an intelligent adaptive learning engine. It starts helping students immediately and continuously assesses exactly where students are and adapts to how they learn in real time. Dreambox measures how students are thinking within the lessons, constantly individualizing what each student sees next. In fact, as a single student works on Dreambox for 1 minute, the program collects, analyzes, and responds to over 800 pieces of information about that student and how they learn. That's 48,000 pieces of data every hour, providing the most personalized learning experience possible. The results are amazing. The kids love it. They think Dreambox looks like a game. I think it looks like a teaching assistant for every student. A teaching assistant with infinite patience, unlimited data, and a perfect memory. With the help of Dreambox, I can give each of my students the education they deserve. It's time to learn more. Start now.
So I wouldn't be a very good and proud father if I didn't try and incorporate my own children into the conversation. So in addition to being a researcher, I always like to bring home things. Mark mentioned that he's got a long list of video games that he'd like to play. I have a long list of technologies that I'm going to, just like Jean Piaget, put in front of my children and use them as guinea pigs. We have a rising second grader in DCPS, and he enjoyed Dreambox. Last year when he was in first grade, he worked through the Dreambox activities and he thought they were pretty interesting. I know this because Dreambox sent me emails regularly letting me know which activities he had completed, and furthermore letting me know what kinds of experiences I could incorporate with him in the real world to extend what was completed in the digital world outside. But the real story here is our little pre-kindergartner named Wyatt. Wyatt's 5 years old. He calls Dreambox math video game. Does he like to sit down and play math video game for hours every day? No. But he does like to do it. He's like any typical 5-year-old. He runs over here, he runs over there, he jumps on the couch, he needs a snack, but then he wants to go play math video game. Wyatt is beginning kindergarten this fall on Monday. But he's already completed all of the first grade curriculum according to Dreambox. Wow, that's pretty exciting. I'm really excited to see what kinds of experiences he has in kindergarten, but we're going to continue with our use of Dreambox. Do I see this as the be-all, end-all? Yes, Wyatt should just jump ahead and continue his pathway and skip kindergarten and start second grade this year? No. But this is the kind of tool that I believe allows learning to remain constant and time to vary instead of what he will likely experience in kindergarten. in which time is held constant and learning is allowed to vary. So another dimension, the economic dimension. We're in Washington, D.C. Depending on which conversation you attend, you'll likely see this slide. In fact, I see it so frequently. When I was sharing this with my wife last night, she asked me to describe it, and I said, usually I tune out at this point because people always see their own story in it. The one thing that I would hope this community would take away from it is this idea. We spend a lot of money on education. Maybe we could consider different ways to use those resources more wisely. For example, and this was already mentioned earlier today, the idea of thinking about value. So last year at the foundation, we had a large group of educators from all walks of life come and visit with us. The room looked very similar. And each of us officers had about 10 minutes to put questions in front of this community. When it was my turn, I stood up and I showed a slide that looked very similar to this. And I said, who in this room really gets excited about impact studies? Well, my fellow research officers, we all raised our hand because an impact study allows you to make statements about the effectiveness of a technology in relation to not using it. But, you know, the teachers were like, what? And, you know, the principals were like, okay, but I need to know more than that. So then I said, well, what about implementation studies? What if I were to provide you a portfolio of case studies that explained with great detail what teachers did and what students did? Who likes those kinds of reports? All the teachers raised their hand and they said, oh, that's great. Many of my quantitatively oriented researchers were like, yeah, but those are just the nice stories. And the principal said, yeah, but I still need more. And I said, who here is interested in cost analysis and cost studies? Well, that's when all the principals raised their hand. They were very clear to say, yes, tell me how much it's going to cost so that I can make a determination of whether or not it can be put into my budget. Well, why do we have to study these three things independently? Why can't we look at the benefits? And benefits can be measured in a variety of different ways. One way, for example, is looking at learner outcome. And also looking at the costs. But as I was reminded by Sandra over lunch today, cost in education is more than just dollars. There's also the opportunity cost. I could be doing Khan Academy, or I could be doing ST Math, or Reasoning Mind, or Dreambox Learning, or using a textbook. There's always the choice there. What if we got to a place where we could make value statements about one opportunity in relation to another, while we held tight to our understanding of implementation so we could situate what opportunity A means in relation to B. This resonated with the entire community. It's something that I would push everyone here to think more deeply about. Instead of saying, what is the impact? Say, no, what is the value by comparing benefits and costs? At the foundation, I'm not going to spend too much time with this slide. Like I said, I'm happy to share my slides. I'm happy to have longer conversations over time. But as funders, whether you're the Gates Foundation, the U.S. Department of Education, whether you're another family foundation, being a funder is an important role. We shouldn't just fund good ideas. We should fund into healthy markets. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has an annual budget that's quite staggering. I wish it all went to education, but it actually doesn't. About 2/3 of the dollars goes to important efforts overseas to combat things like malaria and to help people to grow their own food. But the dollars that we're empowered with and entrusted with are significant. And it was Stacy Childress, who leads the Next Generation Learning Team, who presented a paper to say, look, if we are unwise as funders, we can disrupt healthy markets. This was revolutionary to the foundation world, at least our world, because we didn't think in markets. We thought in how is this going to benefit students? How is this going to help teachers? So I would encourage everyone here to think, where does my work, whatever it might be, fit into the market space? The psychological dimension. This is a slide that gets me each and every time I think about it. So in a recent survey of 8th graders, 95% of them said, hey, I'm going to college. That same year, when graduating high school seniors were surveyed, that number dropped to about 70%. Now, we just mentioned that the number of students who are college ready is a lot closer to like 35 or 36%. But here's the number that always gets me, and this is why we need to attack this problem now. Only 8% of children in the United States in the lowest quartile complete college. So how did we get from the 8th grade, where 95% of kids are saying, yeah, I'm going to go to college, to a reality of only 8% completing that terminal degree or that undergraduate degree? The other thing that I heard today was this notion of getting at non-cognitive factors, things like engagement, academic tenacity, grit, cognitive engagement. At the Foundation, one area of exploration that we have going on is promising measures of non-cognitive factors. Currently, the SPACE, it has one method. It's student self-report. We use it in all of our studies. We use two instruments in particular. We use Carol Dweck's growth mindset measure, and we use Angie Duckworth's grit measure. However, if you overly rely on a technique such as a student saying, yes, I believe that I can complete tasks that I begin, and you're using that in relation to million-dollar interventions, odds are that the measure is too coarse to really track and to understand how that's changing a student's grit and tenacity. So one thing I would encourage all of us in here, when we say that this is highly engaging, as a researcher, the question I would ask back to you is, how do you know that it's engaging? For whom is it engaging? For how long is it engaging? And until we get to a place where we have reliable, valid, unobtrusive measures of our important non-cognitive factors, we're really flying in the dark. We live in Washington, D.C. Some have observed that it's 70 square miles surrounded by reality. There are a lot of interesting policy challenges and opportunities that exist inside of our nation's capital and also outside in the wild. The Common Core is under attack by a variety of different audiences. It's still a conversation up for debate of the extent to which video games breed violence and evil deeds, as well as the idea that gamification is something less than it could be. Probably one of the largest debates that we are getting ready to have has to do with extraordinarily large data sets and who owns data. Some have described personal data as the new oil. And right now, there is a risk that that information could fall outside of the public good and become a private commodity, one that the generator of that data may or may not have access to or own. Lastly, a study that we at the Foundation sponsored, the Measures of Effective Teaching study. The premise of this study was to answer the question, can we measure the effectiveness of a teacher? It was a research study. But there were some who took early evidence from this report and did things like publish teachers' scores on websites. Well, that's no good. So we really need to think carefully and critically about each of these challenges and opportunities. And one of the best ways we can do it to combat this is to put good information in front of people. Another is a study that we at the Foundation are sponsoring with the Sloan Foundation. Show of hands, has anybody here ever worked with an IRB or know what an IRB is? Okay. Well, guess what? There is the potential for a change to the federal regulation code that might affect you in the very near future. Common Rule is what it's called. It was established back in '81. It was revisited in 1991. And this generation is getting ready to have its opportunity to have Common Rule revised. A lot of things have happened since 1991. And currently there is a very powerful voice in this conversation. That group is the NIH. They oversee a lot of medical research. There is a variety of different communities in education, behavior, technology, and economics who are all running in different directions, saying, well, this is how we wish to revise the Common Rule. The Sloan Foundation and the Gates Foundation, with advocacy support from the National Academy of Education, came together to sponsor a consensus committee report around revisions to the Common Rule. This doesn't mean that necessarily the statements and recommendations that come from this committee will be included in the Common Rule, but this is our best chance. Yet often things like this don't get much airtime. If there's one thing that you remember from my talk, please remember the Common Rule and realize that if this is handled poorly, all research that goes through the 4,000 IRBs in the United States could change to make doing research with human subjects a lot more burdensome and also stifle innovation. Cultural challenges and opportunities are also coming about, in part because of the participatory culture that many are participating in.
This isn't right. The 3 little pigs are the victims. They down 2 houses. They got what you deserve.
But the pigs went too far. Every right to defend your Chin's up, fellas.
Boiling someone alive hardly constitutes reasonable force.
Somebody's got to break the law and intrude on you.
Protect yourself in your own home.
A man spends his castle to attack the family.
If someone tried to blow my house down, I'd do the same.
I knew the wolf. There's no way he could have blown down those houses. He had asthma.
The wolf had asthma. So what's the truth about the pigs' houses being blown down? Inside job.
There's no reason why those 2 houses, one made from straw, the other from wood, should have collapsed. Not even a healthy wolf's huff and puff could bring them down.
The 3 little pigs have confessed to conspiring to commit insurance fraud, framing the wolf in an attempt to cover their tracks. Their motive was financial, as they struggled to keep up with their mortgage repayments.
Guilty.
I'm behind on my payments too.
How could this have happened?
Lost it.
So I shared this particular video not necessarily to underscore the 3 little pigs being naughty, but rather to suggest that the powerful movement of social media is here. And many of us are participating through it with Twitter today. I just posted, for example, the SRI report that was mentioned earlier. It's available now online if you wish to read it. But the idea here is more and more people are becoming involved. And with that power comes the responsibility of young people to use it wisely. Otherwise, you can imagine that the hint of an idea that's half-baked or filled with half-truths perpetuating across society in negative ways. Another cultural challenge that we at the Gates Foundation are working on with the MacArthur Foundation has to do with learning analytics. So all of this data and information that's generated by teachers and students, when they're engaged with digital tools, who is going to analyze it? Education, yet again, is not in the pole position. The top scientists who come out of the top programs, they're going to work for Google. I wish Megan were still here. Or they're going to work for Microsoft or Amazon or Facebook. The list goes on and on. If we want people in our community to have the techniques and skills to make meaning of and to utilize the information that's associated with this kind of information, we have to grow our own. When I went through my doctoral program, we spent a heck of a lot of time on correlation and regression and all of its variants. It wasn't until I was working with computer scientists and also electrical engineers that I studied a brand new classification of statistics. I felt like I was claiming to be an expert in math and then stumbled upon geometry. In education research, we primarily focus on correlation and also regression. But the reality is, education research does not have the corner on the market for analyzing the kind of data that our students and our teachers are generating. To combat this shortcoming, we established the Learning Analytics Work Group, led by Roy P. from Stanford University. The idea here is that 30 experts, not just from education university setting, but from across the education enterprise come together to think critically about how do we develop a 5 to 7 year strategy to build the field of learning analytics. This is a report that's been submitted to the foundation as draft. We're working on it and plan to release it this fall. So the foundation, where do we fit into all this? What is our strategy? We believe in personalized learning at scale. Our single strategy goal at the foundation is for 80% of the class of 2025 to graduate high school college ready. We know where we are now. It's like 36% on average or in general for kids. So we have a long way to go. This is an incredible goal, not one that we can complete by ourselves. But personalized learning means many things. And right now the conversation is starting to steer in interesting directions. Many of my colleagues, not necessarily at the foundation, but people who like to talk to good folks like those in the audience and those online, will talk about the technical solutions associated with personalized learning. But when you talk to teachers and you talk to parents, they don't talk about the 55 million children in the K-12 pipeline. They talk about their kids. Teachers don't talk about, well, my class of 30, they say things like Brian and Kiana. So personalized learning means at least two things. One is tailoring the learning experiences to meet the needs of the individual learner, but also to put the person back in learning. 4.2 million children will enter kindergarten this fall. They are the class of 2026. Over their next 13 years, about 180 days a year, about 6 to 8 hours a day, they will be endowed with approximately 1 million learning minutes. As a country, we would be in a much better position if we held up each one of those minutes and tried to answer the question of how can we use this resource as wisely as possible. At the foundation, that's how we're thinking. Each minute as wisely as possible. Let me check time. I have one last video that does cover part of the foundation's vision for what this looks like. I'll share just a couple minutes. I have 2 more slides, and then we're off to the reception. Okay. So there are a confluence of different breakthroughs that are moving us closer to the personalization for learning for all kids in the United States. In each one of these nodes, we have investments from the Gates Foundation that are made either by us alone or in partnership with other organizations. We're deeply committed to things like the Common Core. As the New York Times article recently noted, and my wife was a part of this, when she moved from Massachusetts to Alabama, why should she have to read the same book in 7th grade and then in 8th grade and then when she moved again and also in 9th grade? The idea of common standards for more than just a handful of states. We're investing in the science of how people learn to understand at a fundamental level, not just does this work, but for whom, under what conditions, and to what extent. We're very interested in the most important resource in the classroom, which is the teacher, and to help him or her become more effective. We're trying to make advancements in building the community of learning analytics. We want to understand different kinds of blended and personalized learning model schools. We're trying to push on the development of digitally born learning innovations so that tools are right out of the gate instrumented and ready to participate in the digital ecosystem. We're working hard to encourage new market entrants, trying to get not only university professors who are sponsored by the National Science Foundation to develop a new tool, but also folks from the Valley or even mom and pop shops across the country to participate in the building of powerful tools used by students. We're interested in pushing the boundaries with new measures of learning that go beyond paper and pencil test or measures of non-cognitive factors that include self-report items. We're making fundamental investments into cyber infrastructures that allow for many of the features that were observed in the video I just showed. And lastly, we're working hard to try and make policies that are favorable, that allow for many of the examples that were presented in this presentation as well as across the day, so that we're bringing down barriers while protecting the privacy of students and making education what it can be in the United States. I began the talk with this notion that as a foundation officer, we have 4 core tenets: optimism, collaboration, rigor, and innovation. And I believe firmly that those who are with us today in this room, if you take up these 4 core principles with us, then I believe full-heartedly that the technical, economic, psychological, cultural, and policy-based challenges can be turned into opportunities, and we can better broaden access and participation not only in education in general, but specifically in STEM. And that can be made possible through personalized learning. Thank you so much. And I'm happy to take a question or two or to move over into the network. Sure. Yes.
Yeah. I'm really curious about the comment you said that data is the new oil.
It is.
And I get the sense that it's already been privatized, and not really in the sense that it's used for the public domain and public good. Can you just address that a little bit and how we as a citizen can move data more towards the public good?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, we have a representative here from OSTP, Mark, who can probably talk about media and privacy from their perspective. I can talk about it from the Gates perspective. The video that I showed is a summary of an investment that we made in a not-for-profit organization called In Bloom. The idea here is that districts in the United States currently oversee data that's generated by students, whether it's attendance information, referrals, test scores, all of the above. There are about 15,000 districts in the United States. 15,000. Question, they're each coming up with their own unique solution. So we as the foundation, if you remember the 2x2, we thought, whoa, what an interesting play. What if we were to use foundation resources to provide a more secure solution to the 15,000 school districts in the United States? And in addition, if information that the district already owns and holds onto if we could organize it in a way that district leaders and educators could better utilize it, wow, maybe that would decrease the burden on teachers so they wouldn't need 5 or 6 or 7 logins to get to this system and that system. Maybe it would help streamline the process. This is really under attack by a lot of different groups around the Gates Foundation, the evil empire, trying to sell or steal students' information, and that's just not the case. Districts still own the data. This is a not-for-profit organization that's been separated from the foundation, but we're still supporting and encouraging it as best we can. The idea here is that if we provide this kind of solution, data will be provided with the highest levels of privacy, and districts can better utilize the information that they have. It was interesting, of course, before we made this investment, we went out into the community and we talked to teachers and we talked to education leaders. When we would pose the question, who owns data? Most district leaders, teachers, and others would say, I don't know. I guess it's the company. I guess it's Dreambox. They were very surprised to say, well, no, you actually have a stake in that. You control this. So I think Joshua, I think it is. Joshua, I think if we want to maintain control over this, it's going to require some powerful conversations that are had by many people, time and time again. Otherwise, we might find ourselves in a very dangerous position where the ship is left and the information that we would like to keep in the public domain is walled off and privatized. Thank you.
What are you trying to do? Heather's coming up. Okay, we know we're keeping you from the reception. We're the last thing before the reception, but it's very important that we thank the individuals that made today possible. It's not just Trey and I running the show here. There are quite a few people that were really integral into making today a possibility, and we'd like to thank them. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, especially again Ed Dieterle, because I really asked him a lot for a lot of different things, and he was always very gracious and kind. And the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation was also very kind, and again, paying for all of the wonderful food today. I'd like to thank the AAAS Science and Technology Policy Fellowships and the Fellowship Office. It is an amazing fellowship, and I feel, I'm sure Trey agrees with me, that this has been a really wonderful year for us, and partially because we're able to do things like this. The AAAS Fellowship allows us to plan events, and the office is very supportive in letting us go with the wind a little bit and giving us the support that we need. So today was specifically made possible by Cynthia Robinson, who is the director for the fellowships. Barry Williams is hiding around somewhere in the back of the room, but he's been really attentive to making sure, everything got taken care of, including some arrangements for today to be possible. And Eddie Gonzalez, who just got to AAAS a few days ago, I feel like, who jumped right in with both feet and helped to make this day possible. I'd like to thank you specifically. But can all the AAAS fellowship staff stand up just really quickly? Like the S&T fellowships, so Saleha, I'm talking to you, and Sage, I'm talking to you. There are a number of people, I think there are only a couple in the room, and Eddie's back there. Thank you guys, because really, I don't know if you guys realize, I saw a tweet earlier in the day that someone had tweeted to the effect of, oh, it turns out today's event is an affinity group of the S&T Policy Fellows, and so, I'm assuming I read between the tweet there, between the lines of the tweet, and thought that must mean that we were doing a good job, and they were surprised that this was something coming from fellows instead of a professional staff. But we feel that we had a really good a group of people helping us to put on something of this level. And then Trey is going to thank some other people.
So we have to give a lot of thanks to the other fellows that have worked with MadTech Ed, or are part of MadTech Ed, and have worked very hard on this symposium. So I'd like them to stand. They're listed here. Dorothy and I are here, of course. There's Heather and Ruth and Lori, and I don't see David here. He has, oh, there he is, waiting, already standing. Oh, there's Annie. Thank you.
And Ani and Jason.
And Ani and Jason. So they've done, Jason, there you go. They've done an incredible amount of work, and they've been helping today, as you see, very much so. So we want to thank them.
Yeah, and so they again, throughout all the planning, there are lots of different people. So today, there are a few fellows who stuck around, who are sort of my friends in the back. So Carla and Yaira and Emily and a few other people who sort of have put, can you just wave your hands, or if you don't want to stand up, because you all look like you don't want to stand up. There are fellows, the Fellows Network is really strong, and I put out an all call to people to help for today, and my friends and colleagues did so, and we're all very appreciative of that. And then finally, I'd like to thank you guys. So to all the attendees, whether you're here or whether you're watching on the webcast, I really thank you for tuning in today, even if it was just for a short moment to listen to our wonderful speakers. I'd like to give a really large round of applause again for our wonderful panelists and all the wonderful conversation. And I hope, before we start clapping, that as we go into the reception, so after you stop clapping, you can go to the reception. You will continue the dialogue that has been started today, that will really start to have some meaningful conversations on how that now we know a little bit more about what some of the challenges are in broadening access and participation in STEM education in these different areas, how we can all work together as a group to push the things that are working forward, how to scale up some of these efforts, and how to reach out to communities that traditionally have not been represented in STEM to change the face of STEM in the future. So thank you to everybody, and especially to our panelists. And with that, network.